Right, we are live. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. We are here for day 3 of the Boxing Day Test match. Now, there's been quite a bit of action from day 2, whether that is Cameron Green, now ruled out of not just this Test match, but also Sydney, a man who took a fifer in the first innings of this match for the Australians. David Warner, he looked absolutely exhausted yesterday. He is the option of coming back out onto the field if they do need him today. And then also alongside that, we know that Mitchell Starc will not be bowling either for the Australians. He might try, but I don't think he'll succeed in that regard. But they have actually changed the sessions. That is due to the little bit of rain that we had. We're starting 15 minutes later than first anticipated. So we're going to take a picture of that so we can have the updated playing conditions. So lunch is still going to be taking place at the same time. And then tea is going to be a little bit later. So pretty much everything is a little bit more delayed. Other than this first session, it is going to be slightly shorter with it going to just 2:30 p.m. New Zealand time. So that means we've got an hour and 45 of action. Travis Head at the crease. That normally brings quite a bit of excitement into a test match. Current partnership, 23 off 38 at the other end for him. It is Alex Carey. We did see Cam Green going off earlier yesterday. That was due to the finger injury. And like I mentioned, he's not going to be back now. So that's a bit of a shame for the Australians. Definitely after he finally found his form and got himself a few wickets, Cam Green. Don't get me wrong, he's been brilliant in the field every time that he plays. But just getting that little bit of something extra when it comes to those wicket-taking balls, he has finally now been able to do it. What's going to be Nokia once again charging in 16 overs, 50 runs, 1 wicket. He is a quick man. 155 was his fastest ball, and he will be looking to try and match that. Got taken. I think Ian Smith just said he never laid down at any point. The only time that I saw him lay down was when he got attacked by the spider cam. There was a little clip that was going around. Unfortunately, got cleaned up from behind. Spider cam ran it straight, and Nokia wasn't watching. Straight into him. But Nokia still looking good for this test match. Like they've said, it's about 10 to 15 degrees cooler than it was yesterday. We had a bit of rainfall earlier on in the day, so it means that bowling conditions are more favourable. Australia already get themselves their first single off the very first delivery of day 3, and it is Alex Carey who was able to work it away. What we will quickly do is, sorry about the fact that it zoomed in on my crotch, but we got to get the scoreboard up. There we go. And that South African broke Cam Green's finger as well, says Al Mac. Yeah. It's just pure pace. David Warner said about it as well. He said it's the fastest he's faced in a test match. And that's Nokia, who looks like he shouldn't be able to bowl 150, but he easily does. Hamish, it sucks, but I'm happy to be here. Guess what I realized today, says Aiden. Oh, okay, that could be anything, Aiden. I realized very recently that we're almost in 2023, which can be quite scary for some people. But I assume that it's not that. I assume it's something a little bit more serious. And Kurt said, hey, bro, welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing very well. Nokia short ball almost ends up hitting into Travis Head's helmet there. I have COVID. Okay, well, I guess, does that mean that you're feeling a little bit worse today, Aiden, or did you just test today? You can't do anything on New Year's. Although, in some regards, it might be a good thing, Aiden. You'll get to just chill out at your house, watch a bit of the BBL. Nicely done again. Travis said Ford defensive, and also Craig has said, hi Hamish, thanks for the commentary. South African media is pathetic, no radio commentary or live streaming. So big ups to you, bud. Says Craig, no worries at all. It sucks that there's no options out there to be able to watch what a lot of people would consider the biggest test match of the year for any side that takes part in Boxing Day. Because I always found it incredible the amount of sport that we were able to see in the olden days on free-to-air TV. It sounds weird me saying in the olden days. I know I'm only 23, but like back in the day, like I swear you'd just go on TV1 or something here in New Zealand, and now they have actually bought the licensing back. So I think it's looking good for New Zealand. I wish South Africa would also consider doing something like that. Like it's Boxing Day test match cricket. That's the kind of game that youngsters watch and they fall in love with the game. I mean, Isaac, he hadn't watched test match cricket for probably 2 or 3 years since the last time I roped him into watching a Boxing Day test. And I don't know, when he gets home tonight, he might even put this on himself. And also, what update? Dave Warner, he has said that he's good to go. Whether or not he actually is a different story, but he said that he's good to go if he needs to come out. So I believe if there's a wicket, it's going to actually be David Warner next to the crease. But nice shot from Travis Head, backward punch. Under Maharaj, backward point. And it's raining at my house like 20 minutes from the G. That's not so good news for us. Although I saw on the weather radar, apparently there's no rain in sight, but I think that's because whoever's doing the weather radar is not actually from Melbourne. So you're 20 minutes away, Xavier. Can I ask what time it started raining? Because I know that it stopped here probably around 25-ish minutes ago. So depending on what way that rain's going, maybe going to be making its way around. And John has said there, hi Hamish, good morning. What do the players eat? The MCG for lunch? David Warner in his mic'd up segment, he was asking the question of what was going to be for lunch, but some players go stock standard. I know Marnus is kind of like a protein bar for a snack kind of guy, and then, you'd have like a sandwich or a wrap or something like 2 minutes ago. Okay, not ideal. Hopefully it's going to be all right, and the rain does not start falling at the ground. We haven't actually prepared for rain delays, to be honest. I haven't got anything lined up. We probably play cricket 22, to be honest. Something nice like that. And lunch is normally just sandwiches, says Xavier. And South African cricket tradition is broken. Hamish, really sad. Because the thing is, yes, like a lot of people will say, the Proteas, they aren't in the best place at the moment in terms of form, in terms of selection-wise. But the fact that even if they were in form, people wouldn't be able to watch them play. Like, that's the way of going 5 or 10 years down the line. You got your new players. I feel like that's the more important thing. Than current form, you want to have the next generation getting involved in cricket, watching these games, looking up to the players, just giving them something to look at. People love watching things. Fun fact. And you got to give them things to watch. Like, highlights are great, but if you want to understand test match cricket, you got to see every ball of every over. I fell asleep last night, Hamish. I was bored with Warner's kaboom. But I got sleepy in there. The kaboom bat, he hasn't got that anymore. I learned that he's got the DSC. I looked it up, and his bats are about 1,500 on special, which is quite an impressive one. And Merry Christmas. I was just sorry I was in the hospital, says Rudy. I just hope you're all right, Rudy. Hopefully you are feeling a little bit better than you did. Were you in hospital on Christmas? It seems to be actually quite a common occurrence, but it's not normally related to what's happened on Christmas, fun fact. Unless yours is, then maybe that kind of breaks the chain a little bit. Some people, it's from the backyard cricket. They think they're a little bit earlier or a little bit younger than they are, and then they fall over while cricketing and then break their arm. It's happened quite a bit. You could be playing Twister, then break your leg. Just ask Glenn Maxwell. That's why he's not playing in the BBL this year. Went to a birthday party and couldn't really fathom the idea of losing a bit of Twister. That's going to be a nice shot by Alex Carey. Once again, the cut shot through that backward point. That seems to be the shot that we might see from him quite a bit today. Same with Travis Head, currently Australia with the 204-run lead, so ticking over pretty solidly. And also Hannibal, says Rudy there. Would cricket be the most expensive sport? In terms of to start up and play, I would probably say it's one of them. The other one that's probably quite expensive to do is a hockey goalie, because I believe all of those pads and the helmets, you're looking at least a few grand just to get you started. Of course, teams would normally have that equipment, I'd like to think. But yeah, field hockey-wise or ice hockey, not so much. You're just getting your skates. But the goalie for ice hockey, if they haven't got kind of the team gear, yeah. And also we get there 1,500 Aussie dollars for a bat. It is $1,500, but we talked about it on the live stream yesterday as well, and we said some players or some people over rely on a good bat, because at the end of the day, a good player with $100 bat is still going to outclass a guy who's terrible with $1,500 bat in his hand. So my recommendation is, if you're just getting into cricket, the best number to go for is probably, of course, if you can afford it, somewhere around that, maybe anywhere between $150, $250 bat. More ideal if it's on special because you're probably getting about a $300, $400 bat for that price. But the reason I say that is because, it's got just enough of that middle and like it's got the chance that the kids will be like, oh, yeah, it's a grey nickels. That's what such and such uses on the telly. So I'm happy enough using it. Because a lot of it's just brand. You could have a completely unbranded bat and it would still do the job. Could have cost you a $5, well, maybe not 5, but just get something in your hands. The English willow seems to be the way to go. I used to have a cashmere willow. I didn't used to score runs, but that wasn't the bat's fault. And just, get a bat in your hands and go from there. If you want to play cricket, but gear in the winter cheaper, smart. Yeah, the winter sales, even currently for Boxing Day, we've got I believe Rebel Sports got 25% off all cricket gear as well as another option. And also you did have earlier on with it being this racing being the most expensive. Yeah. Although is it the most expensive for the player / driver? I guess they probably get it all given to them, don't they? Unless, of course, lower level, you're probably looking at, you'd have to at least get your helmet, wouldn't you, in your car. I hope David Warner gets 250 runs, bro. Well, he has got the pads on, so as soon as he is good to go, which pretty much unfortunately means as soon as Australia lose a wicket, he will be able to go back out there. In the back of Cummins' mind, though, he may not want to try and risk it. At the end of the day, Warner's one of your guys that you want to have at the SCG. You don't want to exhaust him here while you have already got yourself a 204-run lead. Yes, you're missing Cameron Green and probably Mitchell Starc may not bat. So, in a way, Australia are 5.5 down at the moment. Next man to the crease might be Captain Cummins if Warner wasn't to go out there. Travis here, pull shot off the short stuff and Nokia. Only 142 Ks, not getting it down there at the 150 just yet. That is going to be another 50 runs for Travis here. 51 or 54. You know he's going to accelerate an innings when he's out there. But Warner doesn't pay for his bats. He's sponsored, says John Mills. He does get them for free, which is always the perk of being a good batsman. I guess because I've started doing the GoPro filming of my batting and whatnot. Just say I don't think any bat company is going to reach out anytime soon and say, hey, you're looking not too bad, hold our bat, would you? I think I'm going to have to keep on buying them myself. And that's the thing, as soon as you get a really good Yorker and you kind of, bold, that's a Yorker from Nokia. And he is fired up. Right, well, that's going to be now David Warner out at the crease by the looks of it. He will be making his way out to the middle. Travis Head has been dismissed. The second wicket for Nokia. He's a bit of a tank, Gets hit by a spider cam, bowls 15 overs at 145 plus. And now, it wasn't a Yorker. It was a good pitch delivery. I just got excited. I wanted it to be a Yorker. And golf and field polo as well. Yeah, golf, depending on the set that you get. An edible movie, 25, 26, 27, says Rudy there. But Travis here, just after he got his 50, the very next ball, 51 of 55 deliveries dismissed. Reminds me a little bit of Chanderpaul for the West Indies, bringing up that half century, then getting dismissed straight after. Right, Warner's getting almost a standing ovation at the MCG for making his way out there. I'm going to give him a clap as well. This man has found his form. Question is, though, can he continue it through the next test match? That's the main thing for the Australians. Definitely with so many players looking like they're going to be a bit of a grey area of whether they're playing. Cam Green looks like he's going to be out. That's a massive hit to the gully region of the Australians and also a massive hit to their bowling. Got to remember that with also Mitchell Starc missing, they have got Pat Cummins, Scotty Boland. He'll bowl all day, though, which is something that benefits them. Nathan Lyon. And then we'll start to see a few more of maybe those part-timers get a bit of a crack. And I'm excited for that because Travis here can bowl some pretty mean off-spin. Steve Smith and maybe Marnus Labuschagne whipping them down in that medium pace region like he was a few matches ago. I'm happy for you, says Rudy there. But will Warner last one over, do you think, Hamish? I think straight away he's getting a short ball or a really pitched up peach just outside of off stump. But I don't want to see Warner injured here, which is something Australia need to consider. But then also got to remember, if Warner didn't come out to the crease, you're looking at some of those guys in the middle order or the lower order. Pat Cummins, Mitchell Starc with already a sore finger. You've got Nathan Lyon. Scotty Boland, like Nathan, or not Nathan, sorry, David Warner, by going out here, he was going to anyway, don't get me wrong, he wanted to be out in the middle. Oh, he's bowled first ball. Nokia on a hat trick. And that is a way to get him. David Warner, he'll be disappointed. That's his dismissal. 200 of 255. What a start to day 3. Wow. Nokia looks like he wants to tear through. What I was about to, well, my comment doesn't even really become relevant anymore. That is the Yorker / full toss. I was about to say, by David Warner going out there, he is on paper protecting his tail order. By going out there, my next comment was going to say batting out some balls, getting some overs under his belt, and stopping Nokia with his 150 Ks bowling at his bowlers. And then he's just done that. But Warner, he gets to raise his bat again. He was only just there. He's got to walk back up those steps. He's got a sore knee. Someone carry him. Although he gets to go back down the tunnel now. A bit easier. David Warner there. Oh, there is a bit of a steep hill. Oh, your beauty, says John Mills, and Black gets in great position at the end of day 2. Latham and Conway headed. Centuries. Can New Zealand win? I think it's just a draw every day of the week, Coding, unfortunately, unless New Zealand really accelerate their innings. Like, you look at the fact that, like, those wickets, they weren't falling. It's pretty much just if New Zealand make mistakes with the bat in hand, they'll probably end up maybe losing a few wickets, but currently they're once again just batting on the road. And Australia might as well bat all day if they don't have bowlers, says Al Mack. Yeah, well, that would have been their plan, or relatively anyway. They would have at least wanted to bat out this first session, see how they go. But now they're in a little bit of a predicament, how they're down to their bowlers, because Cam Green's not coming back. So really they are 6 down at the moment. Pat Cummins in at 7. He is going to be batting. Mitchell Stark, sore finger. You wouldn't think that Pat Cummins would put Mitchell Stark through that unless they feel like maybe they haven't got enough balls. I see that the scoreboard's not updating anymore, which makes me think my Wi-Fi's cut out. Okay, the scoreboard, it is not updating. I apologize for that. We'll see whether or not we can get it sorted out in the near future. Hat-trick ball. It was on the stumps. Cummins plays it nicely. And that is going to be a very solid first 5 balls of Nokia's over. Yeah, the scoreboard's decided to go walkabouts. I'll see whether or not it's working on my phone. We'll go here. We'll go here. And we'll go Australia versus South Africa. Maybe. Oh, pushing at that one a little bit back, Cummins. Okay, so the scoreboard theoretically should be updating, which is handy, but it is not. But Warner's innings yesterday, Chancellor, same as how many times was he dropped, says John. How many times? I know he wasn't dropped really early on. Steve Smith, I think they dropped him about 2 or 3 times earlier on, but I know that he had the half chances where he almost chopped on quite a few times. Just refresh scoreboard. I am going to. It's just a little bit of a concern that it may end up completely disappearing. Because watch this. If I go like this and I refresh, oh, that's the wrong one. This, it might completely disappear, will it? Or will it behave? No, it's going to behave itself. Right. That's good news, because sometimes when you refresh, it completely disappears. Sorry about showing my crotch, everyone. I apologize for that. It's just unfortunate with where the camera is placed compared to where I am. But anyone who's new, that's about as much of me as you ever probably see. Be sure to hit that subscribe button if you are new to the channel. That is going to be now Rabada, sitting on 99, about to bring up his century for all the wrong reasons. The bowling attack, he has just got the 1 wicket. He was pretty handy overall at times. He also had that no ball that he bowled. Hope he hasn't got any of those today. I think I got there laughing from Rudy. Cummins sitting on 4 runs off 2 deliveries. Shannon has said, hi, welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing well. Warner just dismissed The Australians recently bringing up their 400. Oh, peach. What a peach. Rabada. They think that there was a wicket there. Okay, it looks, yep, they do review that one. Very uncomfortable picture of yours, as well as says coding. And also, can Cam Green bowl with a broken finger? He cannot. He's ruled out of this one. And also, he is going to be ruled out of the SCG test. And nice shorts, Hamish. Are those shorts or are they sharks? They are, yeah. They're either sharks or dolphins. It just depends on what angle you look at them from. Like some of them, like it looks like a fin of a dolphin. I think they're dolphins, to be honest. They look a little bit more like a dolphin. That's very close. I think Cummins might be out here as well. Okay, I don't see any hot spot. Can't quite see anything. The only thing that might help him is if it hits the back leg, does it? Yep. There's a noise. There is a noise. There's a snick on the side of the bat. There it is. They've got a spike. Pat Cummins is going to be gone now. We should be anyway. With a spike. Pat Cummins is gone. And Australia are now 6 down. Now, the thing is here, is it the brilliant bowling conditions? Or is it the fact that South Africa are now starting to find a little bit of their footing? It's just a little bit too late, though, I feel, in the innings. Will Cameron Green be fit for the IPL after solve for big money? Broken finger, you're normally looking at about, I'd say, 8 weeks, depending on the extent of the break. So he should almost be back. When does the IPL start coding? It's about late March, isn't it? Just a little edge from Pat Cummins. So South Africa needs to try injure another Australian bowler to have a chance, says Jarrah. Well, Australia at this stage looks like they're running a bit low on their bowlers. Cummins is one. He'll be opening alongside Scotty Boland. Pretty good combination. Mitchell Starc, he's still a bit of a question mark of whether he is going to be whether or not he is going to be having a bowl, but I believe he's not. Now, this is an interesting moment. Nathan Lyon makes his way out to the middle. Don't get me wrong, this man can bat pretty well, but is it worth it at the moment for Australia? We've got to remember, they are losing bowlers left, right, and centre. They lost Cam Green. They've lost Mitchell Starc. My argument here is, what is the point in trying to extend 20 more runs when there's a chance of Nathan Lyon getting smacked hard here and being out of your bowling attack? He's going to have to do like 50% of the overs at this stage, Nathan Lyon. So if this isn't a short ball, I would be extremely surprised. But then saying that, it's Rabada. So if it isn't a no ball, I would also be quite surprised. And if these wickets for the next 20 runs, and South Africa can realistically win from this position, says Cody, there is a chance theoretically on paper, but still having that 200-run lead with conditions the way they are, it seems like they're ideal for bowling. So maybe Australia. Oh, no, it's pitched up down the leg side from Rabada. Just said Nathan Lyon, officially number 8 at the moment. They've got Scotty Boland as an option a bit later on. Again, Warner bowl, Amish, reverse swing. I don't think they'll bowl him. I feel like if he tries to bowl, his legs might collapse from underneath him. And that's not saying he's old. That's not saying he's got weak legs. That's just saying he got a 200 yesterday. And he's feeling the effects of it. Oh, off the edge, Nathan Lyon, 4 runs over the slip cord, and that'll do. He'll take them any way you can. And also we have got there, probably been asked 100 times, but thoughts on Richie Mo'unga heading to Japan 2024. Sorry, I took so long to get through that one, Xavier. But I think, to be honest, it's a good move for him. He's going to make some decent money over there. It's after the World Cup, and the time that he comes back is just before the next World Cup. So it kind of works in quite nicely if he does want that World Cup shot in 2027. He's left a bit of a gap there at fly half because a lot of people would actually say that he's the favoured choice at the moment over Beauden Barrett. Does we please join scorecard as well? Is it updating? I think it is now. We are all good now. Hopefully, and also Boland can bat well. He can. He's very good in his defence, which is normally why he's brought out as a night watchman. Australia will struggle to bowl out South Africa with their limited attack, as many runs as possible. That is the other way of looking at it, yeah. I just hope they don't end up with an even more limited attack. Because see, that's the thing. Alex Carey, he probably needs a majority of the strike here, theoretically. Nathan Lyon, though, 4 off 4. Not looking too bad. We are new. Give us a shout out as well, says Nixus. in there as well. Shout out to you, mate. Little faint edge from Pat Cummins there. Oh, Mark Wall's not trying to say that Cummins isn't out here, is he? Okay. See, that was the very next frame. So it was an edge. Oh, do we have a name? We have a channel name scorecard. See, I thought you were talking about the scorecard next to me. So I got confused. I was like, wait, because we've already had scoreboard issues earlier on today. So that is why I got confused. Sorry about that. Alex Carey on strike. Nokia sitting 3 wickets, 59 runs. To be honest, if anyone for South Africa deserves a fifer, it's that man. He's been working extremely hard throughout this match. His pace is a little bit further down than it normally is. That's understandable, though, seeing as he did have such a big burst yesterday. Now, Alex Carey, 16 runs off 32 deliveries. Great straight drive. Well fielded and close. And David Warner plays player of the match because of his double century. Yeah, I think he's got a very good chance of getting that player of the match. They've just shown there all pace bowlers yesterday scattered all over the place. Whereas today, no, I don't think that's right. Because that pitch map doesn't have the one that Warner got that got him as a wicket for today's one. So I feel like they maybe haven't updated it for the more recent wicket of Warner because that was a full toss. So we have got there. You think that the game ends today? I think if Australia had their full bowling attack, quite possibly, because at the moment they don't really have too many wickets left. They've got Nathan Lyon, they've got Stark if he wants to have a bat, but I don't think they'll decide to. And then, they've still got Scotty Boland. So Australia, for me, are finished batting by the end of this session, and they've got 60 overs to try and get the South Africans. Now, South Africa, 68 overs the first time. We may come back for a day 4. I hope we do. There's also a chance, though, at the end of the day, might be the end of this test as well. And also, thanks, mate. Love from India, says Nixus. And yeah, and also we also do live commentary and we can do it together as well. Says Nixus, maybe in the future we could have a look at it and see how to do it. I know that sometimes lag or like the delay can be quite tricky to do from online commentary compared to being like side by side, but we'll give it a go at some point maybe. And Warner already mad of the match, but it's not yet finished, says John. The big question would be though, he'd still probably get it, in my opinion. But what if someone for Australia takes 10 wickets? Do you still give it to Warner for the double century, or do you give it to the guy who got a 10 wicket? Like, let's just say, for argument's sake here, Nathan Lyon gets 25 runs with the bat and then gets all the wickets for the Australians. Does that warrant more than Warner? It's kind of that wickets versus runs scenario, isn't it? Shot from Alex Carey. He has thrashed that one out through cover. And that will be 4 runs. Honestly, struck by Alex Carey and Cummins. 6 wicket today, says Q there. Yeah, he lost his wicket pretty early, unfortunately. And also, we have got just wanted to say, have a good 2023, you too, mate. Hopefully, you do end up enjoying it. And hopefully, you guys, in fact, that's going to be our next question on the stream at the end of the over. We've got 1 ball left. Hi, says Amelia. Hope you are also doing well. The question that we're going to be answering in between the overs is, what is everyone's New Year's resolution? I know that every year people come up with one. A lot of people don't stick to theirs, but what is everyone thinking for New Year's resolutions this year? Nice shot from Alex Carey. Whip to the leg side. They'll just take the one. Rabada will be now bowling to Alex Carey, and that's the end of the over. Bro, a suggestion, you should have a better scorecard, says Nix's in there. We have actually talked with a app about putting one of the ones along the bottom, but because we don't use the right live streaming software, it doesn't actually allow us to put it into the one that we currently use, unfortunately. But we've got a few ideas in the future of maybe how to adjust it. And David Warner, good bowl, bro, says Kurt. Yeah, it was a nice delivery from Nokia, just quite full. So Nathan Lyon would have been keen to get a bit of strike going. And brother, next match green play, he will not. He's actually been ruled out of the SCG test as well, which is a big shame because that means that they might not have him, or they won't have him. They might not have Stark. We might get to see the likes of a Michael Nessa coming back in. He's actually only recently been taken out of the side, back to the BBL, got himself a hat trick, I believe, when he was back in there. But also, we may see Lance Morris in action, which is something that a lot of people have been excited about for a while for the Australians. He bowls it down at about 150. We're seeing what express pace can do on this wicket. Could it do the same at the SCG? Elgar runs, says Gary. Now, what if Elgar gets a double and the Savage win? Says John. Well, then that's probably all that's worth $1 or two, isn't it? For Dean Elgar. And to be honest, it would be nice to see him bat a little while because he looked decent in his first innings. It was just a bad decision to try and take a quick single when hitting it straight to a guy who's number one test batsman in the world and probably right up there with the fielding side of things as well. And all the way over there, I love Australia in the chat as well. They have got a lot of overseas fans, which is always awesome to see for the Australians. They currently lead by 220 runs. Away to the leg side by Alex Carey. Looks like they will just take the one. And that now means Nathan Lyon, he's got 3 deliveries facing off against the big man, Rabada. I'm from Sri Lanka as well. So are you looking forward to Sri Lanka up against the New Zealanders? That's going to be in a few months' time, isn't it? A series between New Zealand and Sri Lanka. Should be quite a fun one to watch. Also, over there, next, where your scorecard, says Quinton there. Alex Carey. Giving Nathan Lyon a bit of strike. It looks like there's a few more men coming around the bat. That's the thing, though. Nathan Lyon, he doesn't normally do net sessions. And I think sometimes that's a strategic move from a lower order batsman because, you don't want to expose yourself to fast bowling if you don't have to. That's a brilliant turn off the hip from Nathan Lyon. 4 runs. What I was about to say, though, is he just receives a tennis ball. They just use tennis balls, just an underarm throw. And he just plays his shots, Nathan Lyon. And would have practiced that one a few times. Has raced away for the 4 runs. Nicely turned around by Nathan Lyon. He looks like a batsman now. If he actually got a bit more time at the crease and kept out that good ball, probably could get quite a few runs. And a new world record, says Johannes Peter van der Merwe. And also, who will replace Cam Green, a batter or an all-rounder? That's a great shot from Nathan Lyon again. Going to just div it into the pitch, though. Hasn't really rolled on. Elgar able to field it. Now Rabada's got one more delivery. In fact, one more delivery to Nathan Lyon, who was able to get himself back on strike. And that is the sign of a tailwinder who actually wants to be on strike, is when they're running it hard, trying to get through for the 2. Give themselves a little bit of a chance. Yeah, nice shot out of the middle of the bat for Nathan Lyon. Another nice, solid defensive shot. Very nicely played, and that'll be the end of the 97th over. 6 for 416. Right, they're talking to Mike Hussey. This is something that a lot of people enjoy listening to. Mr. Cricket in the lab. Looking through at that pitch map. They're still showing that second new ball, but I'm still not seeing Warner's dismissal on there. Maybe it didn't track on the ball tracker. Gary likes the bat. He does. He's quite an entertaining batsman just because of he actually manages to do very well with his defense, which I think is quite important. But also, alongside that, he's got one of the best straight drives out of the Australian side. I say it every time because you don't expect it from a guy who normally bats like 9, 10 or 11. But yeah, straight drive. He actually plays it extremely well, almost textbook. Shot from Alex Carey. Tried to get it through Bavuma at cover, but it does go straight to him. Australia currently leading by 227 runs. Nokia bowling. He's looking angry. He's got the mustache fired up at the moment, the big quick. So far in this session, we've seen 3 wickets falling, 6.1 overs bowled. It is actually going to be a shortened session. We'll be finishing at 2:30 p.m. New Zealand time, so an hour and 10 minutes time. Also, Kiwi lad are reliable. And there as well, says Quinton. Our Nokia. How quick is he steaming in here? 145-ish? It's almost no, 137.6, a little bit slower for him. I think he's saving his energy for when he gets the Bolton Nathan Lyon. Alex Carey, he's a strategic batsman. I don't think you allow that to happen. Mitchell Stark's got the pads on. Good sign for the Aussies, but not so good for his finger if he does end up hurting it more. He did end up initially diving for the ball and actually ended up kind of breaking it the wrong way around, unfortunately. Are MacBooks any good for editing or streaming? Ooh. I know that I haven't used a MacBook in the past. It's a tricky one because, oh, shot. It's a nice one from Alex Gary. That's going to be another 4 runs for the Australians. You're in that predicament of, do you spend that money on an Apple product like a MacBook, or do you buy a gaming laptop? And then, because you can't really game on a MacBook. Do you like gaming, Xavier? Would you play any games alongside editing? But streaming wise, I don't think it takes a lot to get a good streaming one. If you're using OBS, it normally works with a lot of them. But of course, the quicker your computer's like add-ons and whatnot, the CPU and everything like that, the better. And now just comes not games, just streaming and editing. Okay, so how long are your recordings? Because I know that for me, with my old laptop, anything more than about a 15-minute recording, it would start lagging. And also, I think it depends on your camera quality a little bit as well. Is it a new MacBook or an old MacBook? How many times did Warner raise his kaboom? About how much? He raised it 0, but he raised his DSC quite a few times for the 50, for the 100, for the 150 when he walked off the field with the 200, and then also when he came back out onto the field, I think. About 6 times. Also, we have got there. Do you think David Warner playing next Test match? He should be. He didn't really use up too much energy today, which is good news for him. So I think he should be all right, and hopefully we'll be able to put on another decent enough total. Alex Carey sitting on 26 off 44 deliveries. 2 more balls left of the Nokia over. Pace is a little down today. We're going to get a MacBook Air 2019 13-inch rose gold with charger for 500. Well, 500 sounds cheap, doesn't it? Do you edit on iMovie, Xavier, or have you got a different editing software that you use? Because I know that iMovie works well on the MacBook, but I'm not sure about other editing softwares. I think it just depends on how much power they use a little bit. And that's why you just get an Unreal Engine 5. Says Rudy there. An Unreal Engine 5. And I'm thinking of getting Filmora. Filmora is a good one. That's the one that I use. Nice and simple as well. So it's just, you can put everything together. I haven't heard of anyone using it on Mac yet that I know of. In fact, I might be able to get back to you because I think someone who used to have a channel might have used a Mac. I'm thinking of getting that one. So yeah, I might send them a message, see how it ran for them. Because they used to do a bit of green screen work as well, which normally uses up a lot more of your computer's power. I think they've got a MacBook anyway. I might have to find out. But yeah, I'll find out what I can find out. That was a lot of finding outs, wasn't it? And I'm back, Hamish. Oh, I'm BC. Brendan McCullum? No, not quite. And how's the Kiwi going versus Pakistan? So the first innings for New Zealand in terms of their batting, pretty easy for them at the moment, about 190 for none. So they are batting on a road again in Pakistan. So chances of a draw are extremely high in that test match. We saw some decent bowling early on in the day yesterday, which helped them out. Almost a little bit of something on that. I don't know if it was Nathan Lyon's bat. No, it looks like it was just the pad. Oh, cut away by Nathan Lyon. Goes straight to the man at gully, though. Like they've just said, Nathan Lyon's brother Brendan Lyon actually does all of his underarm throwing with the tennis ball. And that's actually what Nathan Lyon uses as his batting. And before computer says, I'm before computer. I see. Shot. I see. Over the top for Nathan Lyon. That's going to be probably another 2 runs here. He's going to move up now onto 12 off 10 deliveries. These are crucial runs maybe for the Australians. South Africa need to break this partnership as soon as possible. Nice cheers, says a Kiwi. But yeah, it seems like once again they are just batting on a track that can really help a side. Like pretty much the players just get the average up. If you get yourself set in, like New Zealand and also Pakistan, there's going to be some big totals. I would think. Oh, swing no ding for Nathan Lyon there. A little bit of a flick of the wrists. Rabada's disappointed that he wasn't able to pick up that wicket. Got the 2 already today. Yeah, about there. That much over the stumps, I would say. For that delivery, not a lot in it. Well, it's the underarm, like Trevor Chappell, says John there. A little bit. Oh, that hasn't gone where he wanted it to, Nathan Lyon. It's actually going to be toe-ended. And goes a good, I'd say, 5-10 metres. Having a bit of a laugh about it as well, Nathan Lyon, going, how did that end up out there? Yeah, Alex Carey, I think he's just saying, don't worry about it, just stay calm. Oh, I've just looked, and that from side on angle, Rabada's like this far away from having another no ball. So the last thing he wants is to finally get the wicket, and then it's a no ball front foot. Oh, nicely whipped around by Nathan Lyon. That's going to be all the way for 6. You cannot bowl down the leg side like that to any batsman, let alone Gazza. And that's going to be a 6 to close out the over. Rabada goes for 8 off it. And it is now going to be 99 overs down, 428 for 6. Australia currently here, they're looking like 300. Isn't going to be too far away. But yeah, nicely moving away to the side from the bouncer. Yeah, he's caught up to that one brilliantly, Nathan Lyon. 6 runs. We haven't seen many 6s throughout this test match. In fact, very few. And I don't think at the start of it, someone would have predicted it was Nathan Lyon who was going to end up with it. He's currently only 8 runs behind Alex Carey, and he's only faced almost a 4 for the deliveries. Hang on, 18 off 13 deliveries. Right, it is going to be Janssen now into the bowling attack. A little bit of steep bounce here. Can understand why they took Nokia off, because he just didn't quite have that same pace, only bowling about 135, which is approximately what you can get from Janssen, plus a higher release point. That sounded pretty thick, but I believe it was actually the pad of Alex Carey that it did end up hitting. And also, well done, Australia, says Rudy. Yeah, this is a very good partnership at the moment. I've still got in the back of my mind, of course, that I don't want to see Nathan Lyon end up with a short ball hitting him on the fingers or anything along those lines, because that will heavily impact the way that he bowls. But currently, playing it very well, not allowing that to happen to New Zealand. 165 against Pakistan with no wickets. New Zealand openers Lathan and Conway were excellent. Watched an appalling first session yesterday when Pakistan scored 60 runs off 30 overs. Snooze fest, says Keith. Yeah, unfortunately, that test match, I'll be honest, I watched that last session of the first day. We did it on live stream. I was all excited, hoping that we'd see something. And for a pitch that looks like it's so easy to score runs on, Pakistan just didn't want to score runs on it. New Zealand, to an extent, they've turned down the single there. That is weird. Very weird from Australia. So, Alex Carey and Nathan Lyon are now not taking singles. He's decided to keep the strike for a bit longer up against Marco Janssen. Kerry O'Keefe's he's just said in the commentary box that maybe Alex Carey wants Nathan Lyon on strike for the next over so he can face the faster bowling. The two, it looks like the tennis ball underarms are working well, says John Mills. Yeah. And I think it goes to show that different players use different techniques and they can be effective because you think about it, some of these guys they love facing, they call them a wanger in Australia, but those like dog ball throwers, like the cricket ball ones that you just flick like that and you just keep on firing them down. Some people don't enjoy those because it doesn't actually come out of the height where you think that the ball should, but they just face those for hours and hours, plenty of speed on it. And then others will just be happy enough. Like, I know that this is a weird example and it's probably not a relevant one to an extent, but Ross Taylor, back in his day, when he was a younger kid, tennis ball hanging from a rope on a clothesline. Just hit that. And that was how he practiced his shots. Or in fact, it might have actually been a cricket ball on a string. I think he got told to shush by the neighbours quite a few times, Roscoe, but I'm sure they aren't too angry about it now, seeing as he's got hyper runs for New Zealand. Australia leading by 239 runs currently. 5 dot balls in a row from Marco Janssen. So that makes me think, will Alex Carey look for a single now if they decided to not take that run earlier on in the over? That would be the only logical explanation. Oh, ramps it up. That's going to be 4 runs for Alex Carey. 2 bounces, makes it over the boundary. So that is now going to be the boundary to close out the over. Nathan Lyon's going to have to face Rabada again. But by the looks of it, he didn't mind that too much. The Master Blaster used to sleep before he went out to bat, says John, which is quite a tough technique, I would think, because some people, like even for me, like if I don't watch the 2 openers bat, I feel like I have no idea what's going on. So to actually be able to just sleep, I don't know how he gets through it in terms of being able to sleep with the noise as well. But I guess if you're tired enough or you're in a nice enough environment, a nice comfy chair, you could have a bit of a snooze. I wonder what happens though when the wicket falls. Someone just has to kind of smack you and go, "Oi, Roscoe, you're out there now." And you just, yeah, all right. Just go out there, get a century. Oh, and Giddy, bowling change here. When do you think the Aussies will declare, says Aiden? To be honest, at this stage, it doesn't seem like they will want to declare. I thought that they might have before exposing their bowlers. So maybe before Mitchell Starc goes out to bat, if they've got around 260 plus on the board. Apparently, plenty of time left in this first session, still another hour. They might try and expose. Oh, that was close to the back leg. Almost thrown, but he got a little inside edge on that one, straight onto his pad. Stop the ball from being able to skip through onto the stumps, which we've already seen 2 bowls today for South Africans, both Ngidi, both Nokia, sorry. Yeah, Ngidi thought he was close to getting thrown down. Viv Richards, the only modern batsman never to wear a helmet, says John Mills. See, I guess I'm from down the ground. Like we've got a cricket team at the moment that I've recently joined, and a couple of the older players, they'll just wear a cap while they're facing spin or while they're in the nets and whatnot. And I feel like in our days, our age groups just kind of it's drummed into you. You wear a helmet, so I kind of like instinctively would just put one on. It's like when we used to play like cricket in the nets at school during the lunch break and whatnot. Like even then, like I didn't really bat just because I was that used to wearing a helmet and like all the protective stuff. Like I'd just bowl, which actually improved my spin bowling quite a bit, which was quite handy. As I felt like my batting probably didn't need as much work on it as my bowling. Nathan Lyon to make 100. Says Aiden, you put the laughing face, but at the moment he's not looking too shabby. 21 runs off 15 deliveries. I think Australia will declare 459. That's a very specific number, Kurt, but maybe. Why Australia is playing too safely. Why not declare and bowl South Africa under this lead? I believe someone explained it pretty well earlier on. I think it was Al Mack, if I'm not wrong, who did say it. But he said that since they don't have Cameron Green and they don't have Mitchell Starc in bowling, like that's already 2 of your pace bowlers out of the attack. So you might as well get as many runs as you can here for now so you don't have to get those runs later when you've conceded more while bowling. I says Amelia. Hello again. Hope you're doing well. Hopefully, it's a bit cooler where you are today than it was yesterday. I hear that it was quite warm in a majority of Australia. I know that Melbourne had a bit of rain earlier on today as well by the MCG. Had to wait an extra 15 minutes for these two sides to get out onto the field. But Ngidi now shot down the ground, well fielded though. Was going quickly, but Rabada has done well to stop it from rolling through. Gets a clap from Bavuma next to him. Yeah, with a 247 run lead here at the moment for Australia. Jeez, he's hit that hard. It's actually almost on the half volley that it's made it to Rabada. It's not as hot as it was today, says Amelia. And is there now an insurance application if you don't wear a helmet, Hamish? Well, I think it's just more of the case of you're not allowed to not wear a helmet. But then I wonder what age in like older cricket. In fact, now that I think about it, one of our batsmen weren't wearing a helmet when he went out to face pace. Nathan Lyon, forward defensive shot out through that kind of extra cover region. That's going to be another 4 runs. He now moves up to 25. I see done again, Nathan Lyon. Little bit of a misfield from Elgar. Had to sleep with a soaked towel like a blanket last night or overnight, says Amelia. And also, what is Nathan Lyon's highest score? I believe he's got close to a 50 before. If not, maybe has had a 50, but Dean Elgar just having a couple slips when he was trying to chase after that after misfielding. Currently, he is sitting on 25 runs. Got the strike back now, Nathan Lyon. What can he do with it? And Giddy. Pull shot. Didn't get a lot of that one. He's going to be out. Nathan Lyon dismissed. It's a bit of a shame. He was just starting to warm up, wasn't he? And okay, sorry. I wish I was better in 2022. Please stay or please play the Australian didgeridoo. I do not know how to play the didgeridoo. I can play a bit of the guitar, but I don't have one on me. At the moment, it's out in the shed. That's going to be the end of this partnership. They've now got a lead of 251 runs. Might be a decent amount there. Marcus here, good day to all. And a big hello to Hamish, our skipper as well. This game might end late today or early tomorrow. By the looks of things, Australia look outstanding at the moment. And how good was David Warner 200? Yeah, it was great to see him finally get. Hang on. Cameron Green's going to have a bat here. He's not going to be able to bowl, but he's decided he wants to go out to the middle and have a bit more of a bat. That is a bold call from Cam Green. Fractured finger. He won't be playing in the next match. I can't believe that he is going to be playing now. That seems. I hope that's not Cummins who's told him to go out there and have a bat. I hope that is because he actually wants to. Because if that's Cummins who's told him go out there, have a bat, your finger's not that bad. Like, surely you'd tell him where to shove it. It's going to be the drinks break at the moment. And Green play now, bro. So, yeah, we're not going to see him in the bowling attack. We're not going to see him at the SCG more than likely if he can't bowl. But we're going to see him in this one. But yeah, David Warner getting that 200 runs after not getting a century since January 2020. Back in the series, which actually involved a Boxing Day test match up against New Zealand. That was in 2019 on the 26th of December. I was actually in that stadium at the time. I had a lot shorter hair. I was a bit younger too. But yeah, it's been a while since Davey Warner's got into a decent run. Maybe now is what he needs. Apparently the drinks break. Oh, I've been slouching. This is going to be a bad day for slouching, I think. I think Smith and Warner told him to go out there, says John Mills. See, I don't think this is a great idea because next to the crease, I would have thought, would you go Scotty Boland? Just because if Stark's also injured, you wouldn't want him to get a sore or worse finger. Cam Green, worst comes to worst, if you feel like you're below par with the runs, you send him out afterwards. And you think Rabada get the rest of the wickets? I do not know. I think that they've probably made a good move taking him out of the bowling attack. Don't get me wrong, he looked all right, but he didn't really have that chance too many times to get in the wickets. And Getty, though, recently getting that one, that was his first wicket. You'd have to say as well, someone who deserves a wicket would have to be Marco Janssen. He's had some very good deliveries throughout his spells, but just hasn't been able to quite get that outside edge or get that ball to skid through. And they've still got Mitchell Stark and Scott Bolland. See, I think I would have put out Boland, but then I guess they're also looking at it as if they're already injured, they might as well put them back out there. And it's better to re-injure them than injure a new guy, I think is what they've gone with here. Like they've just said on the commentary, Gilly has just said, very courageous from Cameron Green. I guess when you've got a fifer earlier on in the test match, you don't want to leave the field, do you? You want to be out there as much as physically possible. It will be Alex Carey on strike. 31 runs off 54 deliveries. The last wicket to fall was Nathan Lyon, sitting on 25 runs at the time of the Ngidi wicket. Nicely played down the ground from Alex Carey, just the classic straight drive. He doesn't get a lot of time to bat normally, Alex Carey, due to being a number 7, being the wicket-keeper batsman that he is. Australia, normally their top order get the job done. Whereas here, they actually got a bit of a chance of batting. They're sitting 444 for 7 at the moment. Got a chance for maybe his half century. Nicely played again. They just said that the lights have come on at the MCG. It's a little bit dark. That makes me slightly concerned because that means we might be having a rain delay at some stage throughout the day. I hope it's not the case. It shouldn't rain in Melbourne, according to my weather report, but I guess it depends on what part of Melbourne they're doing that report from. Okay, now it actually says that it's 24 degrees and raining in Melbourne with a high of 30. It's supposed to clear up by maybe an hour or two. Will Greenfield, I wouldn't think that they should put him in the field personally because he's such a handy guy in the gully region. But if he's got a poor finger, maybe that will affect his way of being able to take those catches. It's very humid in Melbourne, let me tell you, Hamish. The humidity is zapping and it really takes the pep out of your step. I believe I saw that it was about 65% humidity, something like that, which is, yeah, it's not very pleasant. Definitely not if it's already relatively warm day as well. Cricket 22 then, says Aiden. I was quite disappointed with Cricket 22, only because I was actually going to play South Africa Australia with my dad on a test match. And I learned that the South African side, even though I clicked the thing that says to download the latest sides, it was just a random South African side with a whole heap of made up players. So I have to download the actual one if we're going to do that. We can have it look a little bit better. Australia must be batting on a different pitch, says Quinton. All pushed at it a little bit there, Cam Green. And of course, with a sore finger, every time that you even make contact with bat on ball, you're going to feel that jolt up the finger. It's going to hurt badly for Cam Green. They're just showing that ball that broke it or fractured it. He just smacked it hard right below that second knuckle. And also 37 weather at Melbourne yesterday. Hot, I did search, bro. Says Kurt. And also Aussie Met Service. What do you expect? Oh, just manages to get his hip away there for Cam Green. I think Gully's described it pretty well here with the South Africans looking to bowl towards Cam Green's fingers. Gilly said that for South Africa, they may admire the courage of him going out there, but they know that they've got a job to do, and that is to get these last few wickets of the Australians. Short ball, nicely played again by Cam Green. Is it his top hand or his bottom hand? I think it might be his bottom hand. I'm just trying to think of when he played that shot. It might be the top finger, was it? The bottom finger. Was it this one or this one? Because either way, If he's a top hand dominant player, he might not be terrible because at least that bottom hand can kind of come off it a little bit and only just glide the bat. But if he's a bottom hand and it's this hand, that's going to be a lot harder because you're pretty much trying to play everything while also pretty much not having this finger involved. It could be tricky for Cam Green, but that's the end of the over. And Giddy now back on to the bowling. Charging in at the moment. I think they feel they're not too far off a couple more wickets. Maharaj, he hasn't really bowled too much for the South Africans, which is interesting because I think we're going to see a lot of spin bowling from the Australians. And not just because they are lacking bowlers, also because early on, Nathan Lyon looked like he was spinning it quite nicely. And unfortunately for Maharaj, he got it in some good areas, but at that point, Warner was in pretty decent form, smacking him around the ground a little bit. And I don't think they've gone to him since. Maybe gave him a few overs last night just to try and throw a few more. They've had a very slow over rate for this test match, sadly. Shot again from Alex Carey, just watching that one onto his bat. It's out to the man at cover, no run taken. Sitting only 14 runs away from the 50 here, Alex Carey. Currently, the Australians have got a lead of 256. I'd say in their heads, they're aiming for 300. Maybe that's what Cam Green would have been told as he was about to make his way out there to relay to Alex Carey. Also probably what they heard at the drinks break. Just get us to 300 in the lead, and that should almost be enough. Because in the back of their mind, Australia will be thinking of what happened in that last test match, which was right at the end of the day when they only needed about 15 or 40 runs, I think it was, somewhere along those lines. They ended up losing a few cheap wickets. And Maharaj too expensive, going at 4 and over, says John Mills. So, yeah, it does make it tricky for a spinner, even if he's one of those wicket-taking options. Maharaj, when he gets it right, he can be quite a handy man, but just too hard to bowl him. Definitely when the batsmen start to attack, and I think they're up against him here. They brought him in. It might buy them a wicket, but it might cost them about 30 runs in the process, which might be a little bit too many at this stage of the innings to be given away. Nicely played by Alex Carey. He'll get the single. Leaves 2 balls now for Cam Green. I feel like even though Cam Green is normally a man who bats higher in the order than Alex Carey, due to his injury, I'd like to think that Carey will be taking a majority of the strike, just rotating it every once in a while to Cam Green. Yeah, looks like he's doing a little bit of pitch work at the moment, Alex Carey. Coming down to have a bit of a chat to him. I'm saying, let's just see what happens here. And also, hi, says Sunil, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, I agree. He has been the pick of their South African bowlers without taking the wickets. He might take to the Aussie tail. He deserves it as well, says Mark. Yeah. And I think he's been underutilized in a way because they've probably been bowling him in very tough spells as well. Like that first one, you got Steve Smith and David Warner at the crease, I think it was. And of course, when they've both had a few balls, they're both sitting over 30 runs, they're always going to go after the spin bowler. So that was going to be tricky for him. Then you've also had, I think he got to bowl a little bit later on, didn't he? And it was probably Travis Head at the crease, who's going to attack everyone, no matter whether they're spin or pace. And he normally goes at a run of ball. Theoretically, if you get through an over only going for 5, you're slowing him down. So it's very tricky being a spinner when a batsman is set, because when they're already seeing it like a beach ball, like your beach ball just sits up a little bit longer than a few of the other bowlers. And sometimes it just sits there and says, hit me. Going to be the end of the 103rd over. 7 wickets down, 446. So Cam Green, the slight injury still out there at the crease. Alongside that, they've also got the other option, which is Mitchell Starc in terms of the injury problems for the Aussies. David Warner had a bit of an injury trouble, but he seems to be back now to get to face one delivery. Theoretically, in a way, went out for a golden duck for the day, but he already had the 200 runs on the board. So that helped him out majorly. And sorry, Janssen. So I was writing about the twos I think this is Tunde, does it? Maybe. Am I not wrong? And where's Simon Harmer? The office for the South Africans, says John. That's a good question. There's so many South African players at the moment that I don't know whether they're injured or not selected because I know Peterson's injured. I believe Markram. See, I don't know whether he's not selected or if he's injured. Harmer, the bowling attackers or the bowling side of things, you've actually got quite a few other guys that are like possible options. Or Rassi van der Dussen, did they drop him because he wasn't playing that well, or did they drop him because of injury? There's so many like changes for South Africa. And yeah, I just don't know who's in because of form and who's in because of injury. Alex Carey, 37 runs, currently still looking a bit dark and gloomy at the MCG. I see worked away to the leg side though. That will be another single. Down to deep fine leg. They should have taken the run anyway. They take a yeah, they did. I feel like Cam Green at that point would have said, yeah, come through. We get the single. At the end of the day, if Green's out there, he wants to be facing some deliveries. And also, we have got there, what was your thought on the Melbourne Victory fans? Is I assume that's from that A-League game when it was the Melbourne Derby, wasn't it? And at the moment, it seems like not ideal for the game. Gives it a really bad look. Definitely after Australia did so well in a Football World Cup, because maybe there would have been a few more eyes deciding to check out the Australian comp. And then if they see that straight away, everyone's just going to go, nah, can't be bothered with it, unfortunately. Janssen, it's Cam Green on the thigh pad. They've actually got the field well set for that delivery. They've got the man at bat pad. Also, they've got a leg slip in play. Who are the selectors? Does Dean Elgar have a say in the team selection? I believe as captain, you do get a little bit of a choice. Of course, the selectors overall are still going to get the final say, I guess. But yeah, Dean Elgar will get to say, I think this guy should be here, such and such. I'll have that meeting. For the Australians, I believe Pat Cummins, he gets a bit of a say. Steve Smith, I assume, as vice captain, will also get to come in, have a bit of a chat about it. 42 runs off the 300-run lead for the Australians. Still another 40 minutes left of the first session of the day. And that's why rugby union will always be number one. No crowd fights, no flares, no pitch invades. Yeah. It's such a weird one when you see how like certain fans react, if that makes sense. Like rugby union, I think the worst we've had in a while is probably when like that guy drunk a whole heap in Wales and then threw up on a child. That was unfortunate for the child. The man probably had a great time, but then they added in like the alcohol ban at that stadium. So it's kind of like they're a little bit more reactive in what's happening and how they can try and mitigate it. And a league fan not happy, APL join A-League. A-League got rights protest inside or outside, not in the stadium protest. Good, that's going to be nicely done. End of the over. It will be 7 for 447 now for the Australians. So a quiet over, just the one run off it. For Alex Carey gets a fist pump. You have to make sure you don't accidentally fist bump his wrong hand, wouldn't you? Or else you'd certainly know because he'd start wincing. Just showing a few of Alex Carey's shots. He's got 6 fours throughout this innings. What do you think of the new rules in rugby? Hamish says John Mills. Believe it or not, I actually haven't read into them yet. I think because I've been watching so much cricket recently, I haven't really had too much of a chance of seeing those changes, but I'll have to have a look at them at some stage and just read into it, see what they have changed. I have to say it's quite late to change them just before a World Cup, but hopefully that ends up helping the game rather than diminishing it. But then if I know World Rugby, it's probably going to diminish it to an extent, unfortunately. Oh, actually, is that the one to do with the 30-second scrums? Is that the one that we've got? How many other ones other than the 30-second rule have they got? And also Janssen and Nokia. And there as well, says Mark. Or is that Nokia? No, it might not. That might be Nokia. Am I not wrong? Currently, the Australians. Two decent players at the crease here. Alex Carey, Cam Green. Hot shot, that is. It's gone straight through a gap. Almost a little bit straighter than extra cover there. And yes, there says John. So it's good to see that they're trying to stop so many minutes of a game being wasted by scrums because we've seen that quite a bit recently, unfortunately. Just games having 10 to 15 minutes of scrum resets. And it does hurt it a little bit because, like, any momentum kind of gets sucked out of the game when that happens. A great shot from Alex Carey. 42 he moves up to now, only 8 away from the half century. Short ball, nicely pulled away. It's going to be more runs. In fact, that's going to be another boundary. So if he goes back to back to back boundaries here, Alex Carey will bring up his half century in quite an emphatic fashion. 266 runs. Now the Australians lead by. This is a few extra runs that South Africa certainly wouldn't have wanted to concede. They had the momentum only about 15 minutes ago when they got those wickets quickly. In fact, they actually got 3 wickets in the first 6 overs. The only good thing about league is their scrums don't take 10 years. Yeah. Yeah, I like league scrums to an extent, sometimes more when you see 50 scrum resets. Shot, 3 in a row. Tic-tac-toe, and Alex Carey gets himself his half century. What a way to bring it up. 12 runs in 3 balls. I wonder whether or not he's had like a signal from the dugout saying, no, now we've got to start going. Although 3 different shots, all class from Alex Carey. The cover drive, the hook shot for the 4, and then the straight drive. Nice as they come. Alex Carey, lovely for to get his 50, says Mark. But yeah, I do prefer league scrums for the speed of them, but I do like the rugby union kind of tactical side of their scrums as well. It's just you need to find a happy medium. I got News 20 fans that get banned from A-League games and banned 4 years. Not just an A-League fans got rights. Going Proteas, do you think, bro? Says Kurt. I'll be honest, I haven't really learnt too much about the A-League recently. Another run for Alex Carey there. Just gets the one. He now has moved and Getty's over up to 13 runs off the first 4 balls. We play in T20 or are we playing Test match cricket? Moment, Alex Carey thinks it's the earlier option. Dean Elgart, he's trying to get some sweat on the ball, trying to get it to do something because currently South Africa are in a little bit of trouble here. Definitely if Cam Green also decides that he wants to attack this bowler. Right. 460. And ban don't work. Some of the people that went on the pitch already have life bans, says Xavier. Yeah, see, that makes it a bit silly, doesn't it? The fact that they've already been banned before, yet they still managed to get back in and watch it again. And hi, says Brandon, welcome in. You are doing very well, mate. At the moment, Alex Carey recently bringing up his 50. And it was actually earlier in this over when he went 4-4-4. That was able to get him up to the 50 runs. Cam Green, currently sitting on 6 runs off 30. I don't believe he scored a single run since making his way back out to the middle. Playing with a fractured finger probably is hindering him a little bit here. All right, Xavier. Brandon there too. Just describing Alex Carey, and he's a very textbook batsman. When he's got time at the crease, he can score runs. He just doesn't normally get the chance to actually play his shots. League side, Cameron's missed out, and that's going to be the end of the over. 460 for 7 with a lead of 271. So the Australians, 13 runs off that over. Certainly helping towards that 300 lead that they'll be looking for. G'day, Brandon, and at Booth01, says Brandon in there as well. And also Nokia and Janssen, who bowled the better lines, in my opinion, says Mark. Yeah, Nokia's been great in this test match. And the fact that he's got the 3 wickets, I'm very glad to see because I mentioned about it earlier on, but like he certainly deserves those wickets for putting in the shift that he has. It's not easy being a quick bowler, running in and bowling about 145, 150 plus throughout a day. Like he was bowling 150 on a day that was 36 degrees. that's extremely hard. Is Green saving himself for the IPL, Hamish? I don't think so. Because if he was, they wouldn't have sent him out with a fractured finger. I don't think he's going to be playing in Sydney due to the fact that he can't bowl. So maybe that will help him when we get closer to the IPL. Nice ball from Janssen, bit more pitched up that time. Also, we have there Nokia as a beast. He is. And the thing that I found interesting is he's only 183 centimeters tall. So that is a below size, height wise, pace bowler. And the fact that he's able to bowl 150 for that just shows that it's all about the technique. It doesn't matter if you're 6'5". If you've got a quick arm action and you get through, you charge into the crease, like you can get some decent pace there. G'day, mate, says Lewis. Welcome in. Hope you are doing well. Shot from Alex Carey. Well fielded by Vavuma. Just manages to stop that one. Did they get through for the single? Oh, it is going to be the dot ball, and every ball except the slow ball was 150k, says Lewis. Yeah, so to be able to do that in 36-degree conditions, even to do that full stop is hard to do. Like you look at some of the pace bowlers who are supposed to be able to go 150, they do 150 for an over, then they're 145 the next, 143, 142, and then they're just the normal like speed of a medium quick. Whereas Nokia just every time attacking, trying to get through the wicket. And it was effective today. Now, a bit of a rough shot from Alex Carey. They will take on the single though. Now Cam Green. He is going to have the strike out. Lockie Ferguson, says John Mills, perfect example. A man who can steam in and bowl quick, but then unfortunately either injures himself or just loses all pace. Well, not all pace, but a lot of that explosive pace that gets them into a little bit of that indecision for the batsman. What's your go-to cricket gear brand? I've been a bit of a Gray Nichols boy for a while. I used to be Slazenger. Way back in my day, like when I used to play about 12 years ago, I think. In fact, no, even 12 years ago, I might have almost been switching to Gray Nichols. But yeah, I used to be Slazenger. Then I went to Gray Nichols. And more recently, I've been like kind of looking around at the other options. MRF looks like maybe one that I'll look at in the future, possibly. But also, he seems to be more bounce or get more bounce height than a lot of other bowlers do, even without bowling shorter lengths, says Lewis. He gets real nice skid, doesn't he? And maybe that's because he is bowling from a lower height, that it's a little bit of a less steep bounce, so he doesn't rely as much on the wicket to assist it. Yeah, I think he just gets a little bit of that going, and it seems to work quite well in the way that he bowls. And the thing that I like the most is the fact that he's been able to bowl it consistently throughout this test match and not end up injured, because he'll be able to play in the next test match, and that will be an extremely handy option for them. And rugby, only yellow cards on field, red cards up for review and penalty carry the next game for player, not to punish whole team, says Quinton there. And the Gulads Discord has to get new update, says Brandon there. Yeah, we haven't really updated our Discord in quite some time. I've been putting the links to each of the live streams in there, but other than that, we haven't really posted too much on the Discord. We have to start putting some exclusive clips on there. Nice shot from Cam Green, straight to the fielder. Still yet to get himself his run since making his way back out to the middle. One run off Janssen's over. Been more economical in this last little spell than Ngidi the other end, but that is going to be a 461 for 7. And the gaming Discord now comes into my mind Discord server, but everyone in it will be in it on my mind, says Brandon there. Good work from Rabada. See, Cam Green, that's got to be hurting. It is the bottom hand, so that works a little bit in his favour. The reason I say that is because with it being the bottom hand, you are at least still able to play your shots with the top. Like, in fact, that's actually something that people recommend for when you want to improve your wrist strength and also improve your control over the ball, is actually to just use that top hand without the other hand on it and then put that other hand on there later. In fact, Adam Gilchrist, back in the day, to have more control over his top hand and stop that bottom hand from playing as much of a factor, he would actually put half a squash ball in his glove. And that way, he wasn't able to grip the ball until quite late in the I guess, the shot from about there, then you start to have the control because your squash ball was stopping it up till that point. And then, yeah, he was, I mean, he was a pretty good batsman, wasn't he, Gilly, back in his day? And Green just got caught out. So it's 7 for 461. 461 just got caught out. I assume you're ahead of me, Mark, as I haven't actually seen it yet. And I was thinking that my bat had dropped short. I said, still okay, Green, that is, says Mark. And there, yeah, that was the one to Rabada, wasn't it? Thompson, the quickest Aussie of all time, says John Mills. And Nokia actually back into the bowling attack now. Now, Cam Green will be having flashbacks here because Nokia is the one who fractured his finger in the first place. So, where does he bowl this? Yeah, right around that region. 141 Ks. The pace is a little bit down today for Nokia, unfortunately, but you can understand that. At the end of the day, he's bowled 20 overs. His average pace every 10 balls, he bowls an extra 150k delivery more than other bowlers in terms of their overall speeds. That made sense in my head, but when I said it out loud, it made absolutely no sense whatsoever. Pretty much what I'm saying is with his extra pace, it's like he's bowling an extra ball than other players. Looks a bit cloudy there at the MCG. Not the nicest day for the cricket by the looks of it. That was a slow one, and it's actually hit the keeper on the kneecap by the looks of it. You're a bit disappointed. But the body, it will be feeling it today. Cam Green, though, 53. Cam Green building a partnership with Alex Carey on 53. Have you seen the new Super Rugby kits? If so, who's your fave? I haven't actually seen them yet. Were they announced recently, Xavier? Or have I? No, I haven't. Not yet. My brain at the moment has been in cricket mode, so I feel like I need to get back into my rugby mode very soon, seeing as we have got quite a few competitions coming back relatively soon. We've been doing the URC on the channel. And other than that, we got Sevens in Hamilton coming up soon. Been missing a bit of rugby, though. Even though we've still been doing a few games a weekend, it just doesn't feel right not doing like 20. Green sitting on 6 runs still of 37 deliveries. He'll love to tick over just the 1 run. Give himself a little bit of confidence. There's saying a little bit of wind at the MCG. Also, Xavier, is it still raining at your house or has it stopped yet? As we have got their teams are announcing them at different times. Rebels have gone for a punk away kit. Xavier, do you think you end up buying the home kit, Xavier, when it is out? I think you end up getting it straight away, and we're going to need at least a 300-run lead. Close this one out. Australia win today only, says Railway Motivation. Yeah, at the moment they've got a pretty decent chance, the Aussies, to be able to close out this test match by the end of today, but they also still need to make sure that I guess it's a hard one because you want to win this test match. Don't get me wrong. You want to make sure you get out of it unscathed with any more injuries. That's the hard balance. Because I'm pretty confident Australia win from here. But I'm assuming that Australia, if their bowlers have to pick up a lot of the slack, maybe they could end up with another slight little bit of a niggle in there, maybe a hamstring or a side strain or something like that. So they need to be very careful not to overuse their bowlers while trying to bowl out the South Africans. That's a nice shot down the ground from Cam Green, gets the 3 runs and now moves up onto 9. And also because we're down to our best bowlers. And there, as well, says Lewis, or down 2 of our best bowlers, yeah. So no Mitchell Stark, no Cam Green, who got himself the fifer, which was absolutely awesome to see for him. And also now I'm getting the away kit, says it Xavier. And they're like, okay, so will look nice enough. Because I assume you'll be going to away games as well, won't you, Xavier? If they're in Australia, would you travel to those ones, or will you just go to home games for the Melbourne Rebels? Is that not cheating? Says Lewis. What part cheating? Lewis, the using your bowlers less? No. Which part? And also, is Cameron Bancroft a sub? I'm not sure. I know that they've had to extend their squad a little bit more. I know they've got Lance Morris, but there's no point really putting him in as a fielder if, like, you've got better fielders out there. He's normally like, if he was bowling, be a different story. He's on a phone, mate, says Lewis. Also, we have got there, why does he pronounce it like Nokia? He's not a phone, mate. It is just down to the way that some Afrikaans names are kind of said. It's like even, I mean, today, or sorry, yesterday, we even had the question of Labuschagne, why he says Labuschagne rather than if it was an Afrikaans name, it would be Labuschagne. But he doesn't say it like Labuschagne, instead goes for Labuschagne. So because Australia are playing South Africa, I feel like that's the one that we've had a lot more as well on this one. Yeah, it's all about, I guess, what way they're all arranged in the letters, because yeah, you see a J in there and you wonder how do you go from a J to a K kind of noise. But yeah, it is just down to different little parts. Oh, Cam Green tried to pull that. It's hit his glove. They're going to take on the single, go into the bowlers and gets through nicely. As I won't be able to go to away games, I'll be playing on the Saturday. Ah, that is true. You'll be back into your rugby season. How's your knee? Was it your knee that was playing up last season, Xavier? That healed all up and you are now good to go? Hopefully that is the case. Okay, that one's actually hit the Cam Green finger there. But they're saying that they think he's got enough padding in there to stop any more injury for it. Alex Carey, 53 off 71 deliveries. Might be looking on to the century, depending on how long Australia decide they want to bat for. Another 19 minutes left. And I was really a strange question that, says Gareth. The one about his knee or the one about the phone? Hello, Gareth. Once again, middle of the night for you. You must be feeling tired, surely, Gareth. And are you also sleeping during the day to catch up on the sleep that you're missing from staying up for the night? Yeah. That's actually hit the index finger. Might have been about here, though, rather than here. But that's where the fracture is. Seems to be all right, though, Cam Green. Now, Janssen, nice pitched up delivery, worked to the leg side. Alex Carey gets one again. And also, is this where the team's batting twice? Or is this where the team's bat twice? It is indeed. It's a test match cricket, although Australia at this stage may not need to use their second one. Oh, the collarbone. That's what it was, wasn't it? I broke my collarbone one day before the season starts. They got a that's a tricky one to say, but a cyst. And had just been 14 days in hospital and then spend another 3 weeks in bed just the whole season. As well, hopefully it'll be all good next season, says Xavier. And there, yeah, hopefully it is going to be working well. How's your fitness going? Because I know that that's normally a part when you've been away for a little while. When you come back in, can be quite tricky to get back into the swing of running around and whatnot. So yeah, hopefully you're doing nice cardio in the off season. Okay, Janssen going for .1.1 at the moment, and that's going to be no run. That continues the trend, which theoretically means that this has to be a single to match the trend for the whole over. And also we have got there, I like the gym, but cardio isn't the best. Cardio is one of those necessary evils, isn't it? Now, if you want to be able to last more than like a minute out on the rugby field before going, like you do need to try and do some, but it always sucks when you got to do it. And also, the half a squash ball in the glove, is that, oh, would that be cheating? I see what you mean now. No, maybe in nowadays, but back then, because it's inside of your glove, they consider it as your own fault, if that makes sense. It just means that there's a slightly more out there part that you can actually hit with the ball, I guess. So it would be your own disadvantage. Because if it wasn't a like squash ball, he could have stuffed like a tissue in there or like a little cloth. And I think that would have been all right. So yeah, I think it just depends on, is that a mango shirt? Where did they get those? And where can I get one? Because I do love me a mango. That was a question for you, Amish. What is your next step to the Kiwis lad sport? Oh, well, we haven't posted on that channel for a long time. We were going to do some of the FIFA World Cup on there. So I feel like it's probably going to be the channel where if there's any video that I'm not sure if it's going to get copyrighted or any stream that I'm not sure if it's going to get copyrighted, it will probably go up on that channel as a test run. And also, I mean, I'd like to get something going on like that second channel type thing. And also, do you remember Graham Smith batting with a broken hand? Yeah, we've seen some tough individuals throughout the cricketing world. That is for sure. I broke my a fibula while playing rugby. Yeah. My dad, in the first game that my mum actually went to of my dad's rugby, he broke his collarbone. So she was the lucky charm in that regard. And wouldn't think so. No regulations are on padding, as far as I know, says Gareth. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I've always wondered how many pads you're allowed to put on before they're like, actually, nah, mate, you've got a few too many. And New Zealand is garbage, says Vernon. He's not too happy with New Zealand, is he? I think you were saying the same thing yesterday, Vernon. Bundaberg, yeah, Bundaberg goes all right on it. Don't mind me a Bundaberg mango. Nokia sounds more Viking than Afrikaans, says Lewis. Nook, nook. Yeah, I'm trying to think of how I can say it to make it sound slightly more Afrikaans, and I don't know if I can. Nook, nook, nokia. Maybe with a ch, but I don't think they have a ch in there. Nokia. No, that just sounds like I'm choking while saying it. 3 runs already off the Sova. Cam Green now back on strike. Plays it well. Imagine I'm getting a half century here. The crowd would absolutely erupt at the MCG if Cam Green can dig deep, get through this tough little patch. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We're going to be back for day 4 if there is a day 4, but we are here for every session of today. So be sure to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. It's hugely appreciated. And we're going to be back for the third test that has taken place from the SCG. Should be a pretty good one. And hopefully we'll be a little bit closer. South Africa, they really shot themselves in the foot when they did only get 189 in their first innings. But hopefully their openers and also that top order can start getting a few more runs on the board. They've almost scored 100 in just this session at the moment, Australia, and it was a shortened session due to the rain that was falling a bit earlier on. And Australia have got some good players off South Africa, Marnus Labuschagne and David Pocock could have played for South Africa, says Xavier. I mean, when we talk about South Africa and cricket teams, New Zealand, eh? How many South Africans have we got on our side? Devon Conway, Neil Wagner, BJ Watling back in the day a little bit further. Who else have we got who's got South African? I mean, Colin de Grono's Zimbabwean, but yeah, we've got quite the list of South African players who have played for New Zealand. Will he be a bigger hero than Warner, says John Mills? Don't think so. It would be impressive, don't get me wrong, if he gets to 50, but David Warner getting the 200 after not getting a century for almost 3 years, I think, is the icing on the cake. And that's like saying Kawaja should play for India, says Lewis. Oh, so we have got there. Can you get your mum in next session? She's currently not home. In fact, I'm the only one at home at the moment, so I haven't got any guests today, sadly. Nicely played. The mum, she ended up going with the cousins and her brother to the carnival. It was up the road. Me and George and Isaac, we all went the other night. It was not that great, to be honest. Like, we normally find fun in most scenarios, but it was just a sad carnival. We paid $10 to go on bumper cars that went 2Ks and we only got to go for 2 minutes. You couldn't actually catch up to anyone to actually bump them. How dare I question Cummins' decision to bowl first, says Joshua. And Pocock is a Zimbabwean, not a Safa, says John there nicely. And behind it again from Cam Green. It's going to be Australia 3-0, says Vernon. Yeah, there does seem like quite a high chance at the moment. And they're both Aussies, though, says Lewis earlier on. Currently Carey's sitting 55 off 74. 10 minutes left. So this is about the time yesterday. Well, sorry. No, yeah, it was the day before, day one. This is when Dean Elgar ran himself out. And that is when there was a little bit of a rough patch for the South Africans where they weren't quite sure whether they were going to be attacking or whether they were defending. They lost a few other wickets. So the last thing they want now is Cameron Green or Alex Carey to go out now. And Milton Mango shirts are only $20 online. I'd have to get myself a Mango shirt. What's the shipping like to New Zealand, Lewis? I assume it'll be like $15 or something like that. Which batsman had the bravest innings after getting injured, says Joshua. Oh, see, I would say Warner because for me, he was injured at about maybe 100 and still went on to get the 200. So, yeah, probably David Warner if I had to pick. Cam Green, he's still got maybe a bit of his innings to go, though. But yeah, if we're talking today, probably Cam Green because Warner faced one delivery and went out. Here comes Maharaj back into the bowling attack. Like a little bit of a running repair for Cam Green on that finger. It's not going to be on strike. Yeah, it's still bleeding through for Cam Green. Yeah, that finger's heavily strapped. I'm surprised he's even batting at the moment. Colin Munro, I guess, is just another South African that I've just been reminded of, and also Colin Cowdrey is the West Indies in 1963. Here's John Mills. Right. Australia leading by 281. So we know that they aren't going to be declaring in this session. Reverse sweep attempt from Alex Carey. Almost were able to get themselves through for the single. They decide against it in the end. Haraj getting annoyed by a few flies at the moment. And John Mills Pocock, born in Transvaal, which is a province of South Africa. This is Xavier, nice sweep shot from Carey. He enjoys playing the spin. Now they've got the singles, so Cam Green might go a little bit more aggressive here. How's New Zealand been going against Pakistan? They were able to get them out, Pakistan side that is. Pakistan bowled out for 400 and something, and then New Zealand now sitting about 160 for none. TRA Sports in the chat and has said, "G'day, welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing very well once again." I guess if you had to pick when the declaration is going to happen for the Aussies, when do you think they will go for it? Do let me know. Cam Green on strike, nice and solid. I wonder if he will go a bit more attacking here, Cam Green. Just while it's an option. And I was going to go today, but it's going to be stuffed because of how humid it is. Yeah, it's still quite hot, even though it's not as hot as yesterday. That humidity, I think, is higher today as well, isn't it? Does make it a little bit less comfortable being out in the heat. No Pocock was born in Gweru, Zimbabwe, says John. And also, my bad, that probably make better bank playing for Australia, says Lewis. I want to raise my family in a place like South Africa. I won't. So well done on the guys that took or that look for greener pastures. Sorry, yeah, I struggled to read that, but no, that's going to be at least one run here for Alex Carey. Yep, just a single. 3 runs off Maharaj so far. Viv Richards got hit in the head and just got angry. Started smashing the bowlers. He never wore a helmet, says Joshua. See, some players do get quite annoyed when you try and bounce them. And I feel like those players are normally the ones who are always in it, no matter what. Even when they're in the field, they look like they're wide awake waiting for their chance. My mum had to double. I had to double on them Super Dupers this week after my brother decided to be a pig and eat them all, says Amelia. Oh, there's a train going somewhere in Melbourne at the moment. It's weird because I've actually been there. I'm trying to remember what way we went, though, to get away because we had to walk for like a good couple Ks, get back towards town for the MCG. That's the MCG over there. We went round that way towards the city, I believe, when we were there. Very, very nice ground, the MCG. Scary though, sitting 57. Nice shot down the ground. Nokia. Oh, it's the Stumps with the ball. Nice work from the big man. Like I've just said, Nokia, no matter what, he kind of, in a way, when I was talking about a player who's always in the hunt, trying to look for any chance that he can to try and help his side, Nokia seems to be that guy at the moment. Scary hit it down towards him. Never left his crease, but he still ended up going and sit him back in his crease. New Zealand is weak, says Vernon there. Yeah, they've got a few little gaps starting to form. BJ Watling not being there, I think, was a big one for the Kiwis. No Ross Taylor as well. Now no Trent Bolt. Losing a few of those guys who have been in that side for a very long time. Currently, 5 minutes left of the session. They should be able to get through, theoretically, one more Nokia over after Maharaj to get through relatively well. And also, shipping should be free to Australia and New Zealand if you spend $50 or more, says Lewis. So I've got to buy 3 mango shirts. Do they have any other shirts without mangoes on them, Lewis? And when was the MCG built for? Or what was the MCG built for, Hamish, says John? To be honest, I'm not actually too sure. Like, it's called the Melbourne Cricket Ground. So I would assume cricket. But I know that you're probably looking for more of a specific answer in terms of a certain tour or a certain stage. But it is very nice. They are just showing there. Nokia decided to scull his drink for the crowd. He was getting encouraged by the crowd. Ended up sculling like half a bottle of water there. He's probably regretting it after because he probably got the stitch last night. NCG was built for AFL and cricket, and South Africa can't play well against the Australians. Says Shannon. New Zealand don't have to worry. While Babar Azam bet, Pakistan can only get draws or lose, says Gareth. Yeah, but people will still say how incredible the innings was, won't they, Gareth? We have fun. I feel like that, like New Zealand Pakistan last night. I had a chance of watching the last like hour and a half, and I only like kind of skimmed it a little bit. I feel like I've lost the interest in that series, not because I don't want to watch it, just because it's just not like you got to wait till day 4 or 5 before you start seeing stuff actually happen on Pakistan wickets. South African batters have been a massive letdown this test, says Lewis. They have been, unfortunately. And also, I think the Olympics, to be specific, says Xavier. I think it was built for the 1956 Olympics held in Melbourne, says John. Hmm. Just a little bit before I was born, that Olympics. Only a little bit. Nokia 2 runs off his over so far. Nice drive from Alex Carey. The benefit of a little bit of extra pace. Come off the face of the bat quite nicely. Nice work from Rabada in the deep, though. I'll get back for the 3 runs, Australia. And I would assume once they go off the field, they won't actually have time for another over after the Maharaj one. But I would say, I said 300 now. 350 looks like it might not be a mile away for the Australians. And it wasn't made specifically for any certain type of sport. Says Lewis, and the MCG was built because each capital city has their own, or had to have their own sports stadium. And I was just checking something, Amish, says Gareth. Yes. Oh, short ball. But yeah, hopefully day 4 or 5 it gets a little bit better on that surface because like New Zealand have done exactly what I thought they would, which was sit out there, get a good opening partnership, and then just be able to keep on going from there. And I think they'll continue to do that more than likely throughout the next little while. But now one more over left. MCG was built in 1853. There's Xavier in there. Currently, the Australians 22 runs away from 500 being brought up. So it's certainly a good pitch for batting. And unfortunately, South Africa, they now seem like they might be just a bit too far behind. And this one nice ball from Maharaj Normally an economical bowler. He's been a bit expensive here, though, gone for around that 4 and over. Australians, 11 runs. Ooh. 11 runs away from 300 lead. Make that 10 now. The single. Like they've just said, Maharaj, the reason he was so expensive really is because he was bowling to David Warner, who was smacking it all around the park for his 200 that he was able to get. So it's never going to be a good economical over, really, when you've got a guy who's working singles, getting boundaries. Almost one and over, I think Warner was going at one point. One boundary, that is. And Australia should adopt Nokia. I feel like he's become a bit of a fan favourite, to be honest, while he's over there, because I remember the other day as well, he had something happening, but he's been signing all of the autographs to the kids and everyone in like the front row. So I think that's why they all are taking a liking to him, because he's not just like playing hard out on the field. He's also being like nice off the field, going and kind of checking in with people in the crowd as well. He also got cleaned up by Spider Cam, which was a bit of a weird scenario. Anyone who hasn't seen that clip, pretty much the Spider Cam was flying across and just smacks him over from behind. South Africa might enjoy betting against the depleted Australian bowling. Only have 3 bowlers, says Almac. That is true, although it's kind of cool. Oh, umpire almost got cleaned up by the ball. And the reason I say it's kind of cool is because we're going to get to see probably Travis Head bowl, which I think he has got some very nice off spin deliveries. We're going to get to see Marnus Labuschagne whip down some leg spin or maybe even some medium paces for Marnus. At the end of the day, it's another bowling option. I think they might consider it. He normally bowls at about 125. Marnus can get them closer to 130 if he's really steaming in. So I'd give Marnus the medium pace role, and then maybe Steve Smith with a bit of leg spin we might even get to see along the way as well. I'm watching, I'm listening to the cricket on my speaker and watching this, says Xavier. And also Australia will probably declare at 8 for 512. Specific number, but yeah, somewhere around that 300 plus lead might be when they decide that it is time to allow the South Africans a bat. Is there much spin on the pitch yet? There's a little bit. I mean, at the end of the day, Maharaj, he's been smacked around a little bit, so he's probably not quite getting it to the areas that he would like to. But Nathan Lyon on day one, we even saw quite a nice bit of turn. Alex Carey currently saying Cam Green's being pretty positive out there for a man with a broken finger. And Renegades versus Sixers, who you got, says Amelia. Well, if I said the Sixers, I think you wouldn't like me much, Amelia. So I'm going to go the Renegades. They may have lost one of their most recent games, I believe, but they've still had quite a few wins this season. So I'll go Renegades. Definitely if they're at home, it might help them out. Yeah, they have different designs, but they're still all mangoes. Okay. A lot of mango shirts. Also, I think they'll take a couple overs after lunch, then declare the South African openers 10 minutes to get ready, says Gareth. Yeah, so strategic timeout. Just looking at the clock, I'm trying to work out what theoretically would be the most amount of time that Australia would bat for next session. I would say maximum an hour. I don't think we're going to see them not bowling by the end of the next session, though. Unless these two just keep on going and going and going. And we've got mainly Marty Guptill in the squad, Peter Hanscom as well, as Sean Marsh says Amelia. So yeah, they've got quite a few good players in there at the moment. And Australia waiting for Carey to get 100 after they will declare. Yeah, I think somewhere around there. Alex Carey, since he is he's going at a decent rate at the moment, only needs another 38 runs, which theoretically will take him maybe 50 balls, get them bowling another 10 overs or so, about an hour. And go from there. The Australian bowlers might be so fatigued after this test, they might need a complete different attack for the next test, says Almac. I think we're going to see quite a few changes for the Aussies, definitely because they'll be 2-0 up at that point. So I think we're going to see maybe Michael Nessa, if he gets added back into the squad. I think a good option for them will be Lance Morris, see what that guy can do, because he's got pace. And just to test him in Australian conditions, I feel would be pretty ideal for them, seeing as he does enjoy whipping it down there. I think Scotty Boland will still be there. I think Pat Cummins will still be there as well. But um, who else have they got in the squad at the moment? SCG, do you normally go with another spinner? I feel like Australia don't really need to because they have got their part timers in Labuschagne, Travis Head, and those guys for me are capable enough of holding down an end with a bit of spin. And we've made a few changes. Fraser McGurk and Sam Harper have been dropped, says Amelia. Geez, they don't like the shorter players in your team, do they, Amelia? Taking out the smaller guys. I kind of want to see Steve Smith bowl. He did take one wicket in the Ashes. Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of Australia's part timers still look very good with the ball in hand. And maybe that is because of the pressure that the other bowlers are able to create. Maybe the batsmen normally aren't looking to attack them as much. But like when you think through this Australian side, Travis Head, I think he needs to bowl more off spin than we normally get to see. And the fat lady ain't singing yet, Amish, says John Mills. I guess that's because I said 2-0 for the Aussies. Although South Africa, they're going to probably have to bat 2 full days, which is doable. Don't get me wrong, it is certainly doable, but they need to improve on what they've done in their first innings and their 2 last innings because they currently only average around 160 in Australian conditions, which is not an ideal stat. But if they get a big innings here, if they get 500 on the board per se, that would actually bump up their average overall to about 250 per innings. And it's not that, it's just both of them can't bat as of late and haven't been in good form, says Amelia. And how do you replace Green? Not many speed all rounders, says Al Mac. They might even consider like an Ashton Agar. That would almost tick off both of their problems, and then you add an extra quick. Could be an option that Australia look for. Ashton Agar bowls a bit of spin, so that's that ticked off. Also bats about 6 or 7, so that's that ticked off. And then you can have an extra pace bowler, such as currently I'm building the lineup in my head. I wish I still had my board that I can write names on, but I don't. But my lineup for the next test match at this stage, I would say it's going to be Warner and Kawaja opening, Labuschagne, Smith, Travis Head. We need a 6. So I'm going to say just for now, even though he's not actually with the team, I'm going to go Ashton Agar just to fill that gap while I'm thinking through them. So that's 6. Alex Carey, Pat Cummins, Scotty Boland, you've got. Lance Morris is in there. I need one more. Mitchell Stark, I don't think is going to be available. Hazelwood coming back anytime soon. Could be. I know that he's going to be struggling a little bit with the side strain. I don't know whether they'll risk that now. Nessa, I think, could be that next guy that comes back in because he's been playing in the BBL, so still getting some minutes under his belt. Yeah, I think having Michael Nessa back in would be a pretty good move as well. And also, Hazelwood coming back. Oh, no, I read that one, didn't I? I said Aussies win 3-0 clean sweep. There's Shannon there. And he's also got a good mustache. And us Aussies love a good stash, says Lewis. Yeah, so Nokia is a popular man. The moment, hopefully Green will be healthy enough to bowl, given that he's toughing it out at the crease batting. And it's interesting because Cam Green is a right-hander. And I believe it's actually on this finger. No, sorry. It is actually that finger. It's the bowling seam finger. So he won't be able to bowl. Sadly, if it was this hand, he might have toughed it out, kind of tucked the arm in like a chicken wing, go from there. But sadly, because it is this finger, the only way he could bowl is if they removed all of the strapping off it. And I don't know whether or not with a broken finger, that is the best plan. Definitely not if he's whipping it down like that. So I don't think he will bowl. Mitchell Stark's more of a question mark because he's also got a finger problem. I believe it was this finger. He ended up bending like that. It was down on the ground. You can't really see it to the extent that his was, but it was kind of actually completely out of place. Oh, so we get that. Okay, Vernon, we get it. I think he's just kind of making sure everyone knows exactly what he's feeling. At the moment, ECG takes spin. What about Zampa? I'd love to see Zampa get a crack, but I think from his recent BBL form, he hasn't been looking too sharp, so they might actually go with instead maybe Mitch Swepson. Could be an option. In fact, I'm going to look up the Australian cricket squad now and see who they've actually got in there. Australia versus South. Oh, we'll just go Australia cricket squad. Who have they got with them currently? Australia team. All players contracted. That will be a very long list. For Windies Test Series, no, that doesn't really help us. Squad for the England Test. Oh, yeah, we'll look off the Windies one. Michael Mitchell Marsh in contention, sadly injured, 3 months off now. So he hasn't been able to play in the BBL recently either, just due to those injuries. But yeah, he's had a very unlucky run, Mitchell Marsh. What about Michael Nessa? Is form for the Brisbane Heat and good apart from the Thunder as well. No, I think Michael Nessa will be in there. He's definitely probably the first replacement for Stark, in my opinion. So I think they'll go Michael Nessa. It's whether or not they go Morris as well. And then you've got that Cam Green spot to try and fill, whether or not they go with someone else. Right. So they've got the test squad for the Windies. I'll find their test squad for South Africa very soon. But the Windies squad was Pat Cummins, Scotty Boland, Alex Carey, Cam Green, Marcus Harris, Hazelwood, Travis Head, Kawaja, Labuschagne, Lyon, Smith, Stark, and Warner. So that doesn't give me too much in terms of the bowling options. So we'll go Australia versus South Africa cricket squad. See what we got in the news reports. South African team in Australia, full team list. There we go. This will be what we need. And also, I think Australia will get 5 bowl next test, bro. Says Kerr. And it would be strategic just to stick some more extra, I guess, extra options in there, just in case some of them aren't really coming off. So, yeah, Lance Morris is in there for the squad. Michael Nessa he's been released to play BBL, but he'll be back again, I would think. Okay, they're just showing an interview before the game with David Warner. I thought for a second it was absolutely bucketing down. Didn't Nessa play it the last test against West Indies? He did. But then since then, he's played in the BBL, so I assume they'd have to get him back into the system, which will be easy enough. So I think middle orders where they're missing someone with Cam Green out, I think you go Ashton Agar. I don't know why. That's the one that comes to my mind. I think he's the only bowler I can think of. And then you go with the extra quick option of Nessa, Boland, Nessa, and Cummins. That's your 4 seamers. That's what I would do. I'm not the coach, though, so I don't get to decide. What about Will Pekowski? He was supposed to do the Ashes, but he got injured. The Green replaced him, says Davia. I think he's once again injured because he's been doing a lot of the commentary for the BBL, not actually playing in the comp. So I think he's got another injury. Unfortunately, and Aaron Hardy will be a batter to replace Green. He is a Raw as a true all-rounder. That's a good point. Plays for the Perth Scorchers, doesn't he, Aaron Hardy? I'm trying to think of BBL players, but they're probably almost, in a way, not the best ones to base it off. But that's probably the pool that they're looking at. And Bukowski has taken a break from cricket for a while. He had issues with concussion, says Luke. Could you stick a Jai Richardson in the bowling attack, perhaps? Actually, no, I wouldn't do that because at the moment he's playing too well in the BBL. You want to save him for like T20 and ODI internationals. Agar did take 4 wickets and got Thunder all out for 15, says Xavier. So, yeah, Ashton Agar for me, I think, is a decent option for that middle order. That's what I would go with. I don't think it's what they will go with, but extra spinning option at the SCG, relying heavily on winning the toss so that you can bat second. New Zealand is bad, says Vernon. No way. I feel like that's an opinion that you've only just come up with, Vernon, in the last 2 minutes or so. David Warner, he did a big jump when he got the 200 and his legs were pretty much given out on him, and then he had to retire hurt, unfortunately, for David Warner. Jason Gillespie hopped on the horse when he was doing his celebration. I think it all depends on Hazelwood because if he's fit, you'll have Hazelwood, Cummins, Cummingwood, Boland, Nessa, and Lyon, in my opinion. Yeah, see, Hazelwood's probably going to be going in there somewhere, isn't he? If he's fit. And he probably goes in for Happy. Oh, yeah, that's a tricky one, though, isn't it? Because as soon as you take out, or as soon as Hazelwood's back in, you have to pick between Nessa or Lance Morris. Do you go with a future player in Lance Morris, or do you go with a player who you know is going to deliver for Lance Morris? You think Aaron Finch playing next test, bro? No, no way. I think Aaron Finch is definitely not even in their top like 15 options at the moment for who they might consider at the top of the order. And then he could come back on the field. Or then he came back on the field. He did it and got a goldie, unfortunately, when he came back out. But he still had the 200 before that, which was very good. He's still hoping to come to Formula One next year. I had a chat with Isaac, and Isaac said that with what's happened at work, they've had a little bit of a situation. I won't go too in depth, but pretty much one of the fellas a little bit higher up did actually pass away relatively recently. So all of a sudden, with that happening, he no longer thinks he's going to be able to get to Melbourne for Formula One, just with how snowed under they're going to be, which is a bit of a shame because I know he was looking forward to Melbourne as an option, but I think it's just ended up getting too close to the time. So instead, I feel like if I do see, that's the thing. I'd love to go to Sydney or Melbourne this year at some point. And I feel like that's going to be one of the goals is to get over to Aussie, film some stuff. And also, what's Isaac's job? He does actually, I always get this slightly wrong, but he does sell car parts for a car dealership or kind of order and do parts. Plenty of cars around, so it always keeps him busy. And New Zealand woman is ugly. Do you know that it's just New Zealand rather than New Zealand, Vernon? The N in NZ stands for new, fun fact. So that's quite a fun fact for you. And I was like, Hamish, should I go and start a spread in Queensland and go to as many shops as I can? I wouldn't do that, Aiden, because you've just said that you were going to do it. Go lick elevator buttons and handrails. What could go wrong, says Gareth there. Melbourne for the Bledisloe Cup game at the MCG. Be quite cool. That's going to be back a little bit, isn't it? Or about 7 months' time, 8 months' time. Then we get into a World Cup, don't we? Yeah, I definitely, if I head to Sydney, like, I think no matter what, even if the main objective of the trip is to go to Sydney, I'm going to head to Melbourne as well. Just because I feel like there's so much to do in Melbourne. And yeah, see how it goes. Oh, so don't you think about it? As I'm from Queensland, says Xavier. And the chat as well. I've just realized we're 17 minutes through this break and I haven't stopped talking. Normally we end up popping away for a little bit of a drinks break of our own, but I ended up just continuing going. I think Lee Maxwell should play. Sadly injured. Did play a game of Twister at a birthday party and ended up twisting his leg and breaking it. So he won't be playing throughout most of the BBL, unfortunately. So lunch is 1:10 p.m. that it will be finishing. So that's 3:10 New Zealand time. Then tea is going to be finishing at 3:25. So that's 5:25 p.m. New Zealand time. So the second session is going to be about an hour and 15 minutes. And that's where they're actually going to make up the time. I'm joking, guys. In the World Cup, we're huge for your channel. Could get 50K by the end of the year, says Xavier. Yeah, I'm excited for it. That World Cup, we're going to be up in the middle of the night, many games in a row. Yeah, it's going to be pretty awesome. I'm going to see it. And I believe this is actually the first World Cup that I followed or that I will be following game for game, watching every single one. We're going to be streaming every single game as well. We know the Black Cats playing. They are playing currently, although that's in about 3 or 4 hours' time that they will be starting up. Do any games clash? Luckily, no. They have managed to have them all avoid each other, but they're pretty much back to back, just one after the other. So that's going to be a pretty big few days, but it's going to be a lot of fun. Also, Maxwell has a broken leg, mate. There's a Luke there. And we come to Queensland too, Hamish. Don't know. By the sounds of it, I'm going to have to make just a trip around Australia, aren't I? Go from Sydney to Melbourne to Brisbane, maybe like a week in each, and then head home. I don't know. We'll see how we go. Funds as well is probably the biggest thing. I have to have enough money to be able to do it, do the trip. Marcus Stoinis is a good option, says Xavier there. And also Monty says, hi, welcome in, Monty. Marcus Stoinis, that'd be interesting. And the test, the only downside for him at the moment is he hasn't really got a huge amount of form at the moment. He's had a few ducks, but then he got himself a relatively decent last innings, I think it was, for Marcus Stoinis. As I met a one-day meetup with the Kiwi Lads crew, says Aiden. Yeah, I mean, I've watched some of the guys in Australia who do AFL. I was actually on one of the live streams last night at Cardman's, and it does look like a lot of fun being able to go to like a local ground and being able to do some sort of event. Even though I don't know whether or not we would have that many people who would go to it. Like, I love watching that T10 that they did about a year and a half ago. The one how they played, like, just all AFL YouTubers went out there and played a T10 match. I'd love to be able to do something like that. Kiwi is inferior. There you go. It's better than putting New Zealand, because or else then it's just the double new, isn't it? But at least you're starting to get the hang of it, I guess, Vernon. Doesn't mean you're right, but at least you're starting to get the hang of it. Australia currently leading by 290, and this Kermit is Gareth in there as well. But nonetheless, I think we are going to be popping away for about 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back at 3:10 p.m. New Zealand time for session number 2 of this test match. We will be getting a quick snack and having a quick drink as well. I'm looking at the squads from the March Cup, or the Marsh Cup, sorry, and to consider good options, I'm doing Tasmania, but I can't say Tim Payne. To Xavier, yeah, I don't know whether or not they'll put him back in. They definitely need a bowling option, though, don't they? Have there, but nonetheless, I do thank you all very much for tuning in so far. We will be back in about 20 minutes' time at 3:10 for session number 2. It's a slightly long one, goes for 2 hours 15 minutes. Should be a great one to watch. And yeah, we'll see you all in a short moment. We will be popping over here and putting it to the main screen of the scoreboard like this and like this. And I will see you all a little bit later on. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, ready to go for session number 2. Now, this is a slightly longer session, going to be 2 hours and 15 minutes, although at some stage throughout the session, I think we're going to see an innings changeover, and I think it's going to be South Africa batting in only a very short moment. What we will quickly do is get the chat up on the screen so I can see it. There we go. But I see that during the time that I was away, we've had that discussion of who's going to be their next player to go into the Australian side. Now that Cam Green and also relatively close Mitchell Stark has almost been ruled out of that next test match. Although if Stark is still available, that kind of changes things as well because he will more than likely get one spot secure. If Hazelwood can return, Australia will still, no matter what, probably still have a very good lineup for that next one. Currently, Alex Carey, 62 runs off 83 deliveries, looking to close in on that century. He's not too far off it. I would say that once he gets it, Australia will probably declare. But got to get another 38 runs first, 50 balls. About how many I think it will take Alex Carey to get that, but he's worked it away to the league side nicely. They just take the single, now moves up to 63. The other end, Cam Green, now going to be on strike, sitting 14 runs off 57. He was slowest starting when he made his way out to the middle, sitting on 6 runs at the time he was retired, hurt. Back out there now. He's got a bad finger, will not be playing in the SCG test match and will not be partaking in any bowling for the later stages of this test as well. So far for today, we've had 21 overs. They were supposed to get through about 30. You can understand why they were a bit short because they did use up a bit of that time, 15 minutes for rain delay, but they still should have got through 25 at least. That last one. So it's just been a very slow, overrated test match, I guess you could say. Nice ball from Rabada, just outside of off stump, little bit of away movement. New ball still relatively new, as you could say, 32.2 overs old at this current point in time. Rabada just pitching it up, seeing whether or not Cam Green's willing to have a drive at it early on in the session. Australia, they would have had a team meeting. During that break, they would have all discussed what runs they think is going to be an acceptable total. Anything over 330, I would say at the moment, is the goal for Australia. For me earlier, it was 300, but there's still only 7 down. I think if these two can build quite a nice partnership, could make it very handy. And Smith in the commentary just talking about what the plan is going to be, whether or not South Africa are going to have to bat today. They certainly should have to. They should have to have at least, I would say, a session and a half will be a good amount of time to give the South Africans here. Currently stretching out the legs. Mitchell Stark, so he will be batting by the looks of it. My dad told me there was a Western Australian bowler called Aaron Hardy who was bowling well. I think he might be able to make it into the Australian team. So I believe, if I'm not wrong, Aaron Hardy been playing in the BBL for the Perth Scorchers. Pretty handy bowler and quite a good all-rounder too. So he might be an option, being able to bring in another player for Cam Green. I'm wondering whether or not they're going to give us like a curveball and put someone in that we would have never expected. I think for me, Hardy, Agar, or who's our other option at the moment, almost chopped on from Alex Carey. And I would think once he loses his wicket, they'll be pretty close to considering the declaration, even though Mitchell Stark has the pads on, which makes me think maybe they'll go a bit longer too. This dude reminds me of Mid-Beast, but the cricket version. Mid-Beast. Mid-Beast. Is that a YouTube channel, Lewis? Or Mr. Beast? No, not Mr. Beast. Mid-Beast. I was going to say Mr. Beast. I don't know whether or not we're quite the same. That's a nice drive. Out to the fielder. It's going to be the end of the Rabada over. Only 2 runs off it. Not too bad. Or the first over after the tea break. Or the lunch break, in fact, it was. I always say tea because we're getting closer to it here in New Zealand. But local time, it's only just ticked over 1:15. It is, yes. Oh, so Mr. Beast. I'll take Mr. Beast. Or no, I think you're saying Mid-Beast is the channel. Sorry, I got a bit ahead of myself tonight. Tell you what, we'll look up Mid-Beast. See what I can find. Mid-Beast. Mid beast, as in for my face or as in for my like content? Because I know he looks like he is it League of Legends that he plays? Maybe. And I was like, no, just mid beast, says Lewis. But it looks like Maharaj added into the bowling attack again for the South Africans, trying out the spin option. Lead of 292. A shoutcast for a video game. You both look and sound the same, says Lewis. So I have to give it a look. Is he from New Zealand? Do you know, Lewis? Or is he from Australia? I've just said about how Nathan Lyon, he's got a huge opportunity here to be able to carry this Australian side through a tough innings where they are lacking bowlers. In fact, they almost have to open with spin, but I don't think they will. They've got Cummins and Bolin. You both look and sound very similar and cast very similar too. Yes, Lewis. So maybe my twin that I didn't know about. He's an Aussie from Brisbane. Is Lewis there as well? Brisbane, very nice. I've been there once. I could have maybe walked past him without knowing. We're just showing Lance Morris there. Whether or not he gets into the next test side for Sydney, still a bit of a wait and see. He's got Nathan Lyon sitting next to him, which I think is why they're filming him, because they are talking about Nathan Lyon's finger spinning option. He's going to be pretty handy. The final innings of the test match. The thing is, it could end up being the second last innings of the test match if South Africa can knuckle down, not lose those early wickets. Maharaj maiden, not a lot of runs being scored. Well done, Hamish. Don't let any bum get you down, my good man. And I might add New Zealand, our brothers, Anzacs will always have each other's backs, my brother. So there's Mark there. Yeah, I don't think I was letting Vernon get to me very much. Those odds. I wonder whether or not now, at least we've taught him something, which is the N in New Zealand or N in NZ actually stands for new, seeing as he did have New Zealand. Maybe there's a newer version of our country that we don't know about. Maybe Vernon's ahead of the times. Rabada, 120 runs scored off him so far. He's got the 2 wickets though. We'll get a 5 for, to be fair. Any bowler who's got 2 or more wickets currently has got a chance of a 5 for up against the Australians, although I don't know if Australia will allow the 5 for to happen. I remember there was going to be a hat-trick ball that Pat Cummins would have been facing up against England, and he was like, nah, I'm good. Nicely pulled away. It's going to be just the single. And there is an underwater continent called Zealandia. There's Xavier there. And what about Nathan Ellis? Ellis could be an option. Haven't seen him a huge amount in test matches, which I think is probably the maybe deciding factor, just because we've seen him in the ODI setup and also the T20. Hasn't gone too bad. But if you're looking for a pure quick rather than an all-rounder, you'd probably look at someone like a Jai Richardson. If you're just going for pace, that is. Is Nathan Ellis, his batting's not terrible, but we haven't really seen him tested to the extent of test match cricket, just because normally when he comes in, it's a chance to have a bit of a swing. New Zealand seems to be ahead of the times compared to Australia anyway, says Lewis. Well, we are 2 hours ahead in the time zone department, but I know that's not what you're referencing. I mean, it's quite nice. We just got fibre where I am, so we're a bit behind in some regards if you're a rural town. So you're left alone. So yeah, fibre, which is why I no longer have to have my PC plugged directly into the modem to stream, which can be quite handy. And uploading videos, like I remember when I started doing YouTube way back a few years ago, and to do any live stream, I used to have to buy a $10 data plan to have unlimited Wi-Fi for that 24 hours, and I had to use my data from my phone to be able to have a quick enough Wi-Fi speed from my PC to actually be able to stream. Because before that, our upload speed, like you couldn't even stream at 320 or 360. It would be that slow. So I guess we've come a long way from there because I no longer have to spend $10 a day to be able to do, I guess, just a few live streams, which is quite nice. potential players from the BBL. Yeah, there's a few who make their way in. For me, still, I think that middle order spot, I would give it to Ashton Agar just to have that extra spin option in Sydney. But the other thing is, well, do they just have Travis Head take a little bit more of an off spin role? And then you've got that spin, don't have to worry about that aspect. And then you can get another pacey in. Hard to find an all rounder who bowls pace, I think. Currently, like you don't see it too often in sides, which is where Cam Green is quite a handy player. I saw someone mention Peter Siddle would have been quite a cool player to see if he wasn't retired back in. That might depend on who you ask. There's one person who thinks New Zealand is very inferior, says Mark. Yeah. As you spend money on your channel, will you upgrade your live stream to 4K quality? It would be great. Says Coding. It would be, but I also don't think I'll do it. Mainly because for a lot of people, their Wi-Fi doesn't actually go quick enough to be able to watch 4K. So a lot of the times 4K gets brought back down to about 1080 or 720p anyway. So yeah, I'll probably end up just sticking at 1080 for now. Like we've got the slightly older webcam out at the moment, the 1080p 30 frames per second. The other one that is 1080 60 frames per second sitting in the box in my room. So you might notice a slight downgrade in camera quality compared to what we had on the last test match between Australia and South Africa, but it's still like it's decent enough. You guys can see me not too badly, I believe. Oh, Alex Carey tries another reverse sweep here. Maharaj isn't getting hit away too much at the moment. In fact, Australia in general haven't been able to score a huge amount of runs since returning back out. The old ghetto net. Cameron Boyce would be a good role, says Xavier. Is he all right at the moment? Is he injured, Cam Boyce, or is he all right? Because the thing is, they might not even consider a lot of the guys that we're picking due to the fact that they bowl spin, and maybe they want another guy can bowl pace. And Hazelwood, mate, are better with the bat than most tailenders. So yeah, I think Hazelwood comes in for Stark. Because Stark, I don't think will be bowling, but I don't think they'll put Hazelwood in and have him as their 6. They may promote Alex Carey to 6 with the bat and then have a long tail, but definitely if he gets a century here, it will be hard to argue him a spot up a little bit further. And Hamish, so when do you declare? If it was me, I was thinking of giving the South Africans about an hour to an hour and a half of this session. Currently for Australia, they've got 296 runs as their lead. They're not scoring at a huge rate, so I think that's something that might extend it a little bit more. But I would say Alex Carey, 35 runs away. I hope they give him some warning so he can start going after it a bit more, try and get a century. The SCG test, I'll be bringing in Ashton Agar. Yep, I'm on that same wavelength there. And Hamish is on a break. Is back in, Hamish is on a break. Back in 10 minutes. And I was Andrew Ty. Andrew Ty could be an option. Any of those fast bowlers for the Perth Scorchers, to be fair. Andrew Ty, Jason Berendorf, Jai Richardson. That'll go all right. And Agar to 6 to replace Green, says Lewis. Yeah. I think that's what my choice is. And I think I said that from the get-go of who I would add in if I was in charge. Because then it gives you the extra option of another pace bowler. And Hazelwood replaces Stark. Okay. And so you go Cummins, Boland, Stark. Oh, sorry, not Stark. Cummins, Boland, Hazelwood as your 3 quicks. Nathan Lyon as another spin option. And then if you don't have Hazelwood, I assume you're going to go with instead maybe Lance Morris or Michael Nessa, the other guy in there. I think they'll be fine. I think they'll be able to find everyone that they do need. Green, they're showing his test career. His batting average is 33.57, which is actually pretty handy. He has had some up and down situations throughout his young test career. Alex Carey currently on strike. Was on 63 when he made his way out there. He's currently only sitting on 65. The South African test line is actually coming in quite a bit more than they were in that first session, bowling a lot harder line to hit. Makes me concerned that Cam Green keeps looking up at the sky as if to say that it's about to rain. Not what we want to see in Melbourne. We want to see as much test cricket today as we physically can. And they're 4 runs away from the 300 lead. Crowd's not looking as big as I expected to see for day 3 of this test, definitely because there was a chance could have ended up being the last day. I'm having to replace Warner after that, says Lewis. Oh, here's a question for you. Oh, well, I guess it's probably almost answered already. I guess Marcus Harris is the next guy to come in if Warner was unavailable, isn't he? And Cameron or Green playing too slowly, says Coding. Yeah, he's sitting on 17 off 71. It's been slow since making his way back out there. You can kind of understand why he's not absolutely slogging it though, because he has got a broken finger. Shot down the ground, Alex Carey lofted, beautiful drive. And that's going to be 4 more runs. So he now moves up to 69 off 97. Australia now leading by 300 runs. And like they've said, Australia maybe just waiting to get into the rhythm of things before going too aggressive. And it always rains in Melbourne. Love Brisbane. Xavier, they do say that the Melbourne weather is the closest thing to New Zealand weather that Australia has on offer. And it rains here quite a bit, so that makes sense. Renshaw's also been noted to as a replacement for Warner. Cheers, Robert. And that actually gives you another off-spin option as well. We need more spinners, says Xavier. I mean, if they went Agar at 6, Renshaw to open, you've got like 7 spin options for the Aussies, including about 3 or so part-time spinners. Because you'd have Lyon, Agar, Renshaw, Head, Labuschagne, and Smith, all that can bowl a bit of spin. Khawaja, oh no, I don't think he'd be whipping the arm over. As long as Hazelwood is fit, he will definitely play. I can't see anyone else being picked before him. Yeah, if he's 100%, he's in there. I don't think there's any questions. Definitely if Stark is out, makes so much sense that Hazelwood would go straight in. Even if Stark was in, I feel like there's a chance that Hazelwood would have come in for bowling. And also, will rain come in the session? I hope not, but it does look very overcast. They had a bit of rain earlier on in the day, so there's always that little bit of a percentage that it might start raining at some point. If I'm Australia, I'm declaring at 500. Yet wanting a big enough lead. How South Africa has been playing, it feels like you're just extending how long the game will go on to 317. Do you think maybe the sponsors have talked to them and said, hey, listen, like revenue's been down. Your last test match only went 2 days. Let's make this a 4 or 5 day one. And one spinner is enough. It is because Nathan Lyon, if he's not getting wickets, no one is. And I know that sounds brutal, but it's normally the case. Like Travis Head snuck a few in the recent West Indies series, which is why I think him coming in as a spin option here for the Australians when they need a bit of a break for the seamers won't be terrible. Maharaj, well fielded. And also Nick Madison says Xavier. And also over there, so you're taking one spinner to the SCG when the SCG is a spinner's pitch, says Robert. Although I assume he'd still have Labuschagne in there who's got leg spin as an option. Still got Travis Head who can bowl a bit of off spin. So you're taking one specialist spinner, I assume, for Lewis there. But you've still got your part-timers. All right, I checked the radar and there's no rain near. Nice. Hopefully that is the way that it stays. See, done again. The fast bowlers do more work, take more wickets, says Lewis. High hopes for the South Africa pace attack, but they really struggled. Yeah, see, Nokia, I think, has been the pick of the bowlers. Rabada hasn't been bad, but still has been a bit expensive. Giddy hasn't been going too flash. Janssen's been strong. He just hasn't got that wicket, unfortunately, for him. He almost picked up, I think it was Steve Smith early, didn't he? Didn't quite get it, though. And Warner might be put in the top paddock to retire as he looks lame at the old stallion. Is well past his prime, says Mark. Although if he's going to give them a couple more double centuries, they may keep him around for a bit longer. Yeah, first century since 2020 for David Warner. And that was the start of 2022. 2020 also, I should say, rather than 2022. It sounds like recently. And also spinners only come in after like 20 or 30 overs when the new ball has been weathered enough. We wouldn't need more than Lyon, says Lewis. And yes, says Robert as well. Yeah, the MCG's still a few people in attendance. It's not looking good over Melbourne, though. The rain radar may say no rain, but that doesn't look too great. It looks dark and dingy over the city centre? Is it going to rain in Melbourne? No. Looks like it's wait. Okay. Siri's a Siri, sorry, is an interesting one. Chance of rain in Melbourne, 0%. Down the bottom, it looks like it's raining in Melbourne, Australia right now. Well, how can it be 0% if it's raining there? Like, you know, bit of a what is it? Not an onomatopoeia, I oh, it's a form of irony, isn't it? I'm trying to think of all the things that I learned in English at school. I agree with Mark. I said that after the Ashes series, he may retire. So yeah, he's not too far away. Maybe Warner from hanging up the bat. South Africa fast bowlers are doing work. It's the batters that are letting the team down. And I'd also add the number 3 and 4, and even to an extent 5 for South Africa. A majority of their runs in their last Test matches have come from the middle order and the lower order, which is just not how it should be for South Africa. Like you look back through the days of them having massive opening run partnerships. Matthew Wade could replace Alex Carey. I don't think you need to replace Alex Carey though, do you? Sitting on 71 at the moment, hasn't done too much wrong behind the stumps. Matty Wade, you could bring him in as a possible opening option. I know that they've done that in the past for Australia, but I don't think they would do it again. And commentators said before the day started that there was no rain in the forecast for the rest of the day. Says 317. So yeah, it should stay fine. Overcast means we're going to get quite a bit of swing. Could benefit Australia, Cummins and Boland. And they're the only two I'm going to list because they're the only two pace bowlers that Australia have got. Labuschagne will be quite fresh though because he didn't get too many runs while he was batting. Cam Green still keeps looking up though, which makes me think something else is about in the weather forecast. And Aussie's going to be 2 bowlers down in the second innings. They are. So it wouldn't surprise me if Marnus decided to roll the arm over and do a few medium paces like he did up against the West Indies. Short ball. Cam Green pulls it away. Doesn't quite get all of it, but gets enough to get at least 2 runs. And 20 runs now off 79 deliveries. The fact that he's still out there while his finger's broken is still very impressive to me. But yeah, for Australia, what are we sitting currently? We're sitting 3:33 p.m. This session finishes at 5:25. So you've got an hour and 52 minutes left of the session. For me, if it was up to my decision making, which it is not, shot. No. Okay, that one hasn't gone where I thought it had. I think he toe-ended it. 7 for 494. Cam Green not getting onto it. I thought he smacked that. I heard a nice noise, but it was actually coming off the exact bottom of the bat. Yeah, I would let Alex Carey get a century. 29 away. But I would tell him, speed it along a little bit if he does end up slowing down here, because I would say that by 4 o'clock New Zealand time, so 26 minutes, they'll have another reassess. Are you commenting replacing Carey as well, says Living and Loving? Is that asking me or in the comments? I think we pretty much summarised that we weren't going to be taking Alex Carey out other side, as there's no real reason to at this stage. And who broke their finger? Cameron Green. So he's got a broken finger. Mitchell Stark ended up doing a little bit of he didn't do a fracture, but he ended up kind of dislocating the end of it. And also wouldn't trust only having 2 pace bowlers going into next test. I need at least 3 or 4 to mix up the attack. And just comments bro says Living and Loving. Oh, nice worked away. Down the ground for a single again for Cam Green. In fact, they will get 2 there. Giddy having to run from quite an angle to get to it. They may just retire at 500. I would give Alex a chance to get a century, as it's a great milestone, says Mark. Yeah. And to be fair, the way that Alex Carey's gone, the fact that he doesn't normally get many bats at all, I'd say he deserves a decent chance of putting on some runs. Or most overrated cricketer, most underrated cricketer. Jeez, there are a lot of cricketers. Are we talking Test match, T20, all formats, all countries? It's going to have to be a little bit more specific because or else I'm going to struggle to think of any less than like 10 players for both. I wouldn't declare it 500 until it gets later in the day. Put South Africa in a tough spot for an hour or two this Arvo for tomorrow's play, says Lewis. So I think for me, Australia, 30 minutes is minimum of how much they'll be bowling to them. All format, all country. Geez. Okay. Overrated play is a tricky one because I feel like everyone, to some extent, being a professional cricketer, you've earned the right to at least be considered as professional. Underrated, though. I'm trying to think of who doesn't get the recollection that they should. BBL wise, I mean, is Jai Richardson considered underrated? People still rate him though, so that's the tricky part. Because that over that he bowled the other night, where he bowled 5 on the money Yorkers, was absolutely sensational. Actually, I've got one. Matt Short for the Adelaide Strikers, underrated. He gets so many runs, but no one knows his name. And I feel like he's one of the reasons the Adelaide Strikers do very well. Chris Lynn as the overrated or the underrated? I assume overrated. They agree give Carey a chance at his 100. And underrated Chris Lynn, says Robert there. And also we want to touch it out until like 3 or 4 p.m. this Arvo, then declare giving us a good chance at attacking their top order before tomorrow, says Lewis. Yeah, and if Australia theoretically can pick up 4 or so wickets today of the South Africans, that would be absolutely massive for them. And then it's more of the case of what session tomorrow is the test match going to end in. Right, he wants one back on the hook for Cam Green. I'm thinking Cam Green here might get a little bit of chin music from Rabada. I see worked away. You guess Babar Azam is underrated or overrated? I don't think he really falls into either category, to be honest. He's kind of an in-between. Like, he's good. People know he's good. I feel like that's kind of like, I wouldn't say anyone's saying he's underrated. I wouldn't say people, like some people say Babar Azam is overrated. But he's still got stats that speak for it as well, type thing. Chris Lynn should have stayed Brisbane Heat. I'm upset as a Heat fan. And they also lost a couple other players in the process, didn't they, the Heat? What do you think of Colin Munro? Do you think he'll go all right for you guys, Xavier? Short ball, nicely top-edged, over the top for Alex Carey. Couple bounces, 4 more runs. Moves now up to 77, and Bubba is inconsistent. There's a living there. And also we have got there, as a Heat fan myself, do you think we should have let Joe Burns go too? I think Chris Lynn might be a good option, says Xavier. In September, the World Cup starts, right, for Union. Yep. So I believe it's about the 7th of September or the 9th of September. I think it's one of those 2 days is about when it starts. And the first game, New Zealand versus France. They also have a warm-up game, New Zealand, up against the South Africans. Should be a nice one as well. Australia, 314-run lead now. So it's starting to leak. He's ramped it over the slip cord and almost a catch for Verena. But it's another 4 runs. Carey moves up to 81. Rabada needs to rethink his tactics here because this is not what your bowler wants, Carey, because he can smack it all around 360. And also we have good there. Pakistan is on inconsistent form. Or is an inconsistent team, says Vernon. And hey, that's the first time you've said about a team that isn't New Zealand and a bad and 8 that starts. So in between the two. Brian Lara is the most underrated cricketer, says Lewis. And I think Burns was perfect for the Heat. And Carey on fire, says living and loving. He certainly is at the moment. Oh, that's a little bit close to the LB, but not given out for Rabada. When will rugby be back on the channel? We did cover rugby last weekend, and we have got rugby this weekend as well, Coding. So we've got still plenty coming up. If you're talking rugby union internationals, it's about February, and that's going to be the Six Nations. that will be coming up on the channel. But yeah, we've still got consistent games of rugby. Yeah, it was on the back leg, so going over the stumps for that one. And also Piyush is in the chat. Hello, mate. Hope you are doing very well. Hope you had a nice December. In fact, it's probably been a few months since we've seen you, so hopefully you've had a nice few months. Nicely done by Alex Carey. 10 runs off the over. He moves up to 81 now, and Carey has lifted to his pace. He's now on 81. We're going past the 500. It's 50 as well, says Mark. So it's the time now. I look up at that clock, but that clock is slightly quick. So I look down at the other clock that I've got as well. So I would say if I'm Australia, I'm putting South Africa in at 4:15 and have a solid hour of bowling at them, about 10 to 12 overs, because the over rate's been shocking in this test match. So 10 to 12, those kind of overs. So that means I'm giving them another 30 minutes of batting. That might be too much. Once Alex Carey gets his 100, I think they're going to declare. And also, Brian Lara is 150 years old, buddy. Says Mark. Yeah, he still was able to play Rashid Khan in the nets during the West Indies series, which was quite awesome to watch. Most of New Zealand cricketers are underrated, says Coding. It's because he gets no love being part of the Windies, says Lewis. And teas at 2 p.m, says Robert. Although they did say that they've got adjusted times and it is going to be at 2:25. So unless they've changed it from what they originally agreed on, or it's going to be actually 3:25 local time, sorry, rather than 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. His scoreboard is blurry. Fix it, says Vernon. So pretty much the way that you fix it, Vernon, it's actually on your end that's making it blurry. So all you've got to do is go into your settings, go into your advanced settings for the quality, go down and say that you want to adjust it yourself in advanced, and then set it to 1080 and you're good to go. Don't be dissing Lara. And yeah, and could probably still score centuries as well, says Living. Yeah, he's a very good player. Even now, for the Windies, I'm sure they'd love to have him back. Glenn Maxwell actually in the dugout with the Australians with his broken leg. Keep betting. You don't want to bowl too long with just the 3 bowlers, says Al Mack. And most overrated rugby player and underrated? Underrated, I'd say. I mean, do people, for New Zealand-wise, it's probably someone like an Ethan Blackadder, because no one really appreciates how much that man works while he's out on the field. Overrated, it's hard to say because, like, of course, there's a lot of guys getting good money and whatnot. For the Kiwis at the moment, overrated, you'd almost have to, unfortunately, say Sam Cane because they keep on selecting him. And also, we've got their switch quality. If it is 720, it's not blurry, says Robert, in there as well. Into the over. Relatively successful one for the South Africans there. Cam Green, he's actually sitting on 24. So now, if he speeds up as well, he might even get towards the stage of being able to get his half century before they declare. Highest scores for Alex Carey, 93 in Pakistan at Karachi, where they are playing currently New Zealand and Pakistan. Second highest score for Alex Carey here, though. Needs more than 91. Off the edge! Goes through the slip cordon for Cam Green. Races to the boundary for 4. You take him any way you can get him at the moment. Video smooth and HD in quality. And yeah, it's by my end. Here's Nov Mum. And there as well. So yeah, unfortunately, it is your internet, Vernon, that is giving out. Rabada, once again, always flirting with the no ball. It makes me wonder why it would be so tricky for him to just take half a shuffle back and stop himself from getting a wicket and then having it as a no ball. Like, we've seen that happen quite a few times for him in the past. And now wouldn't be the time, definitely, because South Africa, they've already bowled for 122 overs. Still looking, to be honest, relatively fresh. It's a tough day yesterday, bowling 35-degree heat, but they seem to be handling it pretty well. Nokia's pace is a little bit lower than it normally would be, but it's still steaming in relatively well. Joe Burns been cutting, Josh Layla, Billy Stanley, Chris Lynn, Amajeep, and they're the 6 players that he should have never sold. Nice and solid behind that one again, Cam Green. Unfortunately, it hurts. The most overrated rugby team is Australia. There's living and loving. And yeah. Ooh. See, that's the thing. Australia, they're an up and down side. I always consider Australia like a roller coaster for their rugby. How sometimes they'll hit some form and you're like, oh, okay, going back to the glory days. And then they'll hit a patch where it just doesn't look the same as it did a few weeks prior. And we're talking whole rugby teams. It's tricky to pick one that's overrated, isn't it? The most underrated rugby player is Greg Inglis. Says Lewis. Green, 28 runs off 94 balls. Still overcast, so brilliant bowling conditions. Australia might be looking at that and going, okay, we wouldn't mind getting out there soon. So my prediction is 25 minutes time. That's when they're going to declare. And then have a full hour bowling at them right at the end of the session. So the crowd are cheering a little bit more for the Aussies. Currently a brilliant partnership opening up between the two. Good lead from Cam Green. Greg Inglis plays rugby league. Does indeed. An overrated, underrated rugby league player, says Xavier. Ooh. Is it weird that Jerome Luai in a way could fall into both categories for overrated and underrated? And it sounds weird to say, but when he's having a great game, I feel a lot of people underestimate how much of an impact he has. But then when he has a bad game, I feel like people sometimes think that he is a bit overrated, just depending on whether or not he's having a good game consistently or whether he's having bad games. Yeah, maybe. And no one under 40 years old watches Union anymore, sorry, mate, says Lewis. Oh, whoops. I guess I'm over 40, but we do the commentary on the channel as well, ladies and gentlemen. So if you are new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Some guy thought he put an Argentina football to win the World Cup. Turns out he put a bet on the rugby team. Oh no. Geez, they would have been paying a little bit of a decent amount, and he's a dirty player. Says living and loving. And also my friend is 13 and she watches Union, says that some young Australians do enjoy watching it, which is always nice to see. It looks like Cam Green here gonna be at the non-strikers end for the Maharaj over. Didn't know I was 40, says Xavier. You still look a lot younger than 40 though, Xavier, so that's the one thing you got going for you. I feel like if I was to say to someone, I was talking to Isaac about it the other day, I still look like I'm younger. No, sorry, I still look like I'm older than I am. Like if I was like to you guys, in fact, we've got a few new viewers on this live stream. How old do you guys think I am? If you already know how old I am, don't put it in the chat though. See if anyone else can try and guess. And wait, how the F are you, or how old are you? So Amantha says Lewis. For me, I'm 12, says Xavier. And also we have got there, she's from New Zealand. Nicely hit by Cam Green. Down the ground, just the single, and Getty fields it nicely. Also 12, no bloody way. It also seems you cannot spell, says Vernon. And there's, well, I think Vernon's just a very negative Nancy, isn't he? Did you sort out your Wi-Fi, Vernon, or is it still as bad as your attitude? Oh, sorry. No, I shouldn't have said that. What he wants. In 26 years, 27, 25. Yeah, see, that's the same conversation me and Isaac had the other day. We said that I can pass as a little bit older than I actually am. I'm actually only 23, believe it or not. Recently turned 23. Can I fill or call the FBI on Xavier? Xavier's 12, though, so that's all right. And then you look like you're 26 as well, says Xavier. Was the imposter. I've never played Among Us. That's a game that I've never actually tried. You 26 or 12. So I'm 23. Xavier's 12, Lewis. And Xavier's the one who hangs out with his friends who are also the same age as him. And there's nothing wrong with Union. The only thing that can be annoying when teams just turn it into a kickoff penalty, as well, says Mark. What do you mean I can spell? I just think if you troll a mod, they're going to be straight to get you. Is Robert. And supporting Australia in this test, says Quintus. Sorry, bro says I'm living in London. No, it's all good. And don't worry, I'm 49. No, well, we mentioned it yesterday about how I am slightly older looking. I think it's the hair at the moment. Whereas sometimes I can kind of like if I shave, I actually can pass for like 19 sometimes, but getting old. I think it's the dark bags under the eyes from so many late night live streams. I look like I've aged like 10 years in the last two, right? Alex Carey, 83. They're just talking about whether or not Mitchell Stark might actually have a chance of bowling here, which would be risky, I would think. But if he doesn't play the next test match, maybe they might go for it. Thought we were all oldies here, says Lewis at 33. See done again. And also showing I'd like to get into a club or showing ID to get into a club. Yeah, I think I'm still at that stage buying anything. You got to be 16 or 18 to buy a chainsaw in New Zealand. I think there's actually a rule. Most overrated rugby player has to be Daniela Tupou. Man never plays. Is not that good when he does. Alan Alatoa and Slipper miles ahead. Says Xavier there. Rugby 7 should have it where if you score under the post, get a bonus point, just like the Rugby League Nines. Xavier might be something that they could look at. Alex Gary whips it away. Going to be just work nicely. To the left-hand side of Gully, they will get another 2 runs. 1989 was a dead giveaway, says Lewis there. 328 runs. Australia currently leading by Hello Amish Bro, says Michelle. Welcome in. You are doing well, mate. Currently Australia. The big question at the moment for us is when will the Australians declare? And you look like 36, bro. Yeah, I can also pass for in my 30s, I'd say. I probably don't like help myself with the lighting that I use, but it is what it is. A good contest going on between Pakistan and New Zealand. I hope New Zealand win. Yeah, it's going to be tough to get away from that chance of a draw at the moment in that one, but hopefully New Zealand can break through the way that they need to. Cam Green currently sitting 29 off 99 deliveries. Alex Carey, 86 off 116. There's a new law in New Zealand where cigarettes are lifetime banned from people who were born after 2008, says Xavier. I don't actually know that. You can probably tell that I don't smoke, can't you? And dude, that's low. Says 11 and 11. Or living and 11, sorry, other way around. Encourage from Green says 11 and 11, or living and 11. Sorry, I keep on going around the wrong way. I did it down the leg side, hasn't quite got onto it. But yeah, the fact that he's got a broken digit at the moment and he's still willing to be out there, he's faced 100 balls. What's the problem? A robot 1989, says Vernon. Oh, Vernon. You almost feel bad for the people in a way, don't you? The ones who come on and troll, because you know that not a lot's going on for them in their lives, so they have to find other means of enjoyment. I would recommend reading a book, Vernon. Can I time Vernon out for calling me a robot? Says Robert. Oh, I almost said robot. I do apologize there, Robert. Not quite. Not quite. We'll see whether or not he improves, but he's probably going to get timed out at some stage, isn't he? I found a t-shirt on Redbubble. Otherwise, I don't need therapy. I just need to watch Virgin River, which pretty much describes me perfectly. And I was like, get them and get a life. He's living and loving. Come on, Alex. I believe they want to get him to his 100 and then they will declare. And that's the thing. Cameron Green needs to realize that as well. And if he wants a half century, he also needs to accelerate relatively quickly. But the problem is if he loses his wicket, then they may declare as well. So if you're Cam Green here, you feed the strike to Carey. You're willing to sacrifice your own 50 for the sake of the man at the other end. Get his chance at his first of his test career. Does New Zealand have a T20 league? We do. It's called the Super Smash. And I think it's actually started now. Oh, Alex Carey fell in the pool yesterday, unfortunately. He was looking the wrong way, fell into the pool at the hotel. That is a little bit of a problem for him. However, I know whether I should get it now or wait until mid-January to get it, says Amelia. Did you get any Virgin River related stuff for Christmas, Amelia? I think the same mark. And I hope it goes to 5 days, says Hanoi. They're going to have to work hard to get it there. Although if Australia keep on batting for this whole session, maybe we will see it go to a fifth day, which would be quite nice. Vernon, I mean, to be fair, Vernon, you've said the same thing about 7 times in a row. So I feel like you're probably more of a robot, to be honest. I feel like you're kind of showing your own your own skills, I guess. Also, does New Zealand have a T20 league? Yep, the Super Smash. Also, you're asking for trouble with a capital T, says Robert there. That's quite a cool line, Robert. Asking for trouble with a capital T. I feel like, I mean, I never have anyone who gets in trouble or anything, so I can't say that to them, but I feel like that would be a good one. I mean, it's a heavy heat shower due to the humidity, says Mark. Yeah, we did see one earlier on in the day. Oh no. Alex Carey, they've actually got a stat that's popped up on the screen after falling in the pool. 8 matches. He's actually got a good average since falling in that pool. I got a bigger version of one of the Virgin River books. Christmas because the other one was the size of my hand, says Amelia. Okay, so you'll be able to update the bookshelf. Nicely done again by Cam Green. And behind it, into the Maharaj over. Going to be 51947. Started spelling name wrong, says Vernon. I don't think he really cares, Vernon, to be honest. I feel like you're not even worth spelling correctly if you're just going to troll. And Vernon politely WTF troll. He's living and loving in there as well. And also, Alex Carey is getting closer to the 100. He is sitting 91 is his highest score in Test match cricket. That man is dressed in a lucha libre mask with sunglasses. That is commitment. A very gold lucha libre helmet as well. Or lucha libre mask, I should say, rather than helmet. And Giddy bowling. Alex Carey short ball whipped away. Beautiful shot through the gap in the field. The deep backward square leg, and Carey now moves into the nervous 90s. And they said Carey got a 99 for the dive yesterday, says living and loving and true 91 under 10 runs now. So he's matched his best, which he was able to get in Pakistan in the Karachi matchup now. Can he go on and get himself a new high score? I hope he does. He's a very nice guy off the field, Alex Carey. Like, that's the thing. Anytime they've had the opportunity to go around and talk to the players, he's always one who says, yeah, you can chat with me. I'll talk to you about keeping, talk to you about a whole heap of other stuff. Steve played, no run, taken there for Carey. The last thing he wants is to run himself out in the 90s. Then I found a poster that says box 5 keep out violators. And there will be haunted by the opera ghost, which would be perfect to put on my bedroom door. Plus, it's Phantom of the Opera as well. It works out pretty well for yourself. My favorite Super Smash team logo is the Otago Vaults. I got to go see soon. It says Xavier. So, yeah, we may get to see you for day 4. Hopefully, we do get a day 4. We should do it this stage of the test, I think. But, yeah, thank you very much for tuning in, mate. See you later, Alex Carey. Slashes at the ball. Going to be rolling out to Zondo. So that's a new high score for Alex Carey in Test match cricket. Well batted by this man, sitting on 92 at the moment. I know it's weird to clap 92, but doing very nicely. Come on, Carey. So he's 11 and 11, and because in the show, Phantom makes it clear that box 5 is to be kept empty for his use. What does he put in the box, Amelia? As well. It's an interesting sentence, Vernon, that made absolutely no sense. But then that's the thing. You say about other people not like putting your right name. But like that's that's not even grammar what you've just put. Cam Green almost through. Doesn't work out. Act your age, not your shoe size, says Robert. That's also another nice little thing. You got a few up the pocket, don't you, Robert? Just stored away for a rainy day. Asking for trouble with a capital T. I like that. Vernon or Vernom as well. I can't even, or Vermin. Ah, I see what you did there. I was going to say, I can't even read his name. It's quite far away. It's hard to see. Robot, what's the problem? Well, robots are normally intelligent, Vernon. So that's your first mistake. Normally AI stands for artificial intelligence, but in your case, you're just artificial, aren't you? Volts versus the Braves currently playing. Do enjoy a bit of the Super Smash. It's a shame that so many of the games overlap though. Pest Bros is living and loving. And there as well. Green, 29 of 108. You start misspelling name. That would be with an extra S there for Vernon. In terms of the spelling of miss. Once again, it's like that kind of irony of saying you're spelling something wrong, but I will spell something wrong while writing that you're spelling something wrong. Getting a green, what a ball! Oh, sorry, that was a bit loud. That was a brilliant ripper of a delivery. Came right back across, seamed as well. Cam Green somehow survives. And that is going to be 7 for 524 now. Getting closer to the century here for Alex Carey. Put a yes or a no in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Will Alex Carey get his century? We're either going to jinx him or we're going to help him over the line. Do let me know. What is this? That was so close to the elbow of Cam Green, and that would have actually been the bowling elbow. So not only would he have a broken finger, he'd also have a broken elbow to go alongside it. Yes, there's a living in there. Alex Carey so far in 2022 got an average of 51.7. Do you go to the gym, Amish, or work out at home? I did go to the gym about maybe 6 times during November, but other than that, I haven't been for the past maybe month or so. And before that, I hadn't even been for, like, I hadn't gone to a gym ever. I pretty much, because I sit here so often, I think I just don't normally do too much exercise, but that's something I'm going to do for 2023. Are you planning to come to Melbourne anytime soon? I am hoping to. Isaac's no longer going for the F1, but at some stage throughout 2023, I want to go to Melbourne, Sydney, and then maybe Brisbane as a little bit of a round trip. And you are a robot, says Vernon. Interesting. Crowd restless at the moment, doing some big cheers. And Vernon, if you haven't got anything positive to add to the chat, please have respect for others. Thank you, says Mark in there. Yeah. People just get lonely, don't they? And then don't come around me with your. What does don't come around me mean, Vernon? Normally it means something else, doesn't it? And you should try and make a trip to a Rebels game if you can. That would be quite fun. I feel like I would love to be able to, if it's all right, Amelia, if you got a seat, go to a game with the Melbourne Stockade. You and Xavier. It'd be quite cool to be able to do something along those lines. Only if, of course, your club has got room for me. I'll be quiet. Don't worry. I won't make too much noise. And thanks, Mark. Got 500 seconds shortly, says Robert. Some people just need negativity, mate. It's weird, isn't it? Like, I can't think of a time that I have ever been on a chat or anything that I've like been even thought of putting a random comment to try and make someone's day worse. If that makes sense. Like, I feel like I just don't have that bone in me. Unlike Vernon, who often probably has a bone in him. Alex Carey, need another 7 runs to hit 100, says Shannon. He's getting close. 93 runs at the moment. Doing some nice work, though, Alex Carey. Keeping the feet light, which I think has been quite beneficial for him. And just has very good technique. Plays the ball under the eyes, doesn't really reach for it too much. When he's attacked down the ground for Maharaj, he's been successful. And also give century to Carey, then declare. Yeah, I think that's going to be, in that case, or a bonus. He's living a loving. Yeah. I do also like Alex Carey's bright yellow bat handle. I'm a fan of yellow, as some of you guys will know. Looks nice. Currently, he'll be hoping to hold on to it while he raises it with one hand. Oh, he went after it. Down leg side could have been a freebie for Alex Carey, just wasn't quite able to catch up to it though. I'll see what I can do. Talk to Xavier, and the more people we've got in our box or in our bay, the better. But I also haven't got a clue what's going on with the stockade. All I know is I think Xavier's handling it, says Amelia. Well, worst comes to worst, if you haven't got the stockade, still a game in Melbourne would be quite cool to go to. Go to the AFL game, Hamish crowd goes crazy. I've actually, in my life, I've been to more rugby, or sorry, actually more AFL games than rugby union, believe it or not. I've been to, way back in the day, I think it was the Magpies taking on the Brisbane Lions. And then more recently, it was actually at the MCG, and it was Hawthorn taking on the Sydney Swans. And also, we have got the what was offensive, what negativity. The fact that you don't see the negativity that you kind of project gives you everything you need to know, and like everyone else can see it. It's just that you are blinded. Hey, there's a guy there, which is a shame, really, in a way. The fact that some people don't know when they're being negative because then they keep being it. You're being offensive by calling people names, Vermin. Rugby league. Rugby league wise, I don't think I've actually been to any games. I had a chance to go to State of Origin, but I missed out, unfortunately. So I watched it from the hotel room. But yeah, rugby league, I don't think I've been to any games. Nicely played again by Cam Green, right in behind it. He's been on 29 for a long time, so I believe he's of the mindset of I want to give Alex Carey his 100. Doesn't want to go out now because that exposes a new batsman. Some tough bowling of the South Africans. Looking extremely focused at the moment, though, Cam Green. Looking solid when he plays the ball. Definitely with the broken fingers. Sometimes, you feel like you might want to wince and pull away a little bit. Alex Carey's getting closer to the 100. He is. Getting very close indeed, Alex Carey. 6 runs away. He's not on strike currently. It is the moment. Oh, big wide swing from Cam Green. Went after it, and Giddy gives him a bit of a smile. I'm obviously going to go to the Bledisloe next year because they're the MCG, but that depends on what my studies look like, says Amelia. Vernon still seems confused. Probably doesn't take much, does it? Currently, the time is 4:08. Okay, so I said that Australia would declare at 4:15 my time. So they've got 7 minutes to get Alex Carey his 100. And then if that's correct, I would be pretty happy because that theoretically gives them the 10-minute changeover. Then from there, you're going on to an hour of bowling at them. Maybe they need to get 13 overs in at least. They're really slowing down this game, both sides, losing a lot of overs each day, close to the 10 overs a day. And Hawthorn, brown and yellow, they call them poos and wees. No offense to any Hawthorns out there or Hawks out there, says Joshua. And also, don't piss me off, says Vernon. Your reaction to Vernon is awesome, straight face, says Living and Loving. I mean, it's nothing really compared to what we've seen from trolls before. Like we've had some pretty intense trolls in the past, but I just laugh at them. I feel like there's no point that I've been like, oh, a troll's hurt my feelings. I better stop doing YouTube. How's he typing? I got him, says Robert there. And following along as I'm driving out of Bangkok, bumper to bumper traffic as usual, says Luke. Geez, you'll be pretty busy over in Bangkok. I know you're driving, so I probably shouldn't ask you too many questions. Is it humid over there at the moment? What type of temperature are you sitting? In fact, Luke, don't take your hands off the steering wheel. I will Google it. What is the temperature in Bangkok? 26 degrees? Yeah, no, it's still a bit warm. Here we go. We just stopped someone from driving and going on their mobile phone. That's Kiwi Lads thing. Yeah, good. Didn't really have a segue for that. Also, take some time out, buddy, says Mark to Vernon. And no, not driving. You're in the back seat. Okay, well, that's all good then. So what are you doing in Bangkok, Luke? Are you holidaying, working? What's the go for you? It's warm, but not too humid. A cool season now. So cool season is 26 degrees. That just tells you how hot some of these places do end up getting, doesn't it? Australia should declare, says Paul Brown. Not quite. Reason being, Alex Carey on 95 runs. Surely you give him the 100 before you declare. Another single taken by Cam Green. Crowd cheering as that now gives Alex Carey the strike. Australia better than South Africa, says Shannon there. He should go to a Cats game down in Geelong. That it might be, but that just might be me because I am a Cats fan, says Amelia. No, I'd love to watch a game of the AFL. Visiting my partner's family and their farm up north. Cheers, Luke. So hopefully you're having a good time over in Thailand. That is a place that I've never been. The furthest north that I've been is Bali, in terms of from the south, where New Zealand is, heading upwards in the map. I wonder what the furthest north in Australia I've visited is. Is Cairns near the top of Australia? Not really. Or is it? I don't know my geography for Australia. Paul Brown not until Carey gets his chance at 100. Yeah, but watching AFL is hard for you because rugby is on at the same time. That is also very true. Although they have Wednesday night games in the AFL, don't they? I think it's Wednesday night AFL, Thursday night NRL, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday Super Rugby is kind of the schedule that I often kind of look at. End of the over, 96 runs at the moment for Carey. 130 overs have been bowled, 30 away from a new ball, which I don't think South Africa will be getting to. Right. So I said 4:15 New Zealand time when they're going to declare. This would be the last over if that is the case. Thailand is another world altogether, mate. Says living and loving. And Alex Carey just needs the 4, says Shannon. I've been to the Coterie a few times. I was there when the day after Geelong won the premiership, still worth a few hours travel, says Amelia. No, Wednesday night AFL, it was only one game this year. Oh, okay. So that was probably the one game that I looked at for the schedule and went, oh, AFL on a Wednesday. It probably does it overlap with the NRL on a Thursday, Xavier, or is it slightly earlier or later in that? Alex Carey now sitting on 96. Getty the bowler. Tries to whip it off his hip there. Alex Carey doesn't get onto it. A boundary here would just secure all the nerves really for him. But it would be tricky. And also, we've got there 23 years old. Says Mark, I am indeed yet. And Cairns is a fair way up there. Says right. I think that's the furthest north I've been in Australia. That was on the bat handle. Last thing they want is Alex Carey to end up with a broken finger from a good bouncer. Also, January started, or starting means we're one step closer to Super Rugby starting. Is Amelia. Yeah, we're not too far off at all. It's pretty exciting. The fact that we can now almost, we can almost count down the months till the World Cup on one hand. Vernon's still not happy. Who's your favourite cricket player? I mean, Marnus Lavishane's up there, mainly because I enjoy the way that he just is always doing something in the field. Like, I love the way that he chases after the ball, saving runs, and also he bats pretty well too, doesn't he? And I'm crying. Says Ryan, I assume that is after Bangladesh lost that third match up against India, even though they were in quite the box seat to be able to take it out. And Super Rugby on means there is something on besides the A-League, says Amelia there. And then it also means that the NRL is not too far off. After that's going to be hit away by Cam Green. 4 runs. He moves up to 34 now. So I think he knows that he needs to get a few more runs if he wants a half century himself. And also, he's nearly there, Alex Carey. He's 3 away at the moment. Can Brisbane Heat win tomorrow? They've got a good chance. At the end of the day, the Brisbane Heat, they're one of those sides that on any given day they can put together a score of 200 or 180 or somewhere up there. It's just if they get it wrong, really, they just struggle a little bit. Come on, Carey, says Amelia. No one jinx it. So I said 4:15 declaration. We're currently sitting 4:15 and he's not on strike. So I don't think that's going to happen, unfortunately. And also, Monty says, hi, welcome in, Monty. Thank you, lads, from Ollie there as well. Also, it's okay for you to misspell, says Vernon. Wait, it's okay for him to misspell. Is if we just had like a friendly agreement of niceness? Is that what's just happened? Is everyone all good now? They've made up. They've done the fist bump, unless it's a misspell of Vernon, and then maybe saying like it ironically. But I think maybe we're all good. Have we got a truce? We're gonna do the fist bump, shake hands. Doesn't look as good when you do it by yourself. I still got bruises down that side. You guys can't see them really. I got bruised pretty much all round there when I played cricket because I pretty much dove around too much. And a positive comment says living and loving. That's what we want. We want nice little bit of positive energy, don't we? No one minds a bit of positivity every once in a while. When do you think? Who do you think is older, Matt or Mike? Well, Mike for me is a slightly older name per se, so I'll go with Mike. But it could be Michael, and he could be quite a young guy. I know a few young Michaels. And no second presenter today says Ryan. No, just myself, unfortunately. Hang on. I've had the realization. No, I haven't been able to get her on yet. I'm sure you could probably convince her though. I ask her nicely, she might come sit next to me. And when your mum's cousins make a celebrity guest appearance on your stream, oh, my mum's cousins, I don't think so, but I'd love to get her brother on, the twin brother, because he actually does, like, he follows a lot of cricket. Me and him on Christmas Day talk BBL for a good 30 minutes. Because everyone else was talking about how's the family, how's the catch up, what have you been up to? Me and him were like, did you see the BBL the other night? So, yeah, maybe. Maybe one day we can get him on. I'd love to. He said that he'd be worried that he'd swear too much, but I said, like, I've had George on. No worries at all. Oh, so what dates the AFL start back? I believe it's about March, isn't it? Some of the AFL in March as well. There's Shannon. But yeah, I'm not sure of the exact date. That's hit down the ground, one run for Alex Carey. Now moves up to 98. And Kiwi fixed the scorecard. What about it? Is it blurry again? You got to go through your settings, Vernon. On March the 16th. I'm still waiting to find out whether Matt or Mike's older. That was the suspenseful question of the day, wasn't it? And I was hoping to start saving them to get my tattoos done for my 19th birthday, but my priority is get my proof of age sorted. Amelia goes Super Rugby, then NFL or NRL, then AFL. Matt is older. I got it wrong, didn't I? Around the wrong way. NRL starts March the 2nd. It's blurred, says Vernon. So yeah, you got to go through your settings, go into advanced, and then select the resolution and set it to 720, and it should be better. And also, my brother normally never refuses to go to sporting events with me, but he told me that he isn't going to the Renegades game with me on Sunday, but he's made me promise him I'll get his cap signed, says Amelia. That's a big promise. I'm sure you'll be able to get it done. Nicely worked off the back foot for Cam Green. One ball left of this over now. It's actually their scoreboard slightly behind. One of them says that it's been 5 balls. The other says that it's only been 4. One of them's wrong. Is that going to be the end of the over? Yes, it is. Over and drinks. Have to wait a little bit longer. There's going to be about a 5 minutes drink break. Absolutely one-sided match. What's your prediction for the third test? I hope it's closer. I really do. I would just like to see a test match go 5 days between these two sides. I know that, like, it sounds really weird to say, but I'm missing the chance of a draw. I'd enjoy seeing these two sides go a full 5 days. Bit of intensity at the end, a little bit of action, and yeah, we haven't had that yet. And also, we have got there. Hopefully, the footy tipping will be back, says Shannon. And I'm going to keep that promise for him. And also, whose signature you after? That's a good question. The Renegades, they got a few good players. Nick Madison opening. I'm just stretching, ladies and gentlemen, just because I've been slouching big time. Oh, I felt like 15 clicks in the spinal cord. That's not ideal. But we got an hour left of this session. And then after that, we are going to have the last session of the day. It's supposed to be, one moment. I'll have a quick look and see what it says for the session. It is going to be from 7:45 New Zealand time. That's Stumps plus an extra 30 minutes. So 5:45 will be when the next session starts. Yeah, hopefully it is going to be a decent last session of the day. At that point, we might see some Australian batting. My brother wants Tom Rogers this time. Okay. There's actually quite a few Tom Rogers in the BBL, isn't there? I think there's two at the moment. All right, Alex Carey. Oh, Isha Gua, please tell me you haven't just jinxed him. She said he's about to do something very special. If that's go out on 98 runs, that's going to hurt him big time. Still a brilliant innings, though, but of course he wants to bring up that 100. And then after that, I would think Australia will be very close to the declaration. Cam Green's still got another 16 runs to go. Not a broken finger, so he won't be too keen on staying out there a huge amount of time, I wouldn't think. And this also is getting close to the 350-run lead for the Australians. The problem we've got at the moment is if you're looking for a 3-day test match, this is the one to watch. But if you're looking for a 5-dayer, unfortunately, it just seems like it's going to be, once again, very short. Just showing Alex Carey's family at the moment. I just said there's no one in Australia who doesn't want Alex Carey to get his 100. And hopefully it happens. And if he does, we declare, says Amelia. Yeah, the drinks break, South Africa, taking as much time as they can. At the end of the day, they have been slugging it out on the field for yesterday and today, I believe, and also a little bit of the day before. They've had plenty of hours out there at the MCG, starting to get used to it, you would think, but still that heat really saps you. Definitely when you're bowling and you're not getting those breakthrough wickets that you're hoping for. They started the day brilliantly, South Africa. 3 wickets in 6 overs. Then from there, this partnership has been very solid. And this is going 4 days minimum, bro, especially with Aussie's 2 bowlers down, says Living and Loving. Although they're talking about maybe Mitchell Starc will still bowl. And if Mitchell Starc still bowls, I think day 4, I think, is when we're going to see it close. Definitely if Australia declares soon. Probably hook you up with a YouTuber that can probably organise for Tom for you. He talks to players. See, there's a Robert there. Right. It's going to be Janssen back in medium pace. There's 11 and 11. Yeah, it won't be as effective seeing as the finger got bent the wrong way. How do you think it'd go bowling it like that with those 2 fingers? Put them together. Just put that one out of the way. I don't have a cricket ball, so I can't try an example, but you just hold it like that. See how that goes, whipping it down. Probably not very well, I would think. It's all good. I'm going to wait till Ball Bonanza after the game on Sunday. Get a signature, then hopefully, but I appreciate the offer. She's Amelia there. Right, Alex Carey, 98 runs of 131 deliveries. Australians willing him on. Oh, outside of off stump. He's had a bit of a feather at it. That was a half shot from Carey, and that could have been an edge. He's chased a slightly wide ball. Oh. Did he get an edge on that, Alex Carey? I don't think he did, but it was extremely close to the bat. And also, he's going to need to grip both sides of the seam wider than usual. Shot. Through the gap. This is going to be at least 2. And Alex Carey, for the first time in his Australian Test career, will be able to bring up the 100 runs. He moves up to 101 of 133 deliveries. Very well batted. Previous best of 91 in Pakistan. And he's just topped it at the MCG. Maiden Test 100. How many children does he have? Are they all his? If they are, he's got like 5 or 6. Impressive stuff from Alex Carey. Not just out on the field, but off it as well. Cam Green enjoying the applause from his teammates. A nice place there's Nazzy Williams and Alex is on 98. Just got his 100. You a ripper. Congrats, Alex Carey. And they're clapping from Living and Loving as well. And now they lead by 349. Oh, there you go. Test hundreds at the MCG, Australian wicketkeepers, Rod Marsh, the only other Australian to be able to do so at the MCG. That was in 1976. Of course, Rod Marsh earlier on in the year did pass away. Same with Shane Warne, which is who this test match has been, I guess, really, dedicated to. South Africa is losers, says Vin. And congrats, Carey, says Amelia there as well. But Alex Carey, if he gets another 9 runs, he will actually be ahead of Rod Marsh. He joins Warner with a century, says Shannon. And RIP, great man, says living and loving. And congrats, Carey, says Robert there. It's now Camp Green. It doesn't seem like, unless they do it at the end of this over, it seems like Australia might be batting a little bit longer. Do you think the Aussies will declare soon? They take another single. Well, now you're at that stage of Alex Carey. He's got his 100. Cam Green's 15 away. 350 run lead, which I feel would be enough. You're smiling ear to ear there, Alex Carey. The thing is, he ran 3, which I would be absolutely puffed for if I had to celebrate a century. Do you think the Aussies will declare soon? I'm a little bit unsure at the moment. I thought they would have done it after he got his 100, but it seems like maybe they're going round to a round number. And declare boy says living and loving, and RIP Rod Marsh. Says Robert, yeah, we lost a lot of cricketing greats this year. If you're looking at the Australian side of things, you've got Marsh, you've got Warne, Simons, Roy. Anyway, I know him as Roy. Andrew Simons. Or Simmons. I think it's Simmons, but I always said it as Simons accidentally. Right, that'll be the end of the over. Is that the end of the innings? No, they don't look like they're going off the field yet. I think Alex Carey was just looking over to the sideline, trying to work out what the plan is. Although at drinks, they would have been told maybe, hey, we're going to give you 30 minutes. Get as many runs as you can in that 30 minutes. And then after that, we'll bowl at them for like 30 at the end of the session. And it's making no sense for Green to be doing any more damage, says living and loving. I think it's also like they've just decided maybe if his finger's broken, it's not going to get more broken, but it probably could. You probably could if you get smacked on it again. Hi, everyone, says Brandon. Oh, I was leaning on my leg at an awkward angle, and now I feel like my groin is way out of place. And I don't know how to stretch it to get it back in. Get Green to 50, then declare. I might have to put my leg over the side of the couch, but that will look a little bit cheeky. I'm going to put this here so it's in the way of my leg. That wasn't me. It was actually the couch. Oh, yeah. No, it's good now. Sorry, that probably looked a bit weird. I swear today is so much nicer than it was yesterday, says Amelia. And Phil Hughes, Marsh, Simmons, Dean Jones, Warne. And I, Robert and Xavier Brown. Says Brandon there. Maharaj, wide outside off stump. Nice flick of the wrist from Cam Green. That didn't look like a shot that someone with a broken finger would be playing. So probably doing quite well. Cam Green, 35 of 134. He's been slowly going. How did Travis Heat go? He did end up getting bowled, I believe it was, early on, or did he get caught? Oh, no, he was bowled. He edged it onto his stumps. It was a straight ball and went through. Oi, oi there, matey. See the young boy Pete. Welcome in again, mate. Hope you are doing well. Just myself today. Haven't got Isaac with me, sadly. As headed back home. Yeah, I'm not too sure when the next time he'll be down is, but probably, I mean, he lives about 3 hours away, so might be a little while. One more ball of this over. Maharaj actually going to get away with a maiden here. Very good bowling. Yes, Hamish, it's very sad that people are so negative and silly. Make horrible statements, says Mark. Yeah. I don't understand it personally, like in terms of why people do what they do. Because for me, like I don't know if it is just me, and I guess I'm lucky in some regards that like I just don't see the point of being negative at all. Like, and I just can't be negative. Like I always try and look for some sort of positive in things, and I feel like it's a good way to be. I'm happy enough. I got my nice sorted. I can't wait. On New Year's Eve, sorry. Going for a surf. Cheers for the coverage, mate. Awesome. Cat, take care. Says living and loving. And enjoy your surf. Stay safe. Shred some waves. Is that what you'd say to someone who surfs? What do you say to a surfer? Um, no, do they go like that? Shaka bruh. Is that what you say? Shaka means something in Hawaiian, doesn't it? Anyway, enjoy your surf. Smart moves. Aussies batting all day yesterday. South Africa bowlers melting in the 37 degrees. Yeah, now they're cooking in about 35. RIP bros is living in love. Yeah. Can you tell that I don't do a lot of surfing? Is that yeah, it didn't feel right me doing that. And bowling will be bowling today, 25 degrees Celsius. Says young boy. And he's going to be dangerous at the MCG, as you know. Had a brilliant innings in the past there. I go live at 8:45 p.m. to 1 a.m. Got engaged. I put over Hamish, is you not at tired? I hope is not rid. Says, that's the one. Surfs up. That's a good surfers reference. What is a surfer's joke? Oh no, not a surface joke. How are there 59 jokes about surface? Fair play. Also, who are the Black Ferns Player of the Year? Or who won Black Ferns Player of the Year? Was it Tui? I assume it would have been Ruby Tui, just with what she was able to do in that World Cup. Who else was nominated in that category, Xavier? And I'm good, you, Brandon. And third day today it is. Certainly is. Janssen still bowling. All bit of a drive attempt from Cam Green, not getting the bat on it. Australia, their run rate slowed down since getting to his 100. Alex Carey, excellent news. I now engaged with my girlfriend. Well, she not your girlfriend no more. She your partner. And she makes move on me, says Brandon. Has she been on your channel before, Brandon? I don't think she has been, has she? In any of the videos, you had to get her on for one. They're just showing Rod Marsh. He had quite the stash on him back in the day, Rod Marsh. First Australian wicketkeeper to bring up 100 at the MCG. Currently, Alex Carey is sitting on 102. Needs a few more runs before he manages to get ahead of what Rod Marsh was able to do way back in 1967. Yeah, the lead of 351. Well, it's a pretty nice work from the Australians. Cam Green is still 15 away, so yeah, they're slowing down a bit here, the Aussies. Still another 50 minutes left of this session. You have been in my video, says Brandon. Like her voice, or she was actually in it, Brandon. Hello, mate. How's it going? Says CH Mobile. Welcome in. Hope you are doing very well. Currently, it's been an exciting day of Test match cricket. Even though South Africa haven't got a wicket recently, we got to see Alex Carey bring up that century, which was a nice moment. Early on, South Africa, they looked on the money. 3 wickets in 6 overs, but they weren't able to continue that momentum. Bit of nice work from Nathan Lyon. 25 runs for him. Some very textbook cricket shots thrown in there for good measure. Janssen's so unlucky not to have a wicket as of yet. And smart move, Aussies. Tomorrow's 20 degrees, ideal for bowling. Says young boy, and her voice, says Brandon. And there. Shot. No, well fielded, kind of by Bavuma. Had a bit of a misfield, so they will get the one in the end. Anyway, sup, boss? Says no, welcome in. And people can be negative because they're living on our taxpayers' money. Says, hey, welcome in. I hope you are doing well. George has a few feelings about that old tax scenario too, to be honest. But yeah, you got work today, Nate? Sorry if you get bored of me asking you whether or not you're working. I'm trying to work out when you are going. Cam Green actually celebrated for Alex Carey's 100 almost more than Alex Carey did. He just ran to him as well, Cam Green. Went down, gave him a big hug, and then gave him the moment. And I'm okay now. I think had some tiredness last day because of a project we've had, says CH Mobile. So hopefully you are feeling well rested today. Get plenty of sleep tonight as well. How many overs left in the day? So we have still got another, I would say 40 overs, if not maybe 45. So we're about halfway through the day at the moment. The amount that they can use. And games now, Cricket Australia put this out on the news feed. Cummins, Lyon, Boland, Green, and Marnus and Head and Smith have to carry the bowling in the second innings. And I think they're going to be able to be honest. Like Nathan Lyon, he'll eventually get those wickets. Cummins and Boland is a brilliant opening partnership or opening stand that you could have. About 10 overs worth of those two just steaming in, causing problems. Anyone here a Hammers fan, West Ham? Drew Buddy Robert, I'm here now. And also another session, Mac after this one. So yeah, it will be the slightly longer session. They can go for 2 hours and 30 minutes. The first session of the day was 1 hour 45. Oh, on the back foot there. Nice work from Cam Green. Also, I got him. Once his name was Vernon. 2 balls left of the Maharaj over. He's actually been very economical since that 100 came up. And also, where do you reckon the World Cup goes after the USA? So we have France, Australia, USA. It's probably back to the Southern Hemisphere, to be honest. I mean, choice of a few places. Argentina would be an option. South Africa probably want another one soon. New Zealand, we've had one too recently, so I don't think it will be us again. Or you could be looking at somewhere in the Northern Hemisphere again, maybe like England or Wales. Or now Wales might not have enough stadiums actually. That they'll have the capacity of the amount that they want at the stadiums, if that makes sense. Yeah, there's a few options around. Current partnership, 101 runs. So these two not only are ticking over the runs for themselves, but they're also ticking over the runs in the partnership. Moving up very nicely. Now, it hasn't taken them a huge amount of time to get to that 100. And we're down to bowlers. And Nate Green broke his finger and Starks dislocated. So it's a bit of a shame with the injuries. Oh, shot. Well fielded, though, by Rabadi. Slowed it down. They will not get back for the 2. Oh, I love all the islands to host it. Some games in Tonga, Samoa, Fiji. That would actually be very cool. Do they have big enough stadium? I guess that's the thing. People would pile in. I'd love to see them be able to, I guess, promote Pacific Island passion and rugby that they show where they're going. And also, we have got there. Can you not mount the last one? You not MT last one. MT. What is MT? Brandon? Oh, little wedge through the slip corner. When you're on, and Cam Green now moves up to 40. Argentina deserve a chance at a Rugby World Cup. Yeah, I feel like Argentina makes sense for me in terms of eventually getting a cup to be over there in South America, and what that would do to the islands would be huge. The money coming in for them would help them so much, says Xavier. And also maybe in Pakistan because they didn't host Cricket World Cup yet, says CH Mobile. Although Pakistan, I don't know if they've got a rugby union team at the moment that they would put through play. So I will mention that tea today is going to be at 5:25 p.m. New Zealand time. Oh, short ball. Stayed low, almost hit Cam Green on the side of the mush. So got a famous draw in 2012 when Australia went down to 3 bowlers. De Villiers and Faf batted for a day and a half for the draw, says Al Mac. Although I guess the big thing here is, do South Africa in their lineup have the quality that De Villiers and Faf were? Can Algar stick around and get himself a century? Can Can Irvia, he was quiet in the first innings. Can he go on and get a bit more? De Bruyne, he did all right, but then he got aggressive at the wrong time. So, do you know good? Says Nate. She was in season 2 episode. She said not PG. And 6 p.m. is last session, ain't it, Hamish? So last session will be starting at 5:45 p.m. New Zealand time. And then we'll be carrying right through till about 7:55, I think it can go to at the latest. Somewhere around there. We covered 2 sessions of New Zealand batting today. Straight into the stumps. I will not be covering New Zealand Pakistan today, unfortunately. They seem to go all right when I'm not watching them or not streaming them, so that's good news. But yeah, we won't have any of the Pakistan New Zealand cricket today, but hopefully tomorrow we might be able to get some in, possibly depending on what the family's all up to. When I put the text there, I realized that you aren't talking about cricket, says CH Mobile. Rabate's gone for heaps. 5.1 for Aussies have plundered 144 runs, and she got upcoming projects for more Brandon Sports. Is Brandon there? And Green. Oh, okay. They've actually said that Australia will bat through to T. So they're really trying to make this well and truly out of reach. We're talking 450 maybe that they're going to be going for. I think you are bored of Pakistan pitches, says Coding. You are correct to an extent. Like test match cricket for me is all about both sides having chances and watching a chess match unfold. Unfortunately, at the moment in Pakistan, it's like playing chess without any pieces and expecting someone to win. There's no chance. And yes, something drastic might happen. Someone might throw a few chess pieces at the pitch, maybe get a few wickets, and we might see a result if we're lucky. But currently, they aren't delivering the chess pieces to the ground until day 4. And then from there, we might get to see something happen. What time New Zealand games today, Hamish says, Kurt? They will be starting at 6 p.m. We will be keeping an eye on that. In the background, little lob there from Carey. It's a short. It was joking, not good one. And 3 p.m. our time, Kurt. South Africa is going to lose big, says Vernon. There's a good chance. But at least you've got a smiley face at the end there. I feel like that's a good sign, Vernon. Are you from South Africa, Vernon, or are you from somewhere else? Do let me know. I feel like we're past the trolling stage, and now we just want you to be involved. What's happening in the chat? Reverse sweep from Alex Carey. Beautifully played. It's got pace on it. It's going to get him a 2. Well cut out by Rabada. 137.3 overs. So Australia may even look to bat till the second or the third new ball, sorry. I guess if you consider that first one, but the second official changeover of the ball. Ian Smith, Michael Hussey, Kerry O'Keefe on the commentary at the moment. And the insight. Quite the dynamic duo there. Smithy Hussey and Kerry O'Keefe. Are you going to be done before I live? It's going to be a close one, Brandon, I think. And also the lead going over 400, says Vernon. Yeah, currently they are in the 31 away. No, 41. What am I on about? 41 away at the moment. Raj, another reverse sweep. He just plays it so confidently. Alex Carey, like he doesn't have a care in the world. Sweeps it around. Beautifully played. 549. The end of the 138th over. Little Clementine's trying to steal the microphone. Alex Carey's daughter. Just talking to Alex Carey's family. Like they've said, it's a huge day, but he's done well, Alex Carey, to be able to go through and get that 100, because I was about to make maybe I get into interview. Says Brandon. Also, what Australia is getting by stretching the game. Don't Aussies want free time? Says Coding. They probably just want a few more minutes under their belt out there in the middle. Also, just, I guess, delay the inevitable, which is going to be that they have to bowl with a slightly lighter attack than they normally would have. Morning, well done. Well done, Kerry. Says Sean there. Yeah, very nicely done by Alex Carey. And at this stage, yeah, they've got a few more hours left of the day. Alex Carey could be going for a 150 here if he's lucky. Because if you were Cummins, do you declare at T or continue on and go through to Stumps? If I was Cummins, I would have declared 30 minutes ago. But I'm not Cummins, unfortunately. I don't get to make the decisions. I don't even know if Cummins gets to make the decisions. I think Steve Smith wears the pants of the Aussie lineup. But yeah, I would have probably declared after Alex Carey got his 100. Because don't get me wrong, giving Cam Green more time at the crease, it's not a bad thing. He'll be getting some runs. He'll be feeling confident. But the fact that he hasn't got a next test match to play in, because he's not going to be playing at the SCG due to the broken digit, like it doesn't really make sense to try and get him formed now because he's going to have to wait like 8 weeks before he gets to actually play again. And I think Kiwi Lads is doing session 3. Yes, says Roll. We certainly are. And also we have got there, to be honest, board watching both New Zealand and Pakistan, says Nate. Yeah. Like the Pakistan pitch has no juice in it. The only time we saw a little bit of something was when it was the first session of the day. Alex Carey's wife just saying how deserving Alex Carey is. First to training, last to leave. To be honest, doesn't surprise me at all because he just seems like a hard-working man. Clementine's stolen the microphone. Alex Carey's daughter. On the celebrations where it had both losers team play somewhere in Asia. Says Vernon, also season 3 at 5:45. I think he is not, or I think is he not Cummins and man go on enjoy the match because this isn't Pakistan pitches, says CH. Yeah, that's the thing. Australia could bat for a while here and still be confident that they can clean up South Africa in 2 days worth of bowling. That's 180 overs. That would be a very monumental one. But the question is whether or not Australia are keen to start bowling tonight, whether they're keen to start bowling tomorrow. More than likely at the moment, it seems like it is going to be, I would say, maybe an hour left in the last session might be when they send in the South Africans. And also we have got their chances of South Africa batting 2 days to save the test. We must ask Warner how to get 200 runs as a team, says Sean. That's the thing, though. If Elgar didn't run himself out in that first innings, was there a chance he could have gone on, get quite a few more runs? Sally, a good choice for captain. I don't think we've got too many other choices at the moment. Latham, I don't know whether he enjoys the captaincy side of things. I think he prefers to just be batting and kind of, like, I guess, stay concentrated on that side of things rather than having to work out what everyone else is doing. Southey, he's going to be not as aggressive as Ben Stokes in the captaincy side of things, I wouldn't think, but he's still a handy enough guy with that leadership. But other than Latham and Southey, you look through that side, the fact that Williamson doesn't want it now, you look at them and you wonder, who's the next captain? When Latham and Southey are gone in a few years' time, who's the guy that's going to have to step up? 9:30 just text me, do you want to do interviews, says Brandon? Yeah, Alex Carey. He's sitting on 107 runs. I believe it was 111 that Rod Marsh was able to get for himself way back in 1976 at the MCG. Only 2 men in history for Australia have got centuries at the MCG. Rod Marsh and now Alex Carey. That is wicket keepers as well, I should mention. Daryl Mitchell could be a good captain for the future, says Coding, maybe down the line. I think they're still really trying to work out whereabouts Mitchell fits into their equation because he's kind of, you consider him an all-rounder to an extent, but they don't bowl him enough to be actually considered an all-rounder in a way. He's more of just the batsman for that side. And Blundell for captain, I think for me, Blundell's probably the best choice from after Southey goes. I think he would be a decent enough captain just because normally having a wicketkeeper captain helps out as well, just having him behind the stumps, trying to gee everyone up. Maybe if we bat 2 days could win the test, says Sean, although it still leaves Australia with another innings that they will be able to use. So more than likely, if South Africa bat 2 days, I think we're looking more at a draw than a win. But even a draw from this situation, getting bowled out for 189 to then move on to get a draw, that would be pretty impressive. That's a great shot from Alex Carey. Just a little ramp to the leg side. Got a lot of T20 background and does know how to use every area on the park, including behind the stumps. Can be somewhere you get a lot of runs. Definitely in test match cricket. A shot that has come in, I would say, more in the last 5 to 10 years than any other era. No one really used to capitalize on the sweep, the ramp, all those type shots. Scary advances down the wicket, plays it late. Cam Green gets a single there. They move up to 110 for Carey now. Come on, Aussie, says Nate. Cam Green, 40. Still sitting on 40. He's been there for quite some time. If by any means South Africa manage to play 2 days, will Cummins again be blamed for not declaring? Possibly, but you'd also have to say if South Africa bat 2 days, fair play to them. You know, like if they manage to do it, it would be absolutely incredible. And I don't know whether Cummins will be blamed because at the end of the day, if he declared earlier, does that mean South Africa could have had a chance of winning if they were able to bat for the 2 days in honour of Shane Warne? Be great if Smith get a few wickets as well, says Al Mac. It would actually be quite a nice gesture if Steve Smith or Marnus Labuschagne bowled a little bit of leg spin at the MCG. Just like, even if it doesn't get wickets, just a nice little touch, you know. End of the day, Shane Warne, he took a huge amount of wickets for Australia using that leg spin. And a lot of the young players for Australia actually based themselves off Shane Warne's bowling. You look at Adam Zampa in the BBL the other night, he was saying that he used to watch Shane Warne, and that is actually what got him into spin bowling, what got him into leg spin. That hurt the hands of Zondo. Ball was hit hard at him by Cameron Green. 5 runs off the Maharaj over. Currently bowled 42 overs of this test match. 555 for 7 of 140. Don't worry, South Africa will bowled out for 150 or less, says Vernon. Unfortunately, Vernon, this is going to be one of the first times I say it, but you could be right. Depending on how they attack, South Africa, if they don't have their top order firing, it's all down to the middle, and the middle order cannot be expected to chase down 400 runs. Verena, don't get me wrong, brilliant player. Janssen's done well, but if your top order combined only get less than 50 runs like they did in that first innings, you're on a hiding to nothing. That's why South Africa, they need their top order to step up and work extremely hard. 110 runs at the moment for Alex Carey. Make that 111. Now matches Rod Marsh's total. Remember, it's the best team. They are playing Australia. There's Vernon there. It does seem like Australia. Very good chance of making it into World Test Championship final. Gary taking some deep breaths. He's actually at the non-strikers end and he's taken the helmet off just to get some air going through. I know he's put it back on now. I thought he was going to leave it off while running, which was an interesting choice for Alex Carey. 13 fours throughout his 111 runs. Very good innings from the Australian middle order. Ball to Cam Green once again in behind it. We haven't seen much movement from the dugout yet. In terms of normally when there's a declaration near, you see Pat Cummins starting to walk around, talking to a few people. They haven't been showing that, and I assume they haven't been showing that because it hasn't been happening. Yeah, it will be interesting to see what the plan is for them soon. Well, we will go like this. I was going to check the odds, but I feel like the odds are just well and truly blown out at this stage. Nice drive from Cam Green straight to the fielder. He bats a lot like me, hitting it every time straight to a fielder rather than hitting it round them. Remember, it's the best team Our plan, says Vernon. And also, the game will end today, says Michael. I don't believe it will end today, but it will probably more than likely end tomorrow. I don't think it goes much longer than that. If it does, I think it's because South Africa have really knuckled down a decent performance in the process. But yeah, the chance of a day 5 at the moment are relatively slim for this test, sadly. Shot down the ground. He will take on the throw. The direct hit, but Cam Green, he balanced it well. Or judged it well, I should say. Running through, got the single. Highest total for Australia versus South Africa at the MCG was actually 578. That was back in 1910. That's a long time. That's over a century. 578. They're only 22 short of that. They actually have the batting numbers to be able to get that total as well if they want it. They've got 25 minutes left of this session, if not 30. Is there any signs of pitch deterioration? Seems pretty flat. Says Almac, yeah, it seems like it's still going to be a pretty good wicket. Since we're only on day 2 as well, we're still pretty early on, but we saw one sign of a slight variable bounce earlier on. Oh, it's gone straight up from Alex Carey, taken by Janssen, and he matches Rod Marsh. And in a way, I know it's not ideal for Alex Carey. He's had an absolutely fantastic innings, but to be matching Rod Marsh for the most runs at the MCG for a wicket keeper, I feel like in a way that will feel just a little bit better than being able to have a new higher one. Which I think Australia can declare now, says Ryan. There's a chance. Although it looks like they're sending out Mitchell Starc. Oh, better though from Alex Carey. Like they said earlier on in the commentary, this was his game to prove to himself that he's good enough to be at this level with the bat in hand. And I think he's proven to everyone now that's exactly where he should be. A lot of people already knew that. It was just that he had to prove it. And he's done that today. It looks like, yes, Mitchell Starc will be making his way out to the middle. I wouldn't think he'll be hanging around for too long. Cam Green, a half century, and then currently 8 down. The Australians in a bit of, well, I was going to say in a bit of trouble, but only in a bit of trouble in regards to only having 2 wickets up their sleeve. They've got a 368-run lead. Not exactly something you call trouble for a lot of teams, but nice take from Marco Janssen. Little fist bump from the quick. He deserved a wicket. It's unfortunate that it was Alex Carey's, but he's deserved one, Janssen. He's really worked hard. 25.5 overs he's had to bowl before he got a single wicket. Looks like Cam Green just sneaking and drinking as well. It's relatively hot here at the MCG. Little fist bump as well. Mitchell Starc coming for a good time, not a long time, I feel. Yeah, I think with the fact that his finger's injured, you're probably not going to see, well, to an extent, we might see a couple blocks, but I wouldn't be surprised if about on the 4th ball that Starc faces, he has a slog towards Cowpat corner. And why Australia should declare now, says Vernon. I think declaring now would have been a better choice. Just because, or if I was Australia, I would have sent out Boland and not bowled or not had Starc bat. But then with Cam Green, he's got a finger injury as well. It's actually the battle of whose finger's more sore out there. And Hamish, you're 100% correct. It is wise to take a positive out of every situation or any situation. If you look hard enough, it's definitely possible and worthwhile. The way you stay positive, says Mark. Exactly right. Like at the end of the day, we're still breathing. Got time to fix anything that goes wrong. Normally, things that go wrong, though, are really small and people do normally really blow them out of proportion. Like my Wi-Fi was bad a couple hours ago. It's all right. Streamed it in. We're good. I'm slowly turning red because of the window, I should mention. Like if I go like this, I'm white as, but because the window's there and we got the curtains pulled, they are red. What the symbol for gold? AU. Which is indeed. Talking periodic tables here. Starc. Shorter ball, well played. Right up by the fingers. Also Mark Whelan with the hundreds and the fist bumps from Nate. The field that they've got currently, they've got a man at point, no man out through cover. So you'd assume he's not going to be bowling out there, but that's the end of the over, just the one delivery that Starc was going to be able to face. Kerry O'Keefe's just said 2 men at the crease with 18 good fingers between them. Of course, both have injuries. Alex Carey, he knew he had messed up when he hit that one straight up in Janssen. Nicely taken by the big man. South Africa is weak links. And can Brisbane Heat qualify or not? It's still very early in the BBL, so it's hard to tell which teams are going to go through. They've got the talent. It's just whether or not they can put together performances when they're out on the field. Alex Carey, very well batted by him. Actually, to be honest, Alex Carey, that bat that he's got looks like quite a light one, which is interesting. You know, a lot of these guys have big, thick bats. Unless, of course, it just looks smaller on the TV, but it didn't look huge. Nokia back into the attack now. 3 wickets, 80 runs off him off his 23. He's been quick. Can he get up to that 145? Nicely bowled. Cam Green hits it straight back at him. 130 for the warm-up ball. Oh, that cheers, my friend, says Mark. And also, we got the South Africa is impure, says Vermin. That's a new one. I haven't heard that said about them before. Now, get in the big chair. Oh. Okay, the third umpire here currently just having a bit of a chat. Okay, they're actually saying they might be having technical difficulties with the lights. And because of that, that would actually mean that there's a chance that Australia wouldn't be able to bowl their quicks if they did declare. So if you're the Australians, you're certainly batting as long as you can there because you want to bowl your quicks with that new ball. And it looks like the lights are fired up. Maybe it's just too dark and gloomy at the moment for the MCG. Few big shadows. I hear booing. What's that for? Okay, no. Nothing's being booed that was out on the field. That's good. I thought they were coming off for a second there. I was like, no, too early. Oh, big swing, no ding from Cam Green, sitting on 45 at the moment. Verena got a bit of a stinger on the end of the finger. I called it the finger because I was going to say thumb. Then I realized it was about the index that did take it. And Hamish Bro of Australia declare now that South Africa can bat all out tomorrow. I think that's probably the more likely. Keep on batting, says Vernon there. Yeah. So it's interesting, isn't it? 6 minutes ago, you did have, or in fact, 4 minutes ago, you said that Australia should declare Vernon. Now you've said that they should keep on batting. Is that due to the light, I assume? You've decided to change? Slower ball. I don't know if it was on purpose or not. I assume it was 113 case for Nokia. And also, is David Warner fit or not? He's struggling at the moment, but he's still all right. I think he's just really just drained his gas tank. Australia must at least get 572. And for that record, 578 is the best ever score at the MCG for an Australian side up against South Africa. The last time that they got to that stage was actually 1910. Over a decade. So they would be able to make some history. Okay, so they're actually thinking they're not talking lights. They're talking maybe the roller. I feel like there's a lot of rumours going around the commentary box at the moment. Yeah, Pat Cummins on the walkie-talkie, so I think they are talking rollers, trying to decide what they want to do with it, and then he'll relay that onto the third umpire or the match official and play with 5 players and still win, says Vernon. So they're also saying that they're checking the rain radar, trying to work out whether or not there's rain on the forecast. Oh, Mitchell Stark got another good bouncer from Nokia, went back up to 140. Just listening to Ian Smith, he's concerned for Mitchell Stark here. And you can understand why. Like they're saying, he's not really like, don't get me wrong, he can hit a long ball, but he's just getting pieced up at the moment by Nokia. Australia, they've got plenty of runs, but they're in that scenario of what's the next step in this test match. Also, we got the South Africa losers from the start, says Vernon. I think as soon as they lost the toss, it was always going to be a struggle because we knew Australia would be theoretically bowling. Well, in fact, sorry, no. Australia would be bowling third rather than fourth. Right, so they've said that Cameron Green looks like he's going to be given the chance to get to 50, and then Stark either will start swinging, maybe Cam Green does as well, and then they just see how many runs they can get in quick succession. Currently 20 minutes away from the tea break. Hey, Paul Eiffel, I think that is, just looking around going, I don't know whether that's a good sign or a bad sign. Paul Rifle, sorry, not Paul Eiffel. Paul Eiffel, actually ex-New Zealand footballer. Or at least played for the Wellington Phoenix, I should say. Right. 560 runs on the board. Janssen short ball to Cam Green. It seems like that's the tactic at the moment for South Africa. Bowl short by a wicket. Question is, how costly is this wicket of Cam Green going to be? How much is he charging to get him out? The umpire's looking around. He's still got his goggles on or his glasses, so that's a good sign. The umpire's looking at the light. This is concerning if they're not going to be able to play from session 2 onwards. Oh, ramp shot from Green. What a way to bring up the half century with a broken finger. Cam Green, he went out there sitting on 6 runs at the start of the day when he made his way out to the middle, and now he's on 50 of 170 deliveries. It won't be the quickest 50 he ever scores. In fact, it's probably going to be the slowest, but he's dug deep, taken a few shots. He actually got hit on that same broken finger earlier in the day, but still makes his way to the 50. Oh, so we have got there. That's weird, Vernon, because he's in agreement that they should keep batting. So he's agreeing with you. In fact, he wasn't even acknowledging you, but he was agreeing with you. And now you're a bit weird. And I was like, no, I only meditate. Meditation's something that I've never got into, but I don't think I'd be completely against it if I tried it. I feel like it's getting to that next part of like from sitting somewhere to actually meditating. That's going to be the tough part if I ever was to do it. Right, 50 Green, the broken finger. He has shown true grit. He has. He's in some good form. Like, to be honest, if Cam Green gets 100 here, if Australia kept on batting, he'd be close to man of the match. I know Warner got his 200, and that's definitely probably going to get it. But 5 wickets and also 100 next to it would look pretty impressive for Cam Green. Remember, welcome. Hit the likes. If you are new, more than welcome to subscribe. Enjoy the positive community from the Kiwi Lad, says Nate. You heard the man. If you are new, hit that subscribe button. It's hugely appreciated. We've currently got another 17 minutes of this session, then a 20-minute break, and then we are back for the final session of the day, which will be 2.5 hours light reliant. I guess is the best way of saying it. The lights are good. We will be able to keep on going. Another short ball from Janssen. A little bit of a stare down between the two big tall men. And certainly say if those two went to the amusement park, they're not getting turned down for being too short for a ride, are they? In fact, it's probably the other way. You're probably too tall to fit in the bumper cars, Janssen, unfortunately. I mentioned that we went to the fair the other day, or the carnival the other day, me, George, and Isaac, and we went on bumper cars. Some of you will know this story from when I told it earlier on, but bumper cars, when they go 3Ks or 2Ks an hour, they just aren't really bumper cars. They're just slow moving objects. And like to bump into someone, you literally are like this. And it's like, oh, yeah, well, that's done nothing. Other than just make them go, oh, yeah, nice. The 50 runs. Cam Green, he's had to work hard for it. 50 of 174. I've never heard that one before. Quentin, Vernon, your mother dresses you funny. Nice. Cam Green, he's had a little bit of luck throughout his 50. And also they're heading for the 400 lead. It does look that way. And also, I think they're looking at the weather trying to work out whether it's going to rain at all tonight and whether that darkness is going to play a factor. Because if they can't bowl their quicks tonight, we've got to remember certain pace means that you are like you have to have certain light to bowl quick, if that makes sense. And like, yeah, Australia having to bowl spin. You got Nathan Lyon at one end, but who's your other end? You're probably Travis Head, part-time spinner opening the bowling for Australia. That's the last thing they want. Also, bring your. That doesn't really make much sense, Vernon. You're just kind of just listing other family members. Oh, they've actually just mentioned about the official tea break. So they might be able to take an extra 30 minutes if they feel that they can get, like they said, no point batting till tea or declaring before tea because with the 10 minutes, 145 is his average speed here, Unrick Nokia. Brilliant bowling for 25 overs almost. She'll Stark on strike, slower ball. Down the leg side, Stark puts it away nicely. They will be able to get the 2 runs for it. It'll be his first runs of the day. $566. Umpires, what are they doing? Are they going somewhere? No, we're all good. I got heaps of Kit Kats, my guy. Do you? I bloody love a Kit Kat, Nate. Kit Kat chunky or just Kit Kats? Like the little ones or the big one? Do let me know. Sorry that I misspelt your name before. Says Mark. Oh, shot from Mitchell Stark. Got enough of it. That's going to be 6. He only glided it, really, over the rope for 6. I think they want to break the record of 578, the highest versus South Africa, and then declare, says Piash. They're certainly getting close now. 572. Mitchell Stark just drops his head, hits the ball almost above it, and gets it all the way for the 6. And like they've said, even like you got to remember, he's got a broken finger, this man. Or not quite broken, but very injured. Shot. But doesn't get all of it. Hits it straight out to the man at mid-off. No problems at all, my guy. Says Nate there. Yeah, I think you'll find, Mark, that Nate is a lot more chilled out about a misspelt word than someone else in the chat at the moment, who we all know who I'm referring to. And Stark's playing attacking. He might as well. At the end of the day, Green's now got his 50. I think that was going to be the first step for the Australians in this equation. And now Mitchell Stark, with an injury, there's no point in him just sitting there getting attacked with the ball. Might as well attack the bowler. Good Yorker. French cut. Nicely played by Stark. Got enough on it. Will walk away with the single. My biggest question is, will Cam Green also play this aggressive? He's got 1 ball left of this over, so probably doesn't have enough time to go hard at it. When, when will they declare? I think at the moment, Australia are looking at maybe batting for a bit of the next session as well, maybe 30 minutes to an hour, and then stick them in for the final hour and a bit. If it's going to be raining at some point, I'd say that it's probably going to be as long as they can bat. I think they're just going to get bowled out, to be honest. They don't look like there are any real signs of declaration yet. And also we have got our ship some through DHL delivery container of Kit Kat. Oh, wouldn't that be incredible? Short ball, well played by Cam Green. End of the over. That will be 573 for 8. And the Kiwis say he will declare now, says Vernon, and bat for Australia 400 lead. And also we have got, yes, please like and subscribe if you're new to this awesome channel. I'll thank you all in advance, says Mark. Yeah, anyone who is new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are going to be back. Plenty more cricket. We are covering day 4. We will have day 5 if there is a day 5 on the channel as well. Pakistan versus New Zealand. We're looking to pick up a little bit more of that test match in the near future. just you got to wait till day 4 and 5 on Pakistan wickets so that you actually get some type of something for both sides. So Gitu, I believe it is what that says. Yes, it is. And your native country, I'm from New Zealand. Currently, we are sitting at 5:20 almost here in New Zealand, 5:20 p.m. Nice time. Watch a bit of Test match cricket. And yeah, second session. We're starting in 20 minutes after the break, which is only in 10 minutes' time. Right. Here we go again. Janssen picked up that wicket of Alex Carey, did extremely well to be able to do so. After Carey working his way to 111 runs. Stark on strike, 9 runs off 8 deliveries. Short air ball, nicely played again. It's in behind it. That's the important thing for Stark, just making sure he stays out there. If Australia have a tactical plan in mind, I believe Stark being at the crease alongside Cam Green certainly will help towards that because Boland, don't get me wrong, the man can bat, but you probably want him to have as much energy as possible to bowl, which might be why they don't mind these two, Stark and Green, occupying the crease for a while because neither of them are actually going to get the ball in their hands, other than maybe if they field. Answer now, short ball, doesn't get onto it. Stark tried it, and they still bet him, bloody hell. Says Gareth, yeah, they're going for it at the moment. 384 run lead, looking to get the highest score ever in Australia up against South Africa. And they only need another 10 runs to be able to do that. And that would be the highest since 1910. Is way while ago. Stark 9 runs off 10. You're going to go big here. Yep. They didn't quite get onto it, but he's still got enough. Get it out to the man at deep square leg. Single taking Green back on strike now. For Janssen. Bit of tall timber bowling and a bit of tall timber. Green and Janssen. And Green, we haven't really seen him spread his arms and really flail at the ball yet, which is nice to see because keeping his technique relatively strong, but signed up for an IPL team. Surely they want to see what he can do. They're having a bit of a swing at the ball. Right, to cheer him very loudly. Atmosphere at the MCG still continuing to build all the way through day 2. Got a ball, nicely played by Green again. Solid in behind it. I see Muppets going strong too, says Gareth. Yeah, you can say that, Gareth. We found one who seems to enjoy a bit of biff. Is the best way of putting it. Okay. The rollers at the back at the moment. It looks like the covers are also ready just in case. Big full toss. Janssen tries to field it. They're going to be able to get one. Like this saying. Okay, so Pat Cummins looks chilled out. They were just saying that maybe he'll consider batting a little bit into that next session just because at the end of the day, you can kind of keep on going. Just stick over the runs. That's to make it a little bit lighter on the bowlers tonight. Definitely if they've been batting, though. But I would think that Boland, if he's batting, that wouldn't really. Or just Stark's Q ended that one. He's going to get at least one. No, just a single. Stark there. No, he didn't run. Okay. It's the end of the over. Mitchell Stark, he's got hit in the head. Now they're saying that he was referencing towards Pat Cummins saying that they should have a bowl, but I don't think that was the case, was it? No, it was. Said it was seaming through quite nicely, skidding through for Mitchell Stark. I don't know if that was him per se saying that he wants to have a bowl right now. He's just saying a little bit of skid hit him right on the side of the helmet. And yeah, with the almost 400 run lead, do you need to sacrifice your tail enders here? He's been hit on the body, he's been hit on the head, he's been hit on the arm. Yes, he's not playing your next test match possibly, but give the man a bit of a break. This bouncer from Janssen. Just listening to the crowd trying to work out what they're saying. They're booing. Something's happening in the crowd. It's probably a cup snake. Yeah, Mitchell Stark currently just having a bit of a chat. Bringing the helmets out. Ian Smith is saying he's very confused at what Australia are doing. They've left it too late now. They've only got one over left. We want Scotty Boland. Those two have made it out of pizza boxes. There's a cheese stain on that one, but he still wants to see Big Scotty get a chance with the ball and the bat. Well done, Alex. You played well for your 111 runs. Cheers. Cheers, Mark. Yeah, and I'm glad to see it for Alex Carey because he's a nice guy and, he doesn't really get many bats. So the fact that he has been able to take his chance here, get a good bat in and get himself the 100, I think is very handy. Yeah, they're currently just replacing Mitchell Stark's helmet. Do you not just take an early tee? 2 minutes early? I just said could have been worse for Mitchell Stark. Mm. Ian Smith just describing that when they go to the slip cord and off the helmet, normally it's a glance. That one went, yep. Pat Cummins has come out. He's saying, you can come off. So they're not going to have the record for the largest at the MCG. But Pat Cummins is now going to say, we've had our dash. We're going to allow South Africa to have a bit of a bat. And Scotty Boland, everyone, I don't know whether they're more excited because they think that he's going to be running out to bat or whether they're more excited because the Janssen goes over and says, sorry about that. Mitchell Stark's probably saying, don't worry, we'll return the favour later on. It's all right. So it's 3 minutes before the scheduled tea break. Declaration has been called. I'm not sure what happens here. Do we get one over before the tea break? Or do we just take an early tea? And I expect Australia to declare at the tea break. If they don't, you seriously have to question what they are doing. And about Titans at 317. Yeah, I think they batted for about 10 overs too many, to be honest. And Stark kept a ripper in the top of his helmet, says Mark. And it's a weird one with Pat Cummins because it's always a big blow like that he then goes, oh, yeah, no, maybe we should take them off. I remember was it in the West Indies series when they declared because one of their tail enders got cleaned up? And they were just getting bombarded by short stuff, getting smacked with the ball. And eventually Cummins was like, yeah, all right. Come on off. You've got a whole heap of new bruises now. Bit of fun. So 386 ahead. Australia will have a full 2.5 hour session to try and take down the South African batting lineup. So I believe we're into the highlights now. I'm still not sure what that means in terms of their timing, whether or not it is a 20-minute break from now or whether they get a slightly extended tea break. I would think that they wouldn't extend tea because or else then that seems silly. And the only reason I say it's silly is because we've already lost, I think, about 20 overs in 2 days of test match cricket between these two sides. You're just showing some of the rippers from South Africa. The thing is, they started the first session extremely well. 3 wickets in 6 overs. Then from there, Nathan Lyon got a nice 25. Green brings up his half century, and also Alex Carey getting the full 100. 100, I meant to say. I almost said 100, which was when I was being gangster yesterday. Alex Carey matches Marsh with wicketkeeper batsman in Australia to be able to get the 100 on that soil. And that's a rare number. Or maybe it was at the MCG, sorry, that I should have said. And also, we have got there now. We can rip into the top order and put the wind up him, says Mark. Yeah, Pat Cummins decided declaring was a good idea after one of his quick bowlers took a big shot to the side of the head. Right. Australia, they lead by 386. Two big scores. Warner getting 200. Carey getting 111. I've just realised Warner got more runs than the whole of South Africa's lineup. It's not the best. And unfortunately, that might end up costing them later on. As we have got their World Test Championship finals, Australia and India, says Praveen. And there as well. Right, so I believe we're at the tea break, ladies and gentlemen. It will be a 20 or so minute break. And we will be back at about 5:45 for the start of the next session. So what we will do is we will take these off because the cord is not quite long enough. We will put up our banner. It tells you when we will be back, which is going to be session number 3. That will be at 5:45 p.m. New Zealand time. So we're going to be away for about 20 minutes, 15 or so, then returning for the final session of day 2. But thank you all very much for being here. I will see you all in a little bit of time. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for the final session. I did not turn on the light. Gonna turn that on. Here we go. Make it a bit brighter. Go across here and quickly go like that. There we go. We are all good. Ready to no, we're not. I've got to change the chat. Remote. We go like this. And like that. There we go. Rightio. So the case is as follows. South Africa, they trail by 386 runs currently. Looks like Mitchell Starc will be bowling. That is one question mark that's already been answered for the Australians because he had a little bit of a problem with his finger. I believe he dislocated it the other day, but he looks like he's ready to go, which now means that the only bowler Australia are short in this game is actually Cam Green due to his broken finger. Right, this is going to be a troubling session then for the South Africans because if Mitchell Starc is steaming in, getting that ball to talk, going to be a tough session for the Proteas. They pretty much need this one to go well for them to even have half a chance of going far in this match. It looks like they are just making a couple changes here, Australia. Marcus Harris. Make his way out onto the field. Oh, okay. So Australia tried a little bit of a cheeky tactic there. They tried to put on someone who's a very good fielder in the gully. But instead, they have to go with their substitute, which is Marcus Harris. Now we are almost ready to go for the first over of the final session. Now, this one can run for 2 hours, 30 minutes. Let's start him up. Get this barbecue started with a slab of VBs, says Nate. Right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Irvia is going to be on strike for this delivery of Mitchell Starc. This is a tough test match, period, for the South Africans. Here comes Mitchell Starc. How's the finger holding up? That's going to be the question. It's a pretty good looking ball. It's whipped through. Nice bit of swing, bit of seam away as well. I think Stark's finger's absolutely fine by the looks of that. Little bit of an injury cloud. The wobble seam for a start. That first ball moved a fair bit through the air, says Mark. It did. I mentioned tough period here for the South Africans. They've got his wife on commentary here, Mitchell Starc, Alyssa Healy, saying that there's a little bit of an injury there for Starc. So they're questioning how long you'll be able to keep up this. Currently, it's 2 very good deliveries. Maybe you should dislocate his finger more often, Mitchell Starc, because that was some very nice shape. Yeah, he didn't really fire in the first inning. Same can be said about Dean Elgar. He got a start at least, Elgar, which was something that was beneficial for South Africa, but he ran himself out. Yeah, you can see that finger, though, the one releasing the ball, that is bright purple on the nail. A lot of bruising there at the moment. But, ball as well, beautifully delivered. Irvia just sits there and nods and goes, yeah, that was pretty good. 100% Starc, the pitch Mitch, says Mark there. So I assume the opening combo will be Starc and Cummins. What I believe they'll go with. Then Scotty Boland, first changeover alongside maybe Nathan Lyon. Now, if Starc wasn't bowling, more than likely we may have even seen some Marnus Labuschagne medium paces getting ripped down the turf early on. But with Starc being there, that is a massive bonus for Australia. Even if he can only get through this first new ball spell, still creates so many chances of a wicket here. On the leg side, it's a little bit wayward for Starc. His pace is still good, though. 141 Ks getting it down there at the moment. At the moment, the crowd, they almost have a silence to them. They're almost quieter than normal in between balls, but when Starc's charging in, they know that that's go time and that they want to get behind the Australian quick. 3 slips in a gully. Quite a compact slip cordon. They do often say that the slips are a little bit too close together for the Australians. I think they said it was even worse for South Africa for the way that they were laid out. I'm going to move this way a little bit. I think I've gone wonky. Here comes Mitchell Starc again. A little bit leg side-ish. At the moment, he hasn't put a single ball on the stumps as of yet. 2 down the leg side. First three balls were outside of off stump, getting it to go across. We haven't seen that big in-swinger yet from Stark, and I don't think we will until a little bit later on in the match. Scotty Boland, though, a very popular man, fielding down there at fine leg, so the chance that he might get a bowl sooner rather than later. Marnus has got a big smile on his face. Absolutely loving the environment at the MCG. Didn't get a huge amount of runs, Marnus, though, so might be looking to do something with the ball in hand. Nicely bowled by Stark. That one didn't have a lot of swing. I believe that would have been the cross seam delivery. Good first over from Stark and Maiden for the Australians, and none for none what South Africa sit on. Algar at the moment, he will now have to face off with the captain of the Australians. There we go. They're just showing the difference, the bruising on Mitchell Stark's nail from dislocating that finger, or at least bending it the wrong way. It looked pretty ugly to look at, to be honest. Yeah, bruised fingernail. I think that the ball with the bruised fingernail actually almost looked better. So now when he's finished bowling, he's going to wrap his finger up here just to try and, I would say that's to limit the swelling that will cause when he is flinging that arm around. Of course, that's going to get blood flowing all through that fingernail. Probably throbbing terribly. But a very good first over the Maiden. And here comes Captain Cummins. Man at bat pad, about 5 meters off the turf. Left alone by Algar. Outside of off stump, medium length. He did just drop the hands. Let it go over the top. Did drop them quite late though, so maybe that light might be something to or kind of investigate throughout the later stages of the day. Overcast day in Melbourne, and they just don't seem like the lights are quite pumping out the way they normally would. Melbourne cricket ground. I think Mitchell Stark's wife's just said that that ball with the bruised finger actually looked better than the one without it also. Cummins, nice ball once again, dropped hands from Algar. Knows he doesn't have to play at those ones. And Warner beats South Africa by 11 runs in the first innings. Yeah, it's like I only realised that when I looked through at that final scoreboard, the end of the innings, that Warner scored more runs than the whole of South Africa in his first innings. Currently, there's a big question mark looming around how many South Africa can get in this innings because they bat long and they do end up getting themselves, I don't know, by the end of tonight, you'd say anywhere between 70 and 90 runs would be a pretty good start. It might be slower, though, maybe only about 60. With the lee side, Carey might have taken it. Pat Cummins asked for it. He's cheering, it's given. And Algar, is he gone for the duck? Wait, no. The umpire now is saying no. Pat Cummins looked back at the umpire. Did he give it out? I don't think he raised his finger, but Cummins went back round and celebrated. I think the umpires are going to have a discussion here. Right, they're going to be checking the soft signal, going upstairs. Soft signal is out. So they need clear, conclusive evidence that this one has not hit, but it is not a review we need to mention as well. So Australia, they didn't have to use one here, which is quite interesting. This is going to be a terrible start if Algar's gone for a second ball duck. Cummins is happy. He thinks it's out. Yeah, the only thing that could have hit was the glove. For a start, it looked like he wasn't going to be able to catch up with it, but I think that's the glove of Algar. I also don't necessarily agree with the fact that the umpires have gone up here. I feel if the umpire didn't give it out, he should have made Pat Cummins review it rather than going up for him, because theoretically, if that was not out, that was a review that Australia could have lost for it. They're just going to be checking Snicko here. There's glove on it. Algar's going to be going for a second ball duck, in Australia now take the box seat in this test match once again. The captain. That's disappointing because I know that this was an innings that he needed to shine, and he has not shone very brightly there. They're just going to be checking the catch, though, of Alex Carey. Yep, in the fingers. Great work by the man who got himself a century in the first innings. Pat Cummins has taken an early wicket as 1 for none. There's Mark there. You're ready to make the decision. And it is going to be, unfortunately, the nana. Hey, goodbye for Dean Algar. This is going to be a long walk for the skipper. Cummins picks him up again. He's done it throughout this test series pretty well. I'm Indian, brother, and love you, bro. Cheers, Monu. Appreciate you being here, mate. Pat Cummins, the dream start for the Australians. Algar gone for a third ball duck, in fact, and now going to be exposing De Bruyne to a tough Paddy Cummins, who hadn't really bowled. Don't get me wrong, like, it's a good ball. It got him down the leg side. Algar shouldn't have played it, should have left it. But no balls too threatening, I would say, out of those first three deliveries. All slightly shorter, away from the body. Be interesting to see what the tactic is for De Bruyne, a player who in the first innings actually went out trying to slog one from off stump, crossed the line, and ended up getting taken by Alex Carey. It's going to be 1-0 though. Cummins' dream start for the Australians. Just looking at the clock, this cannot be over by the end of tonight. We're only on day 3 of the test match, and Algar gone for a duck, and Cummins and Carey team up to get the early wicket. There's Mark there. So yeah, just the faintest under edge of the glove. Yeah, it was an interesting celebration because Cummins went up. The umpire, I don't know if he actually gave it as out. I don't know whether he went like this or something to Cummins, because Cummins then continued celebrating, and then the umpires went, wait, hang on. We didn't give it as completely up, but then the soft signal was out. So it was a weird scenario, but either way, the wicket falls. Third umpire says that it's out. And the crowd, they cheered pretty loud. I think they cheered louder, though, when Scott Bolland made his way out onto the park for the Aussies. Close second, though. Now, Eunice De Bruyne at the middle. He didn't have a bad first innings. He just had an unsettled one. It's the best way of describing it. Now he has to try and settle pretty early because already South Africa, they are 1 wicket down. And you'd have to say that Algar one was a bit of a gift. Cummins to the right-hander. 3 slips in the gully still remain. The backward pointer, Nathan Lyon. Man at a kind of shorter mid-off. Slightly wider as well. Kind of classic test match field. The moment for the Australians. Man at bat pad, deep fine leg, and also a man at mid-on as well. They are covering up the sight screen. I think that's because Paddy Cummins didn't want to have to look at it. Didn't want to see the sponsors while charging in. 3 dot balls in a row, including the wicket. De Bruyne on strike. Cummins right on the money straight away. Nice seaming delivery. Almost that 140 mark as well for Cummins here. He's steaming in. And if you're South Africa, that really hurts you, because your plan would have been to bat out tonight. I actually said to my dad while I was on my break for tea, I said, there are 2 ways that this could go. I said either South Africa go very well, and I said, imagine if they're none down at the end of the day. Already after 2 overs, that can't be a possibility. What a ball! Swinging back in. Cummins begs the umpire for it. No shot played. I believe it was doing too much, but what an absolute ripper of a delivery from Paddy Cummins. Alex Carey said it's going down leg. Why start bowling when he's injured? Because he's a tough man and he wants another wicket. Got a couple in the first innings, I believe. This one just took off. Oh, height might have been the factor, and also going down leg a little bit, but that will definitely make De Bruyne question what he does next ball, because that ball, I'm talking like, how many degrees of angle could that have been? It's gone over the top of the stumps, over leg. It was by about this much, so good choice not to review it for Australia, but that's got to have seamed and swung a good maybe 3 or 4 degrees into the Cummins over. A wicket maiden. Get him underway. South Africa, they are 1 wicket down, no runs on the board as of yet. And this is going to be one of the toughest periods, I would say, of the whole test match for South Africa. It is not easy to bat in these conditions. Overcast, the ball's swinging. You're in a pressure situation where you still need 386 to be able to save the test match. Just showing those deliveries of Cummins. See, he was getting the ball to go across Algar nicely. Nothing too threatening. And like they've just said, it's the fault of Dean Algar, and also maybe a mistake ball from Pat Cummins. I think it went a little bit too far down the leg side. Just got to find a way of get his hands out of the way. Cummins and Stark and Hazelwood, super speedster bowling. In current situation of the world, says Praveen. And now Mitchell Stark, great ball on the front foot with the drive of Irvia. Looks like they will just take the one run. And that's actually the first run of the day for South Africa. Good sign of Mitchell Stark. A good pitched up delivery, though. The ball is certainly moving. Oh, they're just showing how he got dismissed in the first test. And it's actually extremely similar to how he was dismissed in this one. Just playing at the ball outside of your leg stump. Trying to twist it round the corner. Like Ian Smith's just said, if it becomes a habit of a batsman, when you're playing outside of your leg stump, and Brian worked in India Army, says, Monitor, thank you very much for your service, mate. Sure they appreciated it very much. De Bruyne on strike. Nice ball, goes across, little bit of seam back in. De Bruyne looks a little bit like Novak Djokovic, I won't lie. A little bit similar. Like a taller Novak Djokovic. Does anyone see the resemblance, or am I wrong in that statement? I think it's kind of bang on the money, though. Trying yet to get himself off the mark. Stark has gone for a singular run so far throughout his first 1.2 overs. But a maiden to start us off, then a wicket maiden from Pat Cummins. Can Stark produce a bit of magic here? Beautiful in swing and delivery. It's gone through the slip cordon, and in fact, all four Aussies are chasing it. Looks like it's going to raise close. Marnus saves it. He always does. Why, he is one of the fan favourites. Anytime he's out in the field, saves a run. We'll just go for the three. So Stark getting a little bit looser here. Once again, probably wasn't a ball that deserved to get worked away for three, but found the outside edge of the bat. Just worked down with soft hands. And Hamish Bro should be Dean Elgar. Leave the captaincy after the series. His focus in his batting. Well, says Vishal. I mean, it's one that we've seen quite a few players around the world start to, I guess, develop, which is the likes of Joe Root, Kane Williamson, all saying, no, I'd like to focus more on myself than the team at the moment. Thank you. So Elgar might have to look at that as an option in the future. Currently, I don't see who else they would have as their captain if he wasn't there, though. Like, it's a tricky one. Oh, that hurt Mitchell Stark. That finger's sore. Got the grimace on his face at the moment, but he doesn't want to stop bowling. Bumrah, Stark, Rabada, Ferguson, Broad, Shaha, all better. Says Praveen and will New Zealand and the Wallabies change their eligibility rules so players can play overseas, also play for their country, or do you think it will stay the same? It's a tricky one. I think Australia with the Ghetto law, like now that they can have all those overseas players playing occasionally, it's quite nice. But I would say New Zealand, I'm not sure. They're normally well set in their ways and don't like changing things. Great ball. That one came back in a little bit. Irvia actually said that one went away, but I think it came back in, mate. Gotta keep an eye on that. And Stark, it's hurting at the moment for him. He's just trying to get through the pain. Keep on bowling. That's the thing. With that being completely purple, every time that swings through the air, that's got to sting terribly. Nice wobble seam, though, from him. Like his wife's saying on the commentary, they're coming out absolutely gorgeously for Mitchell Stark. Thought it was a chance. That's a good tactic. Have it above the head so that the blood doesn't drain into it, Mitchell. Our last ball of his over. Going to be a good one. No, it's short outside of off stump. Consider playing at it there for Irvia, but leaves it alone in the end. Into the over, 4 off it. And it is now 1 for 4 off the 3 overs. And that Alyssa Healy on commentary. At least Perry. I believe it's Alyssa Healy who is on the commentary at the moment. They are just showing the pitch map of the Australian quicks. And also we have got there when you're on the amount of money Stark is on, I think we would be able to put up with the pain. Says Xavier. Although the thing is, does he still get paid the same amount even if he's not bowling for the second innings? Because I guess if he is, some players who are just about the money would probably go, nah, the finger's a bit sore. But Stark, I think he loves that little bit of fight that comes with pace bowling, and he wants to pick up a few more wickets before the SCG, which is actually his home ground. So he'll be hoping to play there, but it just depends on what the finger's doing, I guess is the best way of putting it. Just showing Boland the way that he's able to keep on picking off that same spot. And if the surface is doing a bit, if there's a bit of movement in the air, I think Boland might be a very handy asset to have for the Australians. The worst thing is, I don't think spin's the option yet, but they might have to do it after the first spell, unless Cummins pins his ears back and says, boys, I'm doing about an 8 over spell here so that we can keep on going with the pace attack, because it currently looks like it's going to be effective. It's Cam Green. Oliver strapping on the finger. There's Lance Morris as well, waiting for his opportunity. It could come in the next test match if Mitchell Starc is unavailable. See, everyone, I think, including myself, everyone just said Mitchell Starc, SCG doesn't look like it's going to happen. But depending on how that finger's going, there could still be a chance that we see him there and it won't be his spot that's up for grabs. Instead, it's probably going to only be Cameron Green's. So whether we see Hazelwood make his way back in, or whether we end up seeing possibly, I mean, I'd like to see Ashton Agar take that number 6 spot. But I don't know if that is the way that the Aussies will be thinking at the moment. Currently 3.3 overs down. Of course, first step is to beat South Africa. It's going to be what they are looking to accomplish by the end of this one. Nice ball from Cummins. Swings away a little bit, left alone by De Bruyne again. He's currently sitting on 3 runs off 9 deliveries. I would say at this point, it wouldn't matter if it took you 100 balls to get 10 runs, as long as you're out there and using up a little bit more of that time on the clock and on the overs. I think that's probably that big thing that you're looking for. Just use time. Runs at this stage, I want to say, are almost at the stage of being irrelevant. 382 is a long way to go. I'd forget about the runs and just focus on being there. Oh, Warner's dropped it. Oh, that was the chance. He said that it's moved late, Warner, just like he did. Unfortunately, it should have been powered. It just hung in the air. It looked like it sat up there for ages. Pat Cummins going to see the replay. This is normally stock, standard, meat and drink for David Warner. Off the edge. Went out to him, gliding to his side. He had the ball. It was his pinky. The posh finger. Went, no, you're not catching that one, Warner. You may have a 200, but you're not having a perfect game. Just pops out the shiny ball. Pat Cummins, ripper of a delivery that time, swinging back in nicely. That will be the end of the over. Warner will be a bit disappointed. The question of could he do any wrong in this test match? Now the answer is yes, but half chance that Australia certainly would have loved to clean up. Just swung away late into the hands. Steve Smith was just a little bit late reacting to Warner going down. He almost had half a chance of being able to pouch it after the drop. Yeah, it just slipped straight out. The shiny new ball. Keeps swinging away, I think I just read from David Warner's. And then far out. I watched the replay. Warner's got a smile on his face. Yeah, it swung away. He still should have caught it. Steve Smith's going, well, I would have had it. Mitchell Starc now bowling his 3rd over. Nicely punched through the gap. Nathan Lyon able to get onto that one. Looks like he's going to have to chase it as well. Does he? No. And maybe instead, Usman Khawaja gets out there and cuts it off for him. So, half chance, eh? Exactly what Australia are looking for, except they want to turn those halves into fulls. Turn those fulls into those big wickets. Cummins, I feel like the way that he's bowling currently, the amount of swing that he's got, and you're going to have to pry that ball out of his hand. I think it's going to be Boland and Cummins. He's smiling at the crowd bowling. I don't think I can think of a recent player who's had such an impact on a crowd. And I think it's just because everyone just loves the guy. Just Starc swinging, ball, hit the toes, swinging a little bit too far, they've said. And nowhere near 27 degrees, feel like 12 Right, Mitchell Stark, what is he thinking here? I believe first reaction was not out going down leg. Well, bold mate, says Pat Cummins, but he ain't going upstairs for you. Like they've said, think it's swinging just a little bit too much here. For, yeah, yeah, no, that's going to be missing leg stump. Good call from Australia once again not to go for that review. If it was given out, we definitely would have seen the review used by De Bruyne. Bruyne, they managed to get through for a leg by. Straight on the side of the foot. Doesn't feel nice. Getting 140k Yorker from Mitchell Stark. Irvia now. Nice ball. Work to the leg side. Taking the quick single. Well run. Between the wickets and nicely worked by South Africa there. They're starting to get a few more runs off Stark after his first maiden. They'd go for 4 off the last over. Has gone for 4 already here. They're just showing impacts umpire's call. Normally that means it's going to be missing by quite a bit. Would have needed another stump on the leg side for it to be given. But certainly the ball's moving through the overcast conditions. A bowler's dream, really. Definitely after dismissing the South African captain for the duck. Stark looked disappointed. The thing is, his fingers hurt him badly. What will hurt him more than the finger is not picking up a wicket in this opening spell with the ball doing what it's doing. 142.4. Just trying to do some maths in my head, but I feel like it was taking me too long. I was just working out. Currently, we've had about 20 minutes of this session. So more than likely, we will get that extra half an hour. I'd like to think that bad light wouldn't stop play, although it is looking rather dark out there at the moment. So theoretically, we've still got another hour and 10 minutes left. Oh, sorry, 2 hours, 10 minutes left. Should be about 33 overs, but I think they'll only get through about 30. Still a long time for South Africa by the end of the day. Geez, where's what a talent Bruin plays for Man City also? There's young boy P. He certainly does. Although he looks a lot like Novak Djokovic, I'll be honest with you. He does look very similar. And if you were to choose a spinner out of Zampa, Agar, and Swepson to partner Lyon, the SCG, who would you pick? I would go Agar. To be honest, second choice Swepson, third choice Zampa. Because we've seen recently what putting a leg spinner into a test match looks like if they aren't used to having to bowl that line, and that is the example of Ish Sodhi for New Zealand. He was just bowling pies all day of the week. And at the end of the over of Stark, though, went for the 4 runs plus the leg by 1 for 9 for the South Africans. Already 5 overs bowled. Of course, without many runs being scored, these overs are going to absolutely fly by for the Australian bowlers. It's looking really dark and gloomy in Melbourne at the moment. Shouldn't be any rain falling. Yeah, I think Agar's my pick. I actually want to see Agar go in for Cam Green in the next matchup. Ian Smith just talking Boxing Day sales. They were not too long ago. I actually picked myself up some cricket gear for Boxing Day. That will be arriving in about 3 weeks, I think. Somewhere around there. Nice ball from Cummins. Well pitched up, but left alone by Irvia. Knew that it was going to have to swing back a mile for it to take out its stumps. They're saying they've left the gap at cover for that reason. Oh, look, Algar out. Yeah, he went for a third ball duck, Gareth. Oh, wasn't ideal for him, brother Virat Kohli and Rich Sharma. Like a batsman, please tell me. Says Mono. I do enjoy watching both of them bat. I mean, I actually got some MRF gear, which is the same gear as Virat Kohli uses. Nice ball again. Not the exact gear, just the same brand, I should say. As a Man United 3-0 over Nottingham Forest. Here's young boy Pete. Decent start back into the Premier League. It's only recently fired back up, hasn't it? after the FIFA World Cup. Crowd are booing and they are cheering. They're certainly making noise at the MCG, which is what we love to see. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It's hugely appreciated everyone being here for this third day of Test match cricket. We will be back for day 4. I hope we get to a day 4. We should do at this stage. With Warner dropping that catch of De Bruyne, it's just extended a little bit further between Kohli or Sharma. I would choose the Jadeja. I do enjoy watching Jadeja bowl and field as well. It reminds me of Marnus. How he's just going to put 150% effort into everything that he does in the field, even if it's only going to save like one run in innings, he'd still do it all the time just to make sure that it's not too bad and that like he just saves runs. Really, was that a sentence? Not really. Cummins, nice ball once again, left alone from Irvia. Not getting lured in yet, just trying to practice that forward defense, making sure he doesn't end up getting lured into playing the wrong delivery. Slowish start for South Africa, but that is exactly what I think a lot of people anticipated. 9 runs off the first 5.4 overs with that early wicket of Elgar in the second, though. That wouldn't have helped the confidence of the other 2 batsmen. Irvia, he didn't get a huge total in the first innings. In fact, I don't even think he made it to double figures, sadly. Oh, that's hit him hard. Right in the thigh pad, maybe even a little bit higher on the hip. And it's Alyssa Healy in the commentary, Michael, or Mitchell Stark's wife. There's Mark, it is indeed. When I play street cricket, use a Kookaburra bat like Gilchrist and Ponting used, says Robert. I remember I've got a really, really cheap little size 6, or it might be an H. It's a Kookaburra Kahuna. I got it from Rebel Sport for about $25 ages ago. And it actually is still all right. Like, it's cracked to buggery just because it can't really take a cricket ball, but it's all right for like practicing with like a soft ball or something. Into the 6th over. Another maiden from Cummins. He currently has not gone for a single run. Oh, 3 overs, 2 maidens, and 1 wicket maiden alongside. So he'll be continuing bowling for quite some time, I would think. Stark, probably this one and then the one after. Then they'll switch over to Scott Boland. And I think for that, Cummins is probably going to keep on bowling throughout that spell also, where the captain needs to really step up and say, I'm willing to put in quite a large spell just to make sure that we still have that pace out there. When I play tabletop cricket, I use my thumbs, says Gareth there. Tabletop cricket. That used to be such a good game on like computer. I just gave that out. No interest from Paul Rifle. That looked really good. That looked extremely good. Pat Cummins is running into Stark. I gave it. It looked real good. It looked real good. Give it a chance. Give it a chance. Go upstairs. Go on. Do it. Do it. Do it. Oh, come on. I wanted to, well, we're going to see it anyway. I think that was a really good ball from Stark, though. What was wrong with it? Like they've said, if it's umpire's call, what's the worst that can happen? Yeah, impact umpire's call. Umpire's call hitting the stumps. So I think they wouldn't have been able to overturn the decision. That's close. That's close. That's close, was the comments from Mitchell Stark. And then that's leg sideish was from Alex Carey. But yeah, there used to be a tabletop cricket game, how you dragged back. Like you pulled back on the ball and then you'd fire it in and then you could like set your field and everything. Is that the same one we're talking about, Gareth? Not really, but probably similar-ish. Oh, short ball from Stark. Nicely worked for the single from Irvia. Once again, every LBW shout, they actually get a leg by at the moment. South Africans. Oh, so what bat does Warner use? Like he has a DS initials on it. I've not seen it before. I believe it's a DSR. DSR, I think, and it's a green model. Or is it DR? No, it's not DRS, but it's DSR or something along those lines. It's a little bit of a less well-known brand here in the Southern Hemisphere. I believe it's English, if I'm not wrong. I was a brother, need 50 overs. World Cup in India, and India win the World Cup. Please tell me, bro. They've got a good chance, definitely on home soil, to be able to go far. Do it, do it, do it. Nah, come on now. Jeez. Yeah, I was a bit disappointed that they didn't go upstairs. I thought it was out. I'm a terrible umpire, though. I'm starting to learn. Although umpires call, I feel like it was close enough that I kind of got it right. And also, there is that game called Test Match, the board game. I remember seeing that one advertised a little while ago. Marnus actually plays it sometimes off the field, or used to anyway. Just Stark. A little bit of chat going between De Bruyne and Stark at the moment. He doesn't seem like he quite is comfortable yet. He drives at that one, gone through that backward point region. Looks like it could be close. Marnus is after it, and he saves it. Nicely done by Marnus Labuschagne, which of course makes the crowd erupt and get to their feet for him. Even though that ball may have stopped before the boundary rope, he still put in 110, 150% effort to try and cut that one off. It's exactly what you want to see from Marnus. I can't believe we've already had 35 minutes of this session. There's only another 2 hours left of the day. Currently, South Africa, they're the one down. They did lose the early wicket of Dean Elgar. Great ball bowled by Pat Cummins. And the reason I say it was a great ball is it was way down leg side, but that's somewhere that has been shown as a bit of a, I guess, a bit of a problem for Elgar. Playing outside of his body. What a ball that is from Mitchell Stark. 143.6. Not an easy period to bat. I know it's this kind of plastic oval thing. You have holes where you can put plastic fielders and the batsman and bowler the ornament and use levers, says Gareth. And Deluxe Sports. There's Joshua there. Deluxe Sport. Oh, is it DLS? No, it might be DLS now that you say Deluxe Sports. Are they an English company, Robert? Or are they somewhere else? Stark charges in. Once again, gone for the 4 runs off. It's over. That's close, but I think it is going to be bat pad. Goes down to the man at fine leg. That'll be the end of the over, though. Scotty Boland Fields. That will be 15 for 1 now. And brother, you are brilliant and big knowledge for cricket. Love you, man. Keep it up. Says Mono. Do appreciate that a lot, mate. And we have got plenty more Test match cricket coming. If this game ends tomorrow or the next day, are they some drops on the... Hang on. Players are going off the field. There's some rain. A little bit of a shower falling at the moment. That is actually ideal for South Africa. The covers, they're going to be coming on briefly. Hopefully it's not going to be raining for too long. The commentators, they've just had the changeover and now it's raining. Okay. They're saying a slight bit of rain. 15 minutes or so might be the rain delay. That's the phone ringing. Hopefully that's not copyrighted. That's actually behind me. So someone will come probably flying in the door soon. And then we'll end up answering it. Wait for it. There he is. My dad. Oh, there. We've just answered the phone on that one. It's raining, Amish. They have just put the covers on the pitch. They have, yeah. An Indian company. Oh, okay. Which one's the one that I'm thinking of that's the English side? Oh, that's actually a nice breeze that's coming through the door when he closed it. Very nice. Geez, Stark's fingers buggered. But he's still bowling at the moment. This is actually kind of good news for Australia, though, because it gives Stark and Cummins both a bit of a spell. That's the only good news about this rain. And DSC, bet right. Dave Miller uses the same. Yeah, DSC. That's the one. And hello there. See Robert. And there as well. Right, so the covers are on. Looks like it's only a real passing shower at the MCG. Nothing too serious. Just a quick little bit of droppage on the pitch. Make the outfield nice and slippery. Marnus will appreciate that. And also, can we just take a moment to appreciate Nathan Lyon here? Going off for the rain delay. Goes over. First thing he does is signs a whole heap of caps for the kids and the people who are in the front row, which I feel like is actually a very nice gesture from him. He might be the only player who's doing that. But one of those guys who does like to give back. That child wants Nathan Lyon to sign his kit. Nathan Lyon said, "Are you sure?" Quite white. And yeah, Gareth, says Robert. And there as well. So the rain delay, I don't think this will be too long at all, maybe about 10 to 15 minutes, somewhere along those lines. All of the ground staff are still pretty much out on the field, which makes me think that already they might even be considering getting close to taking it off. But yeah, it was just, we saw it got a little bit light, or a little bit heavier, I should say, more recently. Yeah, Nathan Lyon just signing everyone's phone, I believe that is, and top bloke Nathan Lyon. He is. The more I see him, the more I realize that like he is like I know he was a great player. I know he was pretty cool off the field, but like the more you see him, the more you just respect him just that little bit more. Like he's going along pretty much the whole region. There's no other player out there that is doing that same thing, I don't believe. And yeah, Nathan Lyon's just consistently signing things. And he did it the other day when he went out of the tunnel when the last wicket fell Monday. Says Robert there. Is this on TV? Is what the child just asked. You sure are. When I attempted to play, I had Duncan Fernley, says Gareth. Okay, looks like the rain might have almost stopped. A little bit of luck. No one in the crowd looks too fussed. It's probably quite nice. To be fair, get a bit of rain on you. A very fancy umbrella. Looks frillicky. Or kind of fabric on a few different levels. Is that supposed to catch the water rather than drop it down? Got the straw hat going as well. But as captain, 16 matches, 27 is Algar's average. As non-captain, 40.7 is his average. So the question asked earlier on, is it time that he possibly looks at giving up the captaincy? That's a good question. And 29 overs remain in the day. Says Robert. So yeah, we should still get quite a bit of action today as long as players get back out on the field. I think that drop of Warner might come back to backfire on the Aussies just a little bit. You know, he normally would take those ones. But at Cummins, he was able to pick up that first one at Algar. Would have been, I believe, De Bruyne, who would have been out if Warner had taken that catch. It has shown session 3 so far. Disappointing start for South Africa, but then they built back nicely. 15 for 1 at the moment. Off the rain delay, as you can see, those odds of winning the match. 5.1% for the draw is actually still relatively high, you would have to argue. And then 94.4% chance that the Aussies will be able to go on and get themselves a second win of the series. Right. The covers, they are coming on or off? Oh, yeah, no, that pitch is quite wet. I think they were about to take the covers off and then they had to put them back on. Oh, no, that was just a replay. Never mind. And is winning in India the hardest thing to do in cricket? It's right up there. So that ODI World Cup, I feel anyone who is able to challenge the home side is going to be doing extremely well. 4 seasons in a day, says young boy Pete. I'm just going to have a quick wee look at Melbourne's weather, see if it says that it's raining. Last time it didn't. Yeah, it's just cloudy apparently, but 5 p.m. now has 40% chance of rain. And it's currently 6:30. Oh, that's 5:30 p.m. or 5 p.m. local time. So that is at around 7 p.m. New Zealand time, 30 minutes. Maybe it's coming a little bit early, winning in Australia, England, and India. All pretty tough. And also South Africa can play for the draw. Says Albie, a draw is a win for South Africa. It certainly would be at this point of the match. If they can somehow fight back and get a draw, I think they'd take that every day of the week. Pitch map for Cummins. Not a single delivery hitting the stumps. And he did have an LBW shout, so it's lucky that they didn't go upstairs for that one. We did see that it was missing slightly. At the moment, South Africa, they trail by 371 runs. 15 for 1. Algar dismissed. If Australia can get themselves, I'd say 2 or 3 more wickets tonight, be absolutely massive for them. Just 1 or 2 from here's probably even pretty decent, seeing as they've only got maximum another 2 hours or so, I believe, that they can play. In fact, it might even be less than 2 hours. And also 4:28 p.m. Here says young boy Pete. So yeah, what was the latest that they could play? I know local time, I believe the session finishes at 7:45. Is that correct? 7:45? That would mean, if that is the case, I'm gonna have to do a quick Google actually. It might be 7:25. That would make more sense local time. That's still 3 hours away. Yeah, Stumps is at 5:45. So that's 7:45. Yeah, 7:45 at the ground. So that's actually an hour and 15 minutes away, and then an extra 30 minutes added on to that is what they're allowed to play. So I'd say that overall, hopefully we get at least an hour. Yeah, Mitchell Stark's finger was bleeding before he got into the warm up for this one, which is pretty tough for him, unfortunately. Did some beautiful bowling though, Mitchell Stark, even with a broken or almost a broken finger. Just kept on going, kept insisting or persisting with that line of length. I can see the MCG and where there's or where's this rain toward our garden, says Nate. Yeah, hopefully it's heading your way, Nate, and it sticks around for a little bit. And then that way everyone wins, really. You get a nice water garden, the cricket continues, and they're gonna test Hazelwood in the nets tomorrow, says Robert, and South Africa top order need to be sacked, says LB. Yeah, they're in a really tough predicament at the moment because like their middle order scores 70+% of their runs, which is not what you actually want. You want your top order getting, like, you look at Australia, normally top order for Australia would get about 80%. This game was different. Did see a few more runs coming for that middle order, but still, David Warner doing 200 runs by himself was pretty impressive. You have a game Saturday, says Xavier. Cricket wise, no, sadly. I think cricket, we come back late January. So a little while, but we will have a video coming out at some stage of us GoPro batting and also a bit of GoPro umpiring just around the corner as well. And also play on, no rains. What's the hold up? Says Nate. And Elgar certainly needs to be sacked as captain. And they showed he averages a whole 13 less when he bats as captain compared to what he does when he is not captain. Just run to the MCG, hold a Kiwi lads sign, see if they film it. Here's a Robert. All right, the covers are still on. We haven't had any update in terms of what time play will resume, but I would say it's still maybe 10, 15 minutes away. The umpire's still out there standing. There are a few raindrops still about. Yeah, Mitchell Stark, he's not having fun with that finger, and it's just bleeding. Each time he drags it down, all the blood rushes to it and just spits out the end. Not having fun, but he's done some pretty good bowling. Like we mentioned, he's actually getting the seam to do quite a nice bit of wobble through the air, which is pretty impressive. But yeah, a lot of blood at the moment on Mitchell Stark's pants, a lot of blood on his towel. And yeah, got a bit of a finger guard at the moment, Mitchell Stark. Not sure. We only have, or we have any top order players that can make a move to Test cricket in the local 4-day game, says Gareth. It is a big step up normally. And I guess, Peterson, when he gets back, he's going to be absolutely awesome for them, I think. It's just been a bit inconsistent with when we get to actually see him in action, sadly. Oh, this man, he is just chugging beers. He's got the whole of one stand looking at him, sculling beverages. Oh, and a random man just threw something from up top. So he might get a talking to. All right, the umpires looking around, and Mitchell, bloody Seamer, says Quinton. Right, umpire's still out and about. The covers, the big ones are not on, which is a good sign. It means that it could just be a passing shower this stage. I know that it's supposed to start raining in Melbourne by the sounds of it at about 7 p.m. New Zealand time. Just under 34,000 people at the ground. So they will certainly want to see some more test match action. Yeah, anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. We're on the road to 21,400 at the moment. We aren't sitting too far off either. So if you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. And it looks like it's raining, says LB. Yeah, there is still a little bit of moisture in the air. In fact, that angle makes it look worse than it was from the other angle. That looks like quite a bit of rain, unfortunately. So that might be more than 10 to 15 minutes before we get to see them back out. Not much happening down here. It's a light rain. Light, annoying, persistent rain. What Kath has told us. Okay. She said that there's not a lot on the rain radar. My rain radar has a 40% chance of rain. So that is for a bit later on, though. Just a bit of drizzle out there on the field. So that will all. They don't have an official time yet. I don't mind a bit of rain. Says young boy Pete. I think South Africa will appreciate a bit of rain too here because they were in a tough little period. Oh, there's the weather radar. Near Geelong. Getting up towards Melbourne. A little bit of rain in the future, perhaps. I believe it shouldn't be anything too heavy. It's currently, though, stopping the third session of the day, which is, I mean, to be fair, we've had all of the West Indies, Australia, both test matches, all of South Africa versus Australia, the last test match, and now this test. This is the first time we've had rain in Australia. So it's actually pretty good, I would say. Just showing Alex Carey. His 100 was absolutely brilliant from the wicketkeeper batsman. He does play for the Adelaide Strikers in the BBL. Normally does pretty nicely. That reminds me, the cricket's on. New Zealand versus Pakistan would have just started up. We might as well get that fired up on our phone, see exactly what's happening in that matchup. We could do a cricket quiz, says Robert. We could do. Hopefully we get an official time relatively soon so we know how much we are working with, but I will quickly get the other match of cricket up. Black Caps versus Pakistan. Now, last time I did see it last night, it was the Black Caps. Are all the workers heading towards the bigger covers or not? What's their plan here? Are they going to be rolling it out? If they roll out this one, it's going to be not so good news. No, they might not be. Are they rolling those ones out too? Looks like they're trying to decide, do they bring them out? Oh, it's looking not so good. Cameron Green was celebrating Alex Carey's century before Alex Carey was. Fun fact there. Right, so, okay, New Zealand, just as I've gone on here, they've lost a wicket within the last, over or so. 6.1 overs bowled today. It was actually Devon Conway who's been dismissed. 185 for one currently. The Kiwis sit trailing 253. Williamson has not faced the ball yet, so it was actually pretty much about 3 balls ago when I was going to go on. Is when Conway was dismissed. I'll quickly find out for you guys how he was dismissed. Yeah, some good milestones being brought up. He looks disappointed though, Conway. I think they went upstairs. It looks like LBW. Or Devon Conway. Yeah, anyone who is just tuning in now, we've got a little bit of a rain delay for this matchup between Australia. Geez, that's turned a long way. I wish I could show you guys what I can see, but I think they'll probably try and copyright me. But it has come right in from outside of the off stump. Uh-oh. Covers are going on. They are the bigger covers, so I would say we've probably got, to be honest, we've probably got 30 minutes before the cricket comes back minimum. Right, we're not really set up for a quiz, are we? We'll have to switch over to the other setup, I think. Make it a little bit easier to be able to do. Either that or we set up cricket 22. One of those two. Cricket 22 may be easier to play from this angle, but actually, no, it won't be because I don't have the Elgato plugged in. I think we're going to go cricket quiz. I think that's going to be the idea. I'm just looking around to work out what I've got to move to be able for cricket quiz to happen. Right, what we're going to do quickly is we are going to move the tripod. One moment, ladies and gentlemen. You might see my crotch a little bit here. So I'm going to try and side shuffle. Unplug the headset. Move some of this. Oops, I just elbowed my monitor. Move this. Like that. Move this. Then we'll grab this. And we will go up here. There we go. One moment. Microphone's behind me. We'll grab this. Move that to here. Like that. Move this table. Nice. Grab this, put that there. Drop that. Get this. And stick that here. It's a bit low, and we'll raise that up a bit. There we go. Out there, that'll do. Right, cricket quiz, eh? What one do we do? Oh, we'll go here, like that. Hook that over there. Or we ask your dad questions. I could see if Dad wants to come on for a chatter. See if Dad wants to come on to do some quizzes. I could knock on the wall, but they might get annoyed. Should I knock on the wall? Knock on the wall. Just going to quickly mute the cricket as well so you guys can't hear it if I accidentally share anything. Get rid of that one. Go over here, go to the search. Right, we'll do test cricket. I feel like it's going to be a test match quiz, doesn't it? And I should also mention, or I should also make a little thingy down the bottom that says that it's currently rain delay. Rain delay. South Africa. 15 for 1. And trail by, how many is South Africa trail by? It's a few, but off the top of my head, by over 350. There we go. We'll just put that because I can't actually remember the exact number. Just for now. Put that there, like that. Test cricket countries, that would be too easy for us. Oh, okay. This one could be it. Top wicket takers by team. We're going to stop sharing this one. We'll go like that. And we'll go like this. Here we go. I'll make me small. Whoa, I'm very small there. Am I too small, ladies and gentlemen, or can you see me all right? I don't think I can actually make me any bigger. I also can't move what corner I'm in, so I'm stuck down here. They trail by 371. Thank you. I will change that very quickly. Go. Sorted. I can go down there. Put that there. Go like this. Right. So, top wicket takers for the countries of Test match cricket. I'd ask him since he's a genius. Says Robert, you know what? I'm going to take the gamble. I'm going to knock on the wall. See if anyone replies. I heard Mum. I think they'd be good at this type of quiz. Someone's coming. Oh, big stomping. Who's this? Hello, Mumsy. You love a cricket quiz, do you? Top 10 wicket takers for every country in Test match cricket.
Get me into that, right?
You want to take a seat on the couch? We've got a rain delay, unfortunately. Yeah. Right, so I believe, with a bit of luck, I might have my parents coming over. So we won't start the quiz just yet. Right, I've got at least one parent. What looks it? Hello, what are you eating? Mini spring roll. A bit fancy. Here's my mum, ladies and gentlemen. We're only in a little tiny picture. We're down there. Right. You're ready to go. Top 10 for each country. We will start with Australia and we will start with Shane Warne. Also up there, you're going to have Stark, Cummins. No, not quite at this stage. Nathan Lyon. Yep. Big tall man. Yep. Yeah, nice. Or Callis for South Africa. I'll stick him in there for now.
Yes, we got.
Lee.
Yeah.
Who did that?
Oh.
Patterson. No.
Isn't that funny how you go blank?
There's Hazelwood on there. No,
Right.
didn't think so. Who else is there back in the day?
Tomo?
Gillespie? Jason Gillespie.
Oh, maybe not. Dennis Lilly?
Lily should be there. Yep. Who else? Top wicket takers for the Australians over the years.
Not Thompson.
No. Siddle?
Yeah, no. Okay.
No Siddle. He is missing.
Hey! Australian bowlers.
I'm going to start doing some English ones while we're at it. Let's get a couple of them going. Donald.
That's South African.
Okay, I did do Donald. I thought it locked in beforehand. Both of them. Rifle.
That's not how you spell rifle. Spell rifle.
He's just having a nice quiet day at the table. Boomerang will be on the. No, not quite. Test wickets, top 10 test wicket takers for every team. In the top 10.
Are you going to put West Indies like Ghana?
West Indies, yeah, they're there. Holder. No. Holding. Marshall. Ghana. How does one spell Ghana?
What's the way back?
Soapers.
Yes.
Sobers. Yep. Garfield, isn't it? Oh, one moment. We're too zoomed in. Zoom out a little bit. There we go. That's better. You can see everyone.
Oh, we know all New Zealand, don't we?
Do we?
Sheffield.
Jane Bond, someone said. No. A Bondy.
No, it didn't last
He
long
didn't
enough.
last long enough, so. Graceful.
Rachel.
No, unless it's no, that's right, isn't it?
Stephen
Rock.
Rock.
Oh,
Wagner.
Martin.
Wagner.
Wagner will be. Yeah, look at that. We know our country.
Okay, England.
Dev was there. Johnson's a good one for the Aussies.
England, you've got Bob Willis.
Oh, can you
Peter
go?
Willie. Who's it spinner?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Giles.
whoops, Tufnell.
Yeah.
Isles. Tough. EU.
The one.
Oh. And also we've got Morkel. Someone's listing us the South Africans.
Thompson.
Yeah, no.
No.
Gillespie.
I think I've got all those South African ones, LB. I like the fact that because we're doing a South African stream, we're starting to tick off South Africans as well. Who wants to have a go at Mirror-Liffering?
MU.
Mm-hmm. Hi. It's not a mile off, is it?
That wasn't actually terrible, actually.
No.
There's an A there somewhere.
Abdul Kadir from South Africa, from Pakistan.
Yeah.
Q.
Q.
No, can't spell it.
Got Jara Wardner. Yes, please.
Got Waki Yunus, Wazim Akram.
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 Akram. Akram. Hello, Emma.
Maybe.
Yep, nice. Beno for Australia.
No,
No?
that's not how you spell it.
There we go. Join it down a little bit.
Waki Yunus.
Oh, actually, yeah. Would you happen to know Zimbabwe's leading wicket taker?
Heath.
Yeah,
Heath.
Also, my brain's just hit. I had something in my head. The West Indies. Who are those old quicks?
You got Courtney Ambrose.
Mm.
Ambrose. You've got Colin Croft. Courtney Walsh.
Yeah.
yeah.
Heath Streak.
Heath Street.
We've gone Singh. Singh was a good guess, Nate.
Yeah. Super. Yeah.
Also got McDermott for the Aussies. Craig McDermott.
That's the other
We won't worry about Mirror-Liffering. English bowlers. We got a few more of them. Who are their spinners? Oh, Flintoff, he'll be in there. Not the spinner, but no? I would have thought he'd be close
Who's
to
it? Nick?
Yeah.
Overton.
No.
No,
Nick.
the neck. Does he have big ears as well? No, different guy. Andrew Flintoff says Roofy apparently isn't there. We've got 45 seconds, no pressure. Everyone just list as many.
Vas, V-A-S.
VASS.
No,
Yeah, I was trying. I was just panicking. Just panicking there, yeah.
Croft. Corner.
Dermot, says
The
Robert.
other crooks. Who are the other crooks for the West? Who's the fourth crook?
Yeah, you can skip that. So we did all right.
Well, apart from the ones we couldn't spell.
We didn't get any Bangladesh players. Al Hassan. We didn't get Kumbal for India.
Fred Truman.
We didn't actually.
Hoggard is the one.
Hoggard.
Matthew Hoggard is the one you're thinking. Graham Swan's the spinner.
Muralither. Okay, there's actually a lot of A's.
Malinga, Slinger.
Yeah, you can't spell that.
Yomi Hearties, who's going to walk the plank today. How's your side of the world, Kiwi lads? Rocking it here, Hamish? Yeah, we're doing all right. Oh, Rabada, he's playing in this game. Yeah, he normally goes all right when he steps behind the line.
Paul Adams was a spinner.
Kumar Roach.
Imran Khan.
I was going to joke.
Andy Roberts.
Oh, QA. Andy Roberts.
I was going to joke about Kumar Roach because he was the one who's currently spinning, but he's actually been there. No, I was going to say Rostam Chase. Never mind. Then we missed some quality players.
Yeah.
Oh, Kadir's QA.
Yeah, we didn't really get a chance at India, did we?
No.
Ashwin Khan. Jadeja. Nice. He'll be, whenever this was, he'll be about there now, I think. Oh, no, no, he hadn't played that much test match, so maybe not. Oh, well, it was a decent crack, wasn't it?
Did you get 42?
Yep, we got 39, or we got 42%, average score 39. We are above average.
Yeah. And to be fair, if we knew how to spell that, we could have had an extra couple of 3. To be fair.
So it's updated 1st of February. Okay, so it's relatively recently. But then it's also got numbers accurate of September 2019.
Yeah, so
one of the two.
It's probably in there now. But anyway.
It's quite warm, yeah. Hey, Craig. Hey, Donna, with Stark and Green likely to be out, Craig, do you go with another spinner on the SCG pitch?
Stark and Green out.
Well, Stark's still bowling currently, so
yeah,
he's a question mark.
But they'll win this and then they'll rest him anyway. So Hazelwood will come back in.
Yeah.
For one of them.
I have a suggestion, which I think you'll like as well.
Without knowing what the SCG pitch is doing, but Australia haven't used, I suppose they've used 2 spinners a couple of times lately, but
Ashton Agar in for Cam Green. Off spin.
And they'll use that Bolland.
Well, he's already, he'll be there. Michael Nesson might come back in, but it just depends on who's going to bat
They like
6.
Ashton Agar, though, don't they? They have in the past.
Yeah.
Highly unlikely to bring them for him.
Definitely not after. My example was Ish Sodhi. Guy, specialist T20, goes into test match and gets tonked. Also, I just woke up at a busy day at work. Matthew Hoggard, Styles, Muhammad someone, says Ruth. And also, we've got there Shane Warne for 708 wickets. Yeah, the king at the top. The one who's this test match actually is dedicated to. Fun fact, Alex Carey, first keeper to get an MCG century since Rod Marsh in 1976. And he matched him exactly with 111 runs.
You look at the 2 leading Australian wicket takers, when you consider that they both played in the same era. No wonder they were so strong and so hard to beat. You've got 1,270 wickets between them.
How many Gaz are on now? He's, well, if that's on February 2022, he'll be on about 450, 400 and
Yeah.
somewhere around there. Slowly ticking up there, Gazza. What we'll quickly do is we'll go like this. We'll put us to full screen, and I'll quickly have a look at what the pitch is doing.
Yeah. It's quite interesting looking at that, Hamish. The people in pairs.
Mm.
You know, you got Anderson and Broad from England. Walker Yunus and Wasim Akram from Pakistan. You know, the two leading wicket takers in each country are both bowled in unison, basically.
Mm.
Or like McGrath and Warner in the same team. Still not looking good, does it?
No.
They're there. They've all gone home.
34,000 they had.
Wow, it looked like it was empty.
Yeah, but wet. So I guess, like, as well, it always is talked about this one, Richard Hadley at the top. The Kiwis 431.
Yeah.
But Chatfield made it on the top 10. He didn't have many wickets that he was able to actually get because Hadley was cleaning them all up at the other end.
The trouble was, you and Chatfield tended to make things. See, Lance Cairns was in that era as well.
Mm.
You and Chatfield bored them to death at one end, and Hadley basically set them up to get them out at the other. So, some of Hadley's wickets would actually be attributed to how miserable you and Chatfield was at the other end. Because it wasn't that often that, you know, for you and Chatfield, he didn't really bowl sort of anything, you know, what you call hugely special. You know, he wasn't quick. He didn't move the ball around a lot. He just bowled it thereabouts on the spot and could bowl it thereabouts on the spot all day, basically. And it got to the stage where if you wanted to try and hit him, then you had to take a risk.
I know Boland at the moment for the Aussies is just line and length over and over and over again.
Well, that's what makes Aussies bowling attack so strong at the moment. Is, you know, like Josh Hazelwood, exactly the same. They just bowl it on the same spot. Pat Cummings put it on the same spot all the time, and because they're skilled enough to do that, eventually, and they get their little variations of what the ball does and things like that. Eventually, they get you out. You just don't get any free hits. That's the biggest thing. You don't get to have a look first ball of the innings or anything like that because they're just on the money straight away.
Right, the next quiz is players who have had a triple century. Now, of course, we went triple rather than double. David Warner recently getting himself his double century. I'm giving a huge amount of advertising to these people, but that's all right. You ready to go? 400 not out.
West Indies versus England.
There you go, Brian Lara.
Well, I knew he got the 375, so he was always going to do that. Right, Matty Hayman.
Oh, unless, was it a South African? Oh, not Callis.
No, you'd assume that that's the first person. Country.
You think? Oh, this will be a tough one for you. Who scored 300 against New Zealand in 2002 for Pakistan? Any flashbacks that hit you in the feels? 2002. Little Hamish was 3 years old, walking around. Dad, what are we doing? Shh, cricket on.
Yeah, shut up.
We're watching Pakistan. Who got 329? Eunice is over there.
Somewhere.
Brendan McCullum on there?
Yeah, he'll be. Oh. We only got one man who's made 300. And it was McCullum.
Yep. West Indies, so some of them would have to be. Who's the other team?
Turkey.
When do you get back to?
So
it's 1958. So Garfield Sabres.
Yep. Gary. So is that his real name? Is it a nickname?
Lanka in 2006 will be buddy.
And not the
And
Villiers.
Aravinda de Silva.
Yeah, so
Or who would I open the ball get a five at the sudden? Joe Wardner, maybe.
Yeah. Wardner. Oh,
Yeah.
spelling.
Close, yeah. Who you got? England versus Australia.
Yep. Michael Clark. Good call.
I'll throw in a Bredman there, see if he shows up.
Twice.
A couple of times.
Oh, Redmond. South Africa. Ponting's a good shout, but no.
Langer.
What was his best? 200 and something, wasn't it, Ponting? No Langer. I'm thinking 2012 South Africa, England. That's got to be someone relatively. Is Elgar got a 300? No. Hey. Unfortunate for the man.
Yeah.
Shit. Listen to him on Hamish's bloody game. He doesn't know crap.
Aussies. 2019 Aussie.
Graham Swan.
That's Warner. Right. And yep.
Yeah.
That'll be a good shout. No. Unless it's spelt wrong. Did you spell it correct? Yeah. Did he never get a 300?
Doesn't look like it.
Wow. Jacques Callis wasn't there.
Smith.
Smith. Nope. A lot of old Aussies.
Chapel or War.
P. Mark War, no.
Mark War, Steve War.
Oh, what about? No, there's only one Kiwi there, isn't there? Already got him. Amla. Yep. Good. Oh,
Gooch.
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 Nice.
90s. Underpaw. Win that one.
Thunderpaw. I think that's right, isn't it?
Yeah, that's really
Let's maybe take away the no. Flem? No other Kiwis.
De Silva.
I think we tried De Silva. I went D Silva as well.
Richardson.
Greenwich.
Green.
D.
D-G-E.
D-G-E. Well, that's a fun way of spelling it, isn't it?
Greenwich.
No.
Haynes.
Pollock was not the South African. In fact, I think we're almost out of South Africans. Yeah, it was just Umla. Or SA. A lot of old English players. 1938 here. Boycott. No. I would assume that this fella in 1933 was also 1930 and then also 1938. So he's got a few. But what was his name?
Weeks.
No. 2 seconds, 1 second. Oh, it's done. They don't give you a lot of time, do they? Right, we got to wait for all the ads. Oh, I can see them though. Len Hutton. And he wasn't actually the same guy. It was Wally Hammond.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
Andy Sanham. Chris Gale.
Jaya Saria was pretty.
Oh, into Mamo Hut.
Chris Gale got one. Yeah, right.
Mark Taylor.
Chris
Gale got 2.
Saywag.
Did I miss the Chris Gale test match era? Did he just go out and play like T20 and get away with it? Or? And New Zealand lost 1 wicket. They did right at the start of the day. LBW. Geez, that ball spun.
Did it?
Straight across.
No, they were again. It was LBW.
Oh, they rigged it.
Yeah.
No.
I'll say we got a couple.
Bob Simpson.
Yeah.
Aussie. Aussie Bob.
Right. What we will quickly do is once again we will go like this so I can check to see what the pitch is looking like. See if it has improved at all. We'll go here.
Oh.
That was Warner last night. He was in a bad way, old Warner.
You're right now.
Yeah, he's on commentary.
Yes, he is.
It's okay. The tractor's still out. The covers, is that coming off?
Yeah.
Coming off, but still dripping. But that's because they've got the little booth.
Oh, we can go.
So I would say we're about 15 minutes away. Maybe another quiz could be on the cards before the game gets back. Yeah. Right, I think it's just going to be me, ladies and gentlemen. Should we play stick cricket? Stick cricket used to be a great game. There we go. Try Hutton. Just then he was there on the list. Hutton. While we wait for we'll go stick cricket classic featured mobile games. We don't have a mobile device that we're using though. That's a problem. Publishing, yeah, no, we haven't got that. Stick cricket classic, no. What about tabletop cricket? I remember playing this game as a child. And you used to stick like 50 slips in play. Now we've got top cricket. Hopefully I won't get a virus from any of these. Do you like the game? I haven't played the game yet. Okay, it's got a big button that says it's not secure. I've clicked it. So we've either got a virus or we don't. We're going to zoom in. We're going to play some tabletop cricket, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go like that, like that. And I'm going to put myself here. Does anyone recognise this game from the old days? It used to be an absolute bang. You want to be England or we'll be Australia? Heads or tails, tails never fails. Tails one. We'll have a bowl, thank you. Right, position the fielders. I remember I used to put a fella. What end do we bowl it? We're going from that end. So we'll put him there. Don't know if you need a slip in this game. You can only have the fielders in the right ring. Put him there. Move him in close. About there. That can cut off that angle. Move him to there. Extra pressure. Bat pad. Proper test match cricket, isn't it? One there. Slightly further back. The mid-wicket boundary. Geezer about there. And you can go, boy. You can go there. I'll put you out. You need to find gaps that we haven't got covered. We'll put them down here. There we go. Right. We happy with our field? Not really, but it will do. Play. We've got to drag this back and then rip in a ripper of a delivery. There we go. Straight down. Oh, it's in a gap. It'll be 2 runs. That gap's a bit too big. Going to move him that way. Covering a lot of ground by himself. We're actually going to move this guy around to here. Point and a cover. Put him straight. So they got a single there if they want it. This is back before Cricket 19 and Cricket 22 were a thing. Josh. That's a nice delivery. Bugger off, is that a 6? It's gone along the ground, but they've said 6 runs. Steam it in. Get a bit of swing. Oh, he's got another boundary. Another 4 runs. Can you guys hear the clapping? It's extremely loud. Slow ball. Game a ripper. How many wickets they got? How many overs is this? Slow ball again. Oh, beautiful. Another wicket down. Slow ball. He doesn't like him. Oh, he's hit a six though. Crowd are absolutely steaming into it. Ripper of a ball. No, it's gone out for. I think I'm going to have to change the field. Close that gap. Also, we're going to move him round to this boundary because he keeps hitting it to it. Where is it? That way. Him there. Round to there. Give him the single down the ground if he wants it. Yeah, or he wants a few more. Don't go over. Didn't. It's wide open on that side. I don't think I need a slip, to be honest, in this game. We're going to take our slip out. We'll put him there. Move him straighter. Can you go in more? No. Put him about there. I'll do. Oh, straight through the gap. Change that a little bit. He's supposed to be there. Oh, he's carving me up at the moment. I used to get them like all out for six. Now they're absolutely smashing me apart. But that's another wicket. All straight. Oh, no. Okay. Oh. I'm going to have to chase a big total here. Yeah. Wicket. There's a wicket. Yeah, it is. Anyone who is tuning in now, we are just waiting for the rain delay to be finished on the cricket. It has been quite a long one, but I believe they are going to be getting back to it in a very short moment. Until then, we're getting smacked around the boundary quite badly. Best way of describing it. Go like this. We will go like that as well. Shot. Oh, it's 4. A lot of runs, this man. Clean them up. No, got it through. I can't remember what I used to do with my field, but they couldn't get it through. No, I can't change my field yet. I used to bowl them all the time too. I can't remember what that ball was, but that gap's got to be filled. Put him to there. A bit closer. Put some pressure on the bat. Yeah, that hasn't worked. He's taking the piss, this guy is. Oh, what a shot, man. It's backward cut. Get it? Yeah. Right. 5 wickets down. Surely that's a changeover. No. Still going. Shot. Yeah, that's another 6. Oh, end of the innings. You get 4 overs. I need to get 79 runs in 4 overs to set the speed and the hang on. Where's the field? Bang. Lovely 4 runs. I need some time to check their field out. Right, they've got a gap down this way. Oh, wimped it. Needed to go all the way for 6, that one did. Right, they've changed their field again. Where are the gaps? Down the ground. That was too straight. It was a bit too straight, that one. Come on. No. Timing issue. This is an aggressive field. That's a better one. You got to time it. Wait for the ball. Actually, a key to real life cricket as well. See, too early. A little bit too excited. It's a good first over though. 17 off it. We're on par. Oh, 4 runs. I just need boundaries. Moment here. That's the hard field to. Where do I hit this? That'll do. Another 4 runs. So did anyone used to play this game, or was it just me when I was supposed to be doing work in school? This used to be like the best thing ever. You used to stick everyone around the bat all in a line, and you just somehow got wickets every single time. Wasn't ideal. Risky playing it back there. Doesn't make it. No. I played doodle cricket. I don't think I've played doodle cricket before. I think I like that gap though. 4 runs out there. What else we got? This field is hard to get round. I'm hoping this isn't straight to the field. I know it's not. In the gap for 4. No, I'm downloading it right now. I ended up going on tabletop cricket, and it was the second one. Where's the ball? Oh, I've got to pull back first, do I? Yeah. Oh no! Got me. This is an interesting field set. Do we remember where the 6 was? It was somewhere around there, wasn't it? Oh, I've wimped it again. It's only going to be 2. Running low on overs left. And that won't help. That won't help much at all. Right, backwards of him. 6 runs. A nice shot. This game would be blocked in my school. Yeah, you got to be strategic. Those VPNs fired up. No, we didn't actually have them back at school, sadly. Right next to all of them for 6. Risky business, but it's worked out. I've only got 2 men on the offside now. I think that's where I always used to hit the ball, to be honest. It's out to that 6 and it's working. They haven't got it blocked. Surely we just rapid fire this all the way to the victory, don't we? They also block VPN in our school. Your school is smart, Xavier. They know their stuff. They might have it blocked that time, so we're going to go out here instead. Another 4 runs. What do we need? We need 4. We need 9 runs off 3 balls. There's a 6. 3 to win, or 4 to win. Got the field spread. I got excited. Boom. 6 to win it. Oh, do we get to keep going? All right, well, 1 more for good measure. Yeah, I mistimed it. Probably a good thing, because that guy might have almost got it. Game over, you won. Yay. Interesting. So, just like that, we won, ladies and gentlemen. Now we get to check the cricket to see if it's back yet. I think it should be close, surely. Covers were coming off last time. Stark was steaming in. Oh, the covers look like they're back on. I'm going to quickly grab my headphones to hear if they're saying whether play's abandoned or not. A nice Hamish for the W. It was the best innings I've ever had, that one, I think. I think there is still a chance. Some. Yeah, so still probably another, say, 30 minutes, maybe. Stumps. The play will start half an hour early tomorrow. Is that actually what they've said? Right up. I'm going to go like this. Is that what they've said? 3:17? I haven't had the sound on, you see, so I haven't actually known what they are saying at the moment. Oh, Mitchell Stark. He's had some good balls. Is that a weird thing to say? He's had some good balls throughout this spell. He's got a lot of blood on his finger, unfortunately. And also, we have got the I don't have commentary, but ESPN Cricket Info reported that. So that would be a 12 o'clock start tomorrow, wouldn't it? 3:17 Master Killer Gaming, I believe. Hello, Robert. Hello, Steve Wall was quite a legend in Aussie cricket. Certainly was. And they're just saying the other big news story is Alex Carey getting the runs. I'll quickly look at my scoreboard again, see if that will tell me anything. Refresh what we got. Rain delay still what they've got there. Time to be determined. So I don't know if it's completely off yet. And Stumps Sandwich play resumes. Okay, so it is off. And hello, there's Mr. Stubber. Welcome in, mate. I hope you are doing well. We just finished playing a little cricket game. We did have cricket games. Should we just type what you used to type when you're at school? Cricket game, stickman cricket, pokey.com. I don't know whether I should be clicking on that. There you go. Cricket Hero. Oh, that one. That game used to be absolutely bloody brilliant. One moment, we're going to zoom in. Okay, zooming in doesn't actually do anything. Okay, we can't zoom in any more than we have. So it's only a little screen, but this game used to be great. And then we'll play Doodle Cricket. I've never actually heard of Doodle Cricket, I don't think either. So that will be an exciting one. Oh, I just shared the wrong screen. A moment, we'll go like this, share that and that. Now, warning, it might be quite loud. So as you can see, we've got 50 things on the screen here, but this thing that we're looking at is this middle part. We're going to play with our bat. Solid. Solid. Oh, 6 and a 4. 4 defensive. Solid. The way he's playing that all off the glove. Solid. Nice. Oh, it's a big shot. Oh, no. Have they called Stumps? They have. From what everyone said, Xavier plays Doodle Cricket in his room. His best mate, Ben, says Jay, or Ben, I should say. Hey, Jay, have you noticed how we always have you walk in at the wrong times? I'm just sitting here playing this game. Oh, how that one? Yes, straight up in the air. Lad. When you start getting that elbow up a bit too high, you're in trouble, you see? That's a bad shot. No. Yeah, all right. So you actually get it multiplied by your strike rate. So, oh no. How many balls do you think I can collect? Lad. That. Call me Pajara. That ain't getting through. Oh, unless they bounce on those ones. There's normally when the bowler would stop bowling because, there's a few too many balls around. Should I just fling them? Thinking about flinging them. There we go. Oh, no. And also, hey, at the right time, I'd say, to be honest, Hamish, I'm not even 20 minutes walk from the NCG, and I think the rain may have stopped. 100% sure about that. But I do know one thing, it's getting hotter every minute. Well, it's 1:30 a.m. here, and they've called today, so I'm head to bed. See y'all tomorrow. We'll see you later on, man. Greg Xavier talking over the world soon. Taking over the world soon. Should I have one more crack at getting a 50? What's happened here? We're taking a short break. No, we can't have that. No, we're not having music. We ain't getting a copyright strike today. So Doodle Cricket. I will go and Google Doodle Cricket. Doodle Cricket. Okay, we'll see how this goes. Whoa, this is like high quality. Hang on, I have never seen this game before in my life, but it looks all right. So I just tap to swing, yeah? In fact, what I'll quickly do is I'll still put up my phone just so that I can see. So I just swing to traps. If I just got a virus. That would be unfortunate, wouldn't it? So these geezers are the fielders, of course. Snail, 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 snail. That's a weird field to have, isn't it? And it's set up the way that they do. So did I do it? Oh, he's coming in. There's some of that. Oh. Where did he bloody come from? Did I win? What if I hit it straight to a fielder? Does that get me in trouble? Ah, get out of it. He's bloody bowling too accurate. Yeah, run there. 2, 3. How are you getting 3 there for that ball? Oh, a bit of spin on that too. The ball snails. Oh, mate, doesn't mess around, does he? Oh, that was a tight 3. Is there any way of hitting the ball better? Am I just bad at this game? I also apologise if it's extremely. Oh, what a spinner that was! Was that Warren bowling? That was a run out. If it's extremely loud, I apologise. Can I hit it on the offside? Is there any way of doing that? Use spacebar and you hit a six. Oh, okay, so it's different buttons. What happened there? I used the space bar and he did not swing the bat. How'd that happen? My space bar don't work. Oh, it's enter. Okay, enters to hit it. That's space, he says, are you at a six? He says, you get it far. I'm pressing enter. You just hit it at 2 meter. I think I'm quite bad at this game. Did the snails catch the ball? I thought that was late. So even later, and I'm in Abbotsford, and it's not raining here. So how late's late? Like as it's about to hit my stump, because I'm doing pretty late. Oh, okay. No, I can see what you're getting on about here. That's so yeah, already. It's very loud, isn't it? Very loud game. Can you guys hear how loud the game is? Or oi, quick ball, get out of it. Are you there? Shot. Who they get? Guys, caught me off guard. I read the chat, didn't I? Well, this is fun. So how do you hit a six? How late's a six? Do you hit it in the air? Thought that was quite late. It's a better shot. That snail got it good though. Oh, shot. That's lovely. That's going to keep on racing. Very late a six. And you have no offside shots, Amish. And then little green batsman can run. Oh, damn it. I can. They're quick little speedsters. Couple quick cheeky singles and cheeky threes. And bang. That's a shot. Oh, he shouldn't have cut that off. Oh, yeah, no, that was in the air a little bit. Yeah, no, I can see that the potential. Okay, I didn't get that one right. What's your high score on this, Xavier? Out of curiosity, is it like 500 and something or like even higher than that? Snails move well. There's a fly that's just landed on the shoulder. Bang, bang. This fly will not go away. Oh! I wasn't even watching. See you later, son. That one's been sent to the moon. Get out of it, the quick ball afterwards. Where do you see the potential? Says Jack. Bang. Like 600. Okay. And was it like an adding game that they were like, yeah, because he's like doing the math? Oh, I was thinking a new high score was on the cards that have just got clean bowled. Hello, mate. Right. Do we have any other good cricket games that you guys can remember from the younger years? I used to play stick cricket, but it seems like that's only mobile now. I want to add another six though. That was kind of satisfying. That sound for four is not. That's why I want to hit sixes. Now just doing my work. Where's the 11th snail? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can't believe that you've actually counted them, Jay. I feel like that's more impressive. I assume he's at keeper, but the man doesn't miss the stumps. He's a bloody legend with the ball in hand. He's the equivalent of Scotty Boland. Yeah, that's not going for 6. And the one ball moved fair way across. Oh, that's a nice offie. Right to left. I don't know how he hit it, says Mark. Bang. Ah, he ruined the fun there. I'd love to hit it on the offside. Is there any way of hitting it on the offside, Xavier? And if not, why don't they just have everyone on that side of the field hit it late? Okay, I'll try. That was still early, wasn't it? Got 3 for it, though. That's a bouncer. I don't know he can do that. Oh, have you got any tips for boogie board? Don't fall off. It's my best one, but not a huge amount of tips because I'm not too bad on a paddle board. Oh, I wasn't watching. Whoa. Wait, can I just you see that? I hit one on the offside for a single. It wasn't a lot of runs, but I'll take it every day of the week there. A nice shot. Wait, so if I play it super early, does it go to the lead or the offside? It was almost caught. How early is too early? That's too early. I'm learning. That little fly is very keen for my body. I don't know why. It's just chilling. You know when you get that fly that just doesn't seem like it knows what's going on? And you hit it on the offside, Irish. See, that's the thing. This is the complete opposite of me in real cricket because I don't have onside shots. Like everything I hit goes offside. I'm really bad at this game, Xavier. I've only hit 1-6, haven't I? That felt very late, but apparently it wasn't. See, our late's late. I feel like late's real late, isn't it? Like right when that ball's about to hit my stumps. Even that was too early. He's still got it. That man covers ground like he's Labuschagne. Bang. He's got it again, you see. He's a great snail. Get it around him. Was it nighttime before in this game? Or have I just been playing all night? Bang. Haven't hit a boundary yet, but it's coming. Came into me nice. All letters. This is probably very frustrating to watch, Xavier, if you are normally smacking 6s. 3s are nice. I'll take 3s. Bang, eh? That's what I thought. Bowl me a quick one. I wasn't watching. I should not watch and then just let my fingers react. It was a 4, then a 6. It's a T20 now. That was early. Nice now. Bang. It was like, how's he cut that off? What's happened? Raising my bat for the 50. I was up all night playing doodle cricket. Whack. I can imagine the look on Mum's face. The thing is, she'd probably, for me anyway, she'd just be like, "Oh, yeah, no, you are a bit weird, aren't you?" 20 now. Do you think Dean Elgar will keep captaincy? Is he? Hey, give me a second, mate. He's just bloody steaming in 50 times over. When the batsman's ready, please. Uh, I don't know if he'll keep the captaincy just because he has a way better average without the captaincy. Does this get even quicker after this, Xavier? Or, like, because currently he's bloody steaming and oh, have some of that. A nice shot. Wow. Jeez, it's quick. It's getting fast. Old mate's useful enough with the ball in hand. He's got like 4 variations. See you later. 100. This is the last run of this one, by the way. Oh, well cut off. When anyone asks me what I do for a job, I'm gonna show them this little clip. They will understand. And Rhodes and Ponting, both legends in the field. And it just like Labuschagne at the moment, the reception he was oh, what a shot. Out through cover. That's more my type of style. But yeah, the type of player that Labuschagne is at the moment, how he'll just chase everything. Like, that's the kind of guy you want in the field that looks like he's interested. I feel like both Ponting and Rhodes, yeah, they were both the same. It's so hard to concentrate while also smacking this ball around with bricks. And isn't it going to clear up lots of rain? I think they've called it a day 150. Thank you. Get out. Oh, my brain's hurting. This is too quick. You can't read chat and also play this game. I think I'm now learning it. Roof, that was my point. Another 6. Angling green flying machine. I feel like I'm in speed run mode. I'm not going too bad. Hamish, you playing games? Waiting is so frustrating. Although they have called off the day, unfortunately. So I probably should change the thing down the bottom to say that the game is being called off for today. They will be returning tomorrow 30 minutes earlier so that they can keep on, I guess, getting through those overs. But it's going to be a tough day tomorrow for South Africa. 200 runs, yeah, what? It's going all right. That's famous last words, isn't it? Right when I was getting the hang of it. That's frustrating. And Stumps Roof will favour Australia. I don't know if it favours Australia. I think they would have much rather got a bit more of a bowl at the South Africans tonight. It would have been quite a handy one if they were able to get a few more overs and just rip that ball around. Stark was bowling well. His fingers bleeding pretty bad, but he was bowling well. Yeah, I guess we are getting close to the end of this live stream, but because you guys have been such a nice group of people, I'm going to give you a sneak peek of some of the GoPro footage. It's only a very brief bit. It's not making it into the video, but it is me fielding. And during said fielding, Hamish falls over a couple times. So I decided, why not, as a bit of a gift to you guys, show you me embarrassing myself. Green Mamba, like a flash. Good one, Mark. And no one is waiting for the finish of that game. We're all waiting for you to hit 6, says Mark. And tell you what, I got a few of them. It was when I had less time to react, was actually when I started getting a bit more going. That's kind of like me in actual cricket, to be honest. If the ball's too slow, you sometimes just overthink things rather than just play it. Was there a Darren Goff for the Pommies? I know there was a Goff. Was his first name Darren? Might have been. Darren Goff kind of rolls off the tongue a little bit. Currently, the footage is just loading. So this is from when I was in the field the other week. So we have got a GoPro batting video coming out on the channel relatively soon. We have also got a GoPro umpiring one coming up soon. I'll just quickly go like this and like that. Put that in full screen. This is unedited, some of this, so that's all right. We'll go like that. Go to window. I assume if it's a window, you guys should be able to hear it. No, you won't be able to hear it. Share tab audio. Right, we're going to have to share this entire screen. So one moment, we're quickly going to close that and make sure we haven't got cricket open on it. No, we should be all right. We'll go here, share screen, this one, entire screen, share system audio, full screen that, and go like that. Wait, why didn't I just play that as a separate video? That would have been a lot more strategic. There we go. That's where we were playing cricket down over there. Put it a bit bigger. There we go. I'm smaller now. So right there is the artificial turf that we were on. Now, this won't give too many spoilers away. And guys, we Proteas, don't worry, you got to get more strategic with those, Jay. You got to go incognito. Now, I actually stream incognito, though, because apparently it helps with Wi-Fi speeds. Fun fact. Where am I? There I am. That's me. Right there. I've got a big wide hat on. I can probably show you guys a majority of the start of this because it's all not going in a video. Do you guys want to see those parts? I'll just turn up the volume. I don't know if you guys can hear that, probably. But yeah, do you just want to see a little bit of the fielding and whatnot that actually happened that isn't going in the video? I'll tune in tomorrow after watching Hamish have a few fails, says Mark. There's my commentary, or my mum was actually doing a bit of commentary while I was going out there as well. Yeah, we've got a group of all ages and whatnot. The wind is going to be bad. That's one thing. I haven't edited anything to do with like wind blowing, so you probably get annoyed with the sound. This was for cinematic sake. So.
Right, we're on the sidelines of the cricket. There's Hamish with his hands in his pocket.
It's me right there.
Fielding at...
Oops, that's me.
Going close, okay.
As in close.
So Timaru boys won the toss and are batting. And here we go, first ball. Oh, nice. On the mark, first up. Well done.
Almost pulled my calf doing that, running in for that one. You know, when you think that you've warmed up, but you actually haven't, that was what happened to me there. I thought I was pretty nimble. I dove too many times. That's why I was talking about earlier on how I had bruises all up there from where I had been running around like an absolute idiot.
It's going well for the first over. Oh, yes, nice.
Yeah, no, I didn't have to die for that one, but still did.
Back to the fielder though, no run.
Down on the knee.
Oh, yes. Great first over from the Waimate boy. Got a first over, Connor. Not listening. Nice over.
Poor Mumsy. She got a response in the end, but took a little bit of time, sadly. Connor didn't quite hear it. Connor bowls well, though. He got me out at practice the other week. Bowled me a nice in-swinging Yorker. Yeah, I had to get him back for that. I actually, although when I was bowling spin, it was a bit rough and he started slogging it. It hit it over the ground and whatnot. So when he was bowling, I also did a little bit of aggression and smacked him down the ground as well. So you are an all-rounder. Oh, well, you haven't seen my bowling yet, but if you see it, you might think otherwise. I used to be an all-rounder. I think I'm just, because I've only recently come into the team, I'm right down the pecking order. So I got to bowl 3 overs in this game, including one massive full toss. Oh, yeah, the bloke with the yellow top and the white pants, says Mark. Yep, that's me. So on this side, that's me there. Looking focused as ever. Yeah, thanks, Mum, says Jay. They almost look too ready.
Oops. Nah, that's 4 runs. Well, stop there by Hamish. The second over.
Mate.
If he bowls like he did in the first over, he might be able to get a wicket here. Oh.
So that's where the mistake started. Because as soon as that one edged, I got taken out of my nice cozy spot at short cover and they said, right, you head to point. I don't want to go to point, did I? I was quite happy and close, but change of the field was made. I ended up back a bit further round.
That's better.
After this ball, I guess, because I'm still in close.
Stop there from Boothie. Oh, yep, nice. Oh, good stop by...
That's me there. I've moved out to point.
By the Kiwi lad. Oh, there's Boothie boy. Roll it. Good throw.
My arm is terrible. I cannot throw the ball very far at all. That was quite a big one there. But I also didn't think I could run that far without something popping, but I'd managed it. And I mean, it was a nice day. You guys saw this is the day that I got the sunburn that is still currently peeling. It was a cracking afternoon. It looks a lot better on the camera than I thought it was in real life. What was the point putting you at point? Oh, we when you were happy where you were. Yeah, see, because I wasn't the bowler, so I wasn't allowed to make the decisions. And to be fair, to an extent, if I was at short cover, that one wouldn't have gone, or I probably would have gone to the boundary. But the other side of things is as soon as they took me out, the very next over, fella did a little chip and it would have gone straight to me and close. Village Cricket Alert, says Sebastian. It is, to an extent, although, Sebastian, you're probably going to laugh at me because the clip that I was about to show is about to come up, and it's of me falling over multiple times. Was your cousin playing this game that you opened the betting? Yeah, he was. His name is Jacob, and he was there. I think that's him. Possibly.
Just 2 runs.
Just looking around for him. See, this is my mistake right there. I don't know if you guys saw that. I'm going to go back just a little bit. If you watch closely, I put sunglasses on, but they weren't cricketing sunglasses. They were like really dark. And that made it harder to see, I learned. This here, sunglasses on. And what happens next? It's extremely unfortunate. First of all, missed that one. Tried to get up. Fell over it. It did a roll. And I almost fell over again. Then didn't know where the ball was, so I just ran towards the boundary. Turns out this fella had already got it. And he has got a good arm.
That'll be on the bloopers.
So in my defence, the ground was slip. No, it wasn't slippery at all. It's just I couldn't see with the glasses for the first dive. If I had stopped that, that was stoppable. But just the depth. Fielding it backward point. I was there. I was at short cover, but then they took me out, which was a shame. You look like a blind man. Yeah, no, that describes it quite well. It didn't look like I had that one safe, did I? But it's this part here.
Oh.
The thing is, when you're young, you think you've got agility, right? I thought I was agile, and I tried to go from knees on the ground to springing up onto my feet. Now, I haven't done that since I was like 6. Knees on the ground, springing up, no assist from the arms. What an idiot. Because then you see Hamish is there on his knees. Only time you'll hear me say that. Then I try and spring up, don't get all of it. And then from here, I'm in a tough predicament because I've already committed. I know I'm not getting back up from that movement because I've got momentum tilting me downhill. So then, I mean, I don't know where that army dive came from, but it didn't turn out terribly. Then that one, I tried to do the same thing again. I was like, no, that's all right. We'll just go knees to toes. And then I almost fell over just a little bit more. Look at that. Almost down again. My mum was laughing at me. It was a bad time. And I was like, yeah, don't bother explaining yourself. We love you, buds. Says Mark. Yeah, I almost ate the ground. I think is the best way of describing that one. But I didn't. That's the main thing. Almost landed on my face, but we got back up and then down and then back up again. Are you fixing up the rain delay bit? Yeah, I might do that actually. While I remember, we'll go end of day. End of day due to rain. There we go. Also 3 for 10 for the fielding. Sorry, mate, but I have to be realistic. Nah, 3 for 10 or 3 out of 10 is probably actually quite nice. And how good is cricket? It's actually very fun. The first time that I've played twice in the last kind of month or so, and before that I hadn't played for 10 years. But you can't see why, can't you? The thing is, I think I dive too much.
That'll be on the bloopers.
Something that I definitely need to work on is not overcommitting and diving for absolutely everything.
Hopefully I got it all.
Yeah, you had it all. Right, Hamish at backward point now. Yeah, he's not getting that though.
Oh, yeah, nah.
Good on
Can't bowl
classic
there to this
again,
fella. He likes it there.
You have a question? Fire away, Chad. Is it to do with my brilliant army roll that I did? Probably not. But yeah, we struggled in this game a little bit, just finding the line, finding the length. They were a very good side. They just were hitting everything that was on the bad length or just outside of off stump. They were driving nicely. That's my cousin just there. But I assume you have decent moments in the field as well. Basically, just stopping what comes straight to you. Says Sebastian, yeah, I did all right in that regard. I didn't drop any catches. So that's always a good sign. When the bat cat's giving you a call up. I think we're going to need a bit more practice first, to be honest. And how does you look like Mr. Bean in his cricket career? The thing is, it's interesting you say that because when I was younger, I used to always do the Mr. Bean voice. And I used to watch a lot of Mr. Bean. So in a way, I feel like without even knowing it, I probably have some of his mannerisms. Ash Bro, which tournament this? It is 40 over cricket. So a little bit longer than the T20. Where am I fielding now? I think that's me there. No, that's me. No, that's not me. That's my uncle. I don't feel. Hey, that's me. Okay, I was down there. Oh,
yep,
shit,
I fielded there by Hamish. Out in the deep.
That 4
Here we go.
bounces. Didn't quite get through. This is great cricket. There's Robert. Oh, is this me? No, that's not me. That's the one wicket that we took early on. That's Muzzer. Muzzer's a bloody great bloke. Just down to earth farm boy. His son was wicket keeping. A nice little father-son combination there.
Another bowler.
Terrible ball down the leg side, but it worked. Got the wicket.
Oh, got it. Jeez, I'm glad I turned it back on. Strangled down the leg side. Good work. Well done. First wicket down. Back hits 20.
Oh, this is when I come into bowl. Speaking of black caps, both openers are gone. But they put on more than 200 runs together. Yeah, it's been a good opening stand for Conway and Latham. Conway went out early in the day, didn't he, unfortunately? But hopefully New Zealand keep on batting on that road like they should. Keep on going for it. I'm not sure what's happening here. Why is everyone falling over or crouching?
5 overs gone.
I have no idea what happened there, but I'm coming into bowl. This was my first bowl in 10 years in a match.
30.
Here I am. I've seen better bowling, I'll be honest with you.
Look to that. Now, this is what the crowd...
So I kind of didn't know what I was going to bowl, to be honest, when I walked up. I got there and I was like, yeah, we'll give some leggies a go, I think, was my first over. Was it first over leggies? No, actually, first over was off spin. I bowled some off spin to start. I love Mr. Bean, a true funny bugger. I'm not begging you, Hamish. You're out there having a go, says Mark. No, I enjoy taking the piss out of myself. Probably a little bit too much in some regards, as you'll see from this bowling.
It's been waiting for. Hamish Booth is coming to the crease.
Nah,
and his bowling.
Here we go. Waiting for. Here we go. First ball dragged down rubbish.
Oops.
Went through our field.
Bit of a loosener to start with.
2 runs.
Only 1 run though. Didn't get punished.
Only 1. Next ball.
It's a better ball. That's a better.
Got a little bit of flight on it, ticking over nicely. We're going to replay that one so you forget about the bad ones. Here we go. No, it's not far enough back. About there.
Only 1 run though. Didn't get punished.
Second.
It's a better ball.
Yeah,
that's a better ball.
Nice. That one's
good
a good
stuff.
one. Third ball. Oh, I only showed the 2 good balls. I must have cut the rest out. But I think I went for about 5 off the, or 4 off the first over, something like that. I was rode 240 for 2 now. New Zealand Latham 113 out. I'm glad he got a century though before getting dismissed, Tom Latham. But yeah, they were the 2 best balls of the first over, I guess. I edited this a wee while ago. I forgot that I cut out the rest of them. This is a wicket though, this one.
Oh, yes!
She was very happy about it, my mum. But we had a run out earlier on in the day, and he was out by 2+ meters. But because his schoolboy mate was next to him as the umpire, he was like, nah, he's not out. So that was unfortunate. We could have had one of the good guys out quite early, but because he was friends with the umpire, he didn't He didn't get given out, unfortunately, but we did get that wicket eventually. So at this stage, I think they were probably sitting about 100 for 2 runs.
Yes.
And also, we have got there, shows the delivery. They got savaged all the way to Hawks, mate. That's coming up.
Good stuff, guys.
I almost hit a guy on the head with it. Right, this was my next over. I decided I'd become a leg spinner. I would only put the memorable moments. See, all of this has gone out. This isn't actually in the video. So the only time you guys will ever actually see this footage is actually on this live stream, fun fact. So the one that I've got for the GoPro is the batting and the umpiring. So batting's been cut down to about 9 minutes, somewhere around there. Umpiring, I haven't actually cut down fully yet, but it's going to be probably around that 8-minute mark, 7 minutes maybe. So this is my leg spinner.
Oh, yes.
Because that was the first ball to this new batsman. So I was like, I'm going to try and trick him because he would have been told by the other guy he's doing off spin. So I was like, well, get that wrist flick around then. See what we can do with it.
Yes, that's the length.
That was not the length. That actually went off the pitch. Off to the side. That was a wide. I was told to pitch it up a little bit because I was bowling a bit too short. So that was the next ball. I just asked him, bit short. That's a fly again.
Yes.
If I could do this again, I would have a fielder about here. And maybe one a little bit closer around on the ring here because we didn't really have the field set for the way that I was bowling. The Hawke's Bay ball still hasn't landed.
Oh, yes. That's better.
Up in the block hole.
Down.
Drag
Oh, yes.
down. See, that's about where he should have been, and then a little bit further forward as well, because he got a bit straight. There's the Hawke's Bay.
Not so much like that.
That's a no ball winner.
Spin on that one.
Look at that. Look how high that is. Old mate has to play it like it's a serve in tennis to just get close to it. Boom. Swats it away. To be fair to him, great shot.
Not so much
Got
like
it all
that.
on the ground. It's a no ball. Hit me for 4 there. I like to think that it was so that they got tired by running a few before it got to the boundary. That was the strategy behind that ball. Also, it just slipped out of the fingers.
Just a wee bit full.
Then I changed the angle. And I'll make us to hook a spin delivery. Yeah, you know it's bad when he's playing up here. So that's why leg spin for me, I either do like that double bouncer or the full toss. I get it right occasionally in the middle, like you saw for those first couple balls. This was round the wicket. I think I was back to off spin for these ones. And what I mentioned about having a fielder about here and a fielder about here, you will see exactly why of these next few deliveries.
That's better.
Not that one. That was my last ball in my spell. I think I cut out the rest of the deliveries. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, good last ball, but expensive. So relaxed, I think he... Yeah. Yes! Woohoo!
That wasn't me bowling.
Yes, I gave that from here. Well done.
Oh, that's the first wicket. That's me cousin going out, unfortunately.
Yes, I gave that from here.
That was a peach of a ball.
Well done.
Now, here's a fun fact. This man's nickname is Honey Buns. I don't know where you get a nickname like that. I mean, they go to an all-boys high school, so I don't know what they get up to in their spare time. But yeah, Honey Buns is his nickname. He's decent at bowling, to be fair to him. Solid catch as well.
Oh, sharp catch. Sharp catch.
And then this is the GoPro footage. So I won't show too much of this. What else have we got here that I don't spoil how many runs I got? Okay, this is me while umpiring, which was quite cool because I actually got to... This is the angle that you see for the umpiring, which is kind of cool. Honey Buns don't go to prison with that nickname, says Sebastian. Yeah, they all were calling them honey buns. So I didn't want to call them honey buns at any stage. So for the video, I didn't really do a voiceover because I was like, well, yeah, nah, don't think I'm going to say that. And 245 for 2, day 3 lunchtime now. 80 runs and 2 wickets this session added, says Michelle. So nice ticking over there from the Kiwis. It's good to see. But yeah, so we got the umpiring from this angle and then also the umpiring from square leg that I've got.
You're good, Jess.
So yeah, that's a little bit of information for you guys. Got to watch some shots from... Oh, they were appealing for everything. That was nowhere near it, was it? But yeah, that's about all the footage that I'll show you, unless I can find a little clip that I like. Oh, I gave someone out LBW and I felt bad about it because he said that he had hit it first. And he might have been right. And I was like, that wasn't me bowling. I heard you say that everyone has yellow tops and white pants. You should have said, oh, you took all the wickets. I should have. That would have been a good idea. Is this when I give them out? Yeah, this was the LBW that I gave out. This is a sneak peek for what's coming up in the umpires video. And that pissed me off. Would have missed another set of stumps. Yet they appealed, says Sebastian. See, this one, I know he's at the non-strikers end at the moment. I felt really bad because he's a nice fellow. Like, I only met him the day that we actually played. So here, it looked plumb. I heard 2 noises, but I thought he went bat or pad and then hit his bat. I thought he got his bat behind, but he does get a little edge on it as it goes through. See, that looked pretty plumb. And I feel like my first initial reaction was right. Well, it's at least hitting the stumps. I've heard 2 noises, but I believe it was pad first. I'll show it in full time or full speed again. See, that double noise, it got me in the end. And then I gave it and I felt bad. Umpiring, I don't think, is my best job that I could have. I just apologise. There you go, the finger goes up. Hamish gives them out. But nonetheless, I think we're near the end of the Test match cricket day, ladies and gentlemen. We are currently sitting 7 hours, 20 minutes worth of recording. Well, slash live stream, I guess I should say. Which is quite a long time. Oh, I might get to see a shot. I reckon it's safe to give out. It's a good shout. Says Sebastian. Yeah. I think it just...
Is that you're back on strike?
It's just hard giving people out. Oh, this is my favourite shot of the day. I'm going to give you guys one more spoiler. Pretty much, his name is Zach. He's a very nice kid. And he bats relatively defensively at times. And I think he just got sick of it. And you'll hear him here for this next ball. He just goes up. The yes-no call was questionable. But this ball here, he just absolutely... I'll let it play.
Yeah! Hello. Wow.
It's the noise for me, you know.
Yeah!
He just, I don't know what he did. He just decided, I'm going to make a big noise while I hit this one. If I was the batsman, I gave you the middle finger. You know what? Worst thing is, Mark, after he walked back past, after I'd given him out, he came back out and did the other umpiring for us. So each time we lost a wicket, me and him had to meet in the middle. A bit of a puller, and he says, yeah, well, he got hold of that one, which is more than I can say about my innings. One more time just for good measure, eh?
Yeah! That'll do it.
That will do it. But yeah, so you guys will get to see me facing some bowling and also getting my shoelace tied. So it's all going to be from the middle. I'm trying to skip so I don't accidentally show too much. So you know what they did though? They bowled me a bouncer first ball. First ball that I was at the crease, and then they also followed up with one of these ones.
Not a run.
That wasn't the ball that I thought it was. I got some short stuff. This is first ball? Maybe. Yep. Have one of those first ball. See how you like it. All fair and love and cricket. Here's Mark Whelan. And yeah, I did have to give Zach out LBW later on as well because he was plum ass for that one. But nonetheless, that's all the cricket sneak peek that you guys are going to get to see on this live stream. So anyone who stayed around, hopefully you did enjoy that little exclusive, never going to be seen by anyone else footage, other than, of course, when I'm batting and a bit of umpiring. But the fielding-wise, that clip of me falling over will never resurface until someone clips it. But we won't do that. I could put it in higher quality if I really needed to. But nonetheless, do thank you all very much for tuning in. A duck don't get a duck. It's the way with short balls, says Sebastian. Yeah, I got some decent deliveries at me early on. I just went into test match mode, unfortunately. I think I went too defensive. Like, Marnus would have been disappointed in me because I was saying no run very loud, but I wasn't actually doing much running, fortunately. But yeah, improvement. There are improvements to be made, which is the main thing. Nonetheless, do thank you all very much for tuning in. Sounds like we're going to be back 30 minutes earlier tomorrow, 12 p.m. start time. What wicket do you play on? We do kind of play all around the kind of South Canterbury region. This one was our Old Boys in Timaru, and I think that's what it's called anyway. You know, they play at Pleasant Point. There's one down the road about 2 minutes that we play at as well, and it's just all artificial normally. I assume that was actually the question maybe rather than actually where it is, but yeah, artificial wicket, what we play on. And opener's gone for New Zealand, says Cody, and they certainly are. See you tomorrow, Hamish. Have a great night. Cheers, butter. Or cheers, brother, I should say, from Mark there. Yeah, nonetheless, thank you all very much for tuning in. If you did enjoy, why is there a fly that's just landed right on my forearm? Well, that's not my forearm. That's my tricep. What are you doing? What do you want? He said, if you're new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. That's exactly what the fly said. Of course, as soon as the live stream's over, I'm not going to slap my arm and crush that fly. I wouldn't do such a thing. Thank you all very much for tuning in. I've got something to go and take care of quickly. That looked bad because I was looking down and it seemed like I was looking at something else. It's the fly. Very much, don't panic. Nonetheless, thank you all very much for tuning in. I will see you all for the next one.